Chapter 1, 10,000 years later. Boom. A bang sounded, and a painful sensation came from his forehead, and Muyin opened his eyes with difficulty. This is where. Muyin was a little confused. The entrance is a classroom, but Muyin is not sitting in the student's position, but standing on the front podium. Looking at the students who were about 15 or 16 years old in the audience, with their eyes wide open, watching monsters staring at him, Muyin shook his dazed head. Am I dead? How come I am here? Tianyan continent, Nanyun Empire. I'm not dead. I crossed it. This guy is also called Muyin. This is a coincidence, right? But what age is it now? After a brief memory fusion, Muyin stood alone on the podium, wearing an ink-colored gown, talking to himself. But crossing over to this guy, it seems a bit unlucky. This Muyin was an illegitimate child and was not treated by the eldest wife of the family father. Moreover, he was a waste of cultivation since he was a child, and he did not please his father. As a result, 10 years ago, he was sent from Nanyun City, the capital of the Nanyun Empire, to the Mujia branch of the remote Baiyun City. However, when he came to North Cloud City, Muyin was even more unbearable. In the separation of the family, he was also dubbed the title of rubbish. He had no status, and even his servants dared to bully him. Fortunately, this young master can't practice martial arts. He just likes to read books. The separation also thought that he was the eldest son of the Mu family after all, and it was a bit embarrassing to do nothing. So he got the status of a mentor in Baiyun Academy in Baiyun City. On weekdays, explained to students some knowledge of alchemy and refining tools, which are also things in the books. Just follow the reading. Logically speaking, it is very easy. However, Muyin was dull in nature, was bullied since he was a child, and had a cowardly personality. Lectures are also extremely tormenting for him. Over time, the students in the entire class also understood the personality of this instructor, knew his name, and gradually ignored him. Damn, I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. Don't worry, we are the same now. In the future, no one will disrespect you again. After sorting out his thoughts, Muyin was confident. Oh, Instructor Mu, who are you talking to? It's not a piece of chalk from the student that turned you into cerebral palsy, right? Just as Muyin merged with his memory, a loud laughter sounded in his ears, and finally, the entire class of students couldn't help but laugh. Be quiet. Muyin's face was cold, staring at the laughing student, suddenly shouted. In his previous life, as the supreme fairy king in the world, Muyin was very disgusted. When he was thinking about problems, others interrupted him. When Muyin yelled, the entire class of 30 or 40 students suddenly fell silent. Each of them opened their mouths wide, staring at the instructor in front of them dumbfounded, as if looking at a monster. What age is it now? Does Kuhai Tianzuan still care about the 3,000 small world? Muyin didn't care about the many students who were dumbfounded, and said casually. However, as soon as Muyin said this, the mouths of the 30 or 40 students changed from an inverted duck egg shape to an upright goose egg shape, staring at Muyin like an idiot. Huh. Suddenly, a brazen laughter sounded again, still the student. He was dressed in a white martial arts uniform with his hair tied behind his head. He was about 15 or 16 years old, and he was pretty long, but the appearance of laughter was not flattering. Mo Yang, what are you laughing at? Incorporating the memory of Muyin, who was robbed of her own house, Muyin knew that this student, named Mo Yang, was the most troublesome guy on weekdays. Instructor Mu, outsiders have always said that you are just a who can read but cannot practice martial arts. I think they are completely wrong. Mo Yang laughed loudly. To say that you are rubbish, it is an insult to the word rubbish. Are you stupid reading a book, right? Haha, Kuhai Tianzuan. Those are legends thousands of years ago, exist. I don't know if it doesn't exist, you still ask, and ask him. Huh? Mo Yang couldn't straighten up his waist almost with a smile. He lay on the table, pointed at Muyin, and burst into tears. 10,000 years ago. Muyin was taken aback. Unexpectedly, he was born again after 10,000 years. Chapter 2 Wanna fix me? However, tens of thousands of years, for the old antiques in the thousands of big worlds, it is just a blink of an eye. Going back to revenge, they have time. Thinking of being the supreme fairy king in his previous life, but being murdered by a group of treacherous villains, and anger rose in Mu Yun's heart. Seeing Mo Yang still there laughing, Mu Yun's mouth turned slightly. It seems that these children, without giving them a lesson, really thought they were the Mu Yun who had been bullied. However, I have to say that this Mu Yun is really weak in his body. The 19-year-old Mu Yun couldn't even count as a body-tempered state and had no power to bind a chicken. It's no wonder that these students were so bold in his class. Tutor Mu, you haven't answered the student's question yet. Just as Mu Yun was staring at Mo Yang and was ready to teach this guy, a beautiful female voice suddenly sounded. A female student stood up from her seat, smiled sweetly, stared at Mu Yun, and said in a sweet voice, "Instructor Mu, the students don't understand. Why do you need to add dead leaves when refining by Ling Dan?" Turning his eyes from Mo Yang to the girl who asked the question, Mu Yun almost didn't have a nosebleed. A look in the girl's chest was cut fiercely, and Mu Yun had only one word in his heart: childlike big breasts. A low-cut blouse and skirt. There is no way to hide the magnificent mountain peaks, long ponytails, until the waist, the small waist with a full grip. It seems to be broken at a pinch. It is unimaginable, this slender waist, how to bear the weight of the chest. Under the short skirt, a beautiful leg of the tabletop was exposed, which looked as bright as a jade. This little girl, when she grows up, is definitely a disaster for the country and the people. However, Mu Yun knew that this little girl named Miao Xinyu was really a little fairy who could not pay for his life. Mu Yun knew that this was another conspiracy, that these students wanted to embarrass him and wanted to make him embarrassed. Alchemy? Mu Yun smiled. Want to fix me? No way. As the supreme immortal king of thousands of great worlds, alchemy and refining tools, for Mu Yun, it is really easy to grasp, and this is only the heavenly luck continent under 3,000 small worlds. However, many students in the class also laughed when they heard the question asked by Miao Xinyu. The smile was gloomy. This question seems simple, but it has a deep explanation. They believe that with Mu Yun's knowledge reserves, they can answer it, which is strange. Dozens of students were waiting for their tutor to make a fool of themselves again. They were already used to seeing Mu Yun's embarrassment when he couldn't answer the question. Biling pill is a first-class pill. For warriors who step into the physical double bone forging realm, it can improve their bone quality, so that when they step into the physical triple easy tendon realm, the tenacity of the muscles and veins will be more complete. Mu Yun talked eloquently. Biling Dan is made by combining the 3 herbs of dead leaf grass, Biling Hua, and Gumu root. Biling Hua has enough aura, so it needs Gui Mu root to synthesize it. However, the cassia root tastes bitter, and the bitter taste will affect the aura texture of the baling flower, and it happens that dead leaf grass can get rid of the bitterness of the cassia root. Moreover, the most important point is that dead leaf grass seems to contain only withering properties, but it contains strong vitality in its roots. Adding it can make the spirituality of Baling Hua and the root of cassia would perfectly combine and improve the efficacy of Baling Dan. Little beauty, am I right? Mu Yun smiled coolly, staring at Miao Xinyu's towering chest slightly provocatively. Hearing how Lim Yun's pastoral instructor talked eloquently, the students were dumbfounded. Why did the shepherd teacher, who would blush after just a few words, suddenly change his temper today? Pills can't be refined by anyone. Miao Xinyu has a different background. She has shown a talent for alchemy since she was a child. Everyone wants to see from her eyes. Is this shepherd teacher talking nonsense? You got it right. Miao Xian pouted his lips in a huff. His chest was constantly rising and falling, and a wave of waves swept across. However, it is a bit difficult to understand that the tutor of animal husbandry, who is usually dull and sluggish, the big idiot of animal husbandry, can actually answer this question today. This question seems simple, but withered leaf grass can promote the perfect combination of Baling Hua's spirituality and cassia root. Even some 2-star alchemists don't know. She only learned about it after her grandfather's teaching. Mongolian. Miao Xinyu comforted herself. This guy must be blind. Correct. Suddenly, Miao Xinyu smiled, as if thinking of something, looked at Mu Yun with a smirk. Grandpa said that there was an alchemy problem that had been bothering him. With Mu Yun's little urine, he definitely couldn't answer it. This question can definitely make Mu Yun embarrassed. Teacher Mu, There is a question. I have troubled the students for a long time, Miao Xinyu said, stepping onto the podium. Teacher Mu has ever heard of the spirit gathering pill? Gathering pill. As soon as this remark came out, the whole class became quiet. Chapter 3 Gathering Pill. All of them knew about gathering pill. The spirit gathering pill is a third-grade pill. In the entire Beiyin city, there are no more than one alchemist who can refine this pill. North Cloud City is a corner city of the Southern Cloud Empire, and the highest-ranking alchemist is only a 3-star alchemist. Gathering pill. Mu Yun was stunned. The spirit gathering pill is the best elevating pill from the 7th-stage condensation stage of the body-tempering realm to the 8th-stage pill gathering stage. It was only in the previous life. He remembered that it was the most basic trial pill for an alchemist to get started. Seeing Mu Yun's stunned and stupid look, Miao Xinyu smiled triumphantly. The spirit gathering pill is a third-grade pill, and it is troublesome even for Grandpa to refine it, and Mu Yun must know nothing about it. And recently, when Grandpa made the spirit gathering pill, he felt that the yield rate was too low and wanted to improve, but he has been suffering from nowhere. Today, just take this question and make Mu Yun completely unable to step down. Instructor of Animal Husbandry. The spirit gathering pill is a 3-tier pill, mainly byway Ganoderma lucidum, iron coral, poor root grass, and the third-order low-level monster the demon pill of Pufing Qinglang, plus some auxiliary herbs, successfully refined. Instructor Mu, the first 3 medicinal materials are all indispensable materials for refining the spirit gathering pill. But why do you have to add the demon pill that breaks the wind green wolf? Miao Xinyu fluttered with big eyes and asked with an immature face. Pooh. However, as soon as the words of Miaxianyu fell, Mu Yun suddenly snorted. Which teaches this? The spirit gathering pill is for the martial artist to step into the body-tempering 8-fold pill gathering realm to condense the Yuan pill. What is the most important thing? Stability. Yuan Dan is unstable, and it is difficult to improve your realm in the future, Mu Yun angrily said. Even though the demon pill of Pufing Qinglang can neutralize the 3 main medicinal materials, it has almost finished the spiritual torture of the 3 main medicinal materials. The success rate is terrible. Which idiot? The method of invention? Mu Yun suddenly felt that after 10,000 years, alchemy techniques had not improved, but had fallen behind. Hearing Mu Yun yelling, the whole class was silent. Bastard? Idiot? The spirit gathering pill can be said to be the universally recognized pill for the entire Tianyan continent. Moreover, the most important thing is that this is the medicine created by Yaguzi, a generation of medicine sage in Tianyan continent thousands of years ago. It is admired and noble by future generations, and Mu Yun opened his mouth to curse. Hu Di is an idiot. Mu Yun really thought that he could be compared with the generation of medicine saints thousands of years ago. But, hearing this, Miao Xinyu was stunned. Her grandpa said the same. Others are not too proficient in pill medicine, but she is very proficient in pill medicine. Moreover, at a young age, she was already a true 1-star alchemy master, and was known as a small alchemist genius throughout Beiyin City. Miao Xinyu did not expect that Mu Yun could see through this. The last question was sham. Then this question is also sham? Then what should be done based on what the shepherd instructor said? Miao Xinyu shouted the shepherd instructor, but there was a hint of solution. The tone changed, and other students suddenly felt weird. Looking at Miao Xinyu's attitude, Mu Yun, it seems that he is not talking nonsense. What to do? Refining the spirit gathering pill with the demon pill of breaking wind blue wolf, naturally wasting the spirituality of the other 3 main medicines, and it will also increase the failure rate of pill refining. Mu Yun said to himself, the best is to use wind wolf's demon pill. Huh. Hearing Mu Yun's senior opinion, the whole classroom heard a burst of laughter again. Wind wolf. Instructor Mu, are you kidding us? Huh. Mo Yang couldn't help holding his stomach and bending over with a smile. Although we don't know much about alchemy, we have also taken a lot of alchemy classes. Wind wolf is only a tier 1 monster, and it is the lowest level. It has a lot of impurities and is used to refine the 3rd-tier medicine pill gathering pill. Are you kidding me? Chapter 4 Classroom Answers. Seeing Mo Yang's smiling face that was almost an idiot, Mu Yun was really speechless, and it was really difficult to explain to these little guys. On the other side, Miao Xinyu also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Originally, she thought that Mu Yun would come up with a good way, but she didn't expect. Wind Wolf's demon pill? The demon pill of the first-order demon beast Fenglang is not pure in nature, and it does not have any spirituality in itself. Refining the three-level pill, jeweling pill, cannot integrate the medicinal properties of the three kinds of Ganoderma lucidum pill. It seemed that I was really annoyed by my grandfather in the past few days, and I was indiscriminately in the doctor, and I actually wanted to get answers from Mu Yun, a well-known waist instructor. It's really ridiculous. Oh, then according to this instructor, only relying on Wind Wolf's demon pill can make up for what Bro Feng Qinglang cannot do, and improve the medicinal power and success rate of the spirit gathering pill. Of course not. Almost subconsciously, Mu Yun responded. After saying this, the door of the classroom was opened, and two figures walked in from the outside of the classroom. The first person, dressed in a gray robe, with gray hair and a beard, looked 70 or 80 years old, but he was full of energy. Behind that person, a middle-aged man, bowed slightly, looked at the old man in front of him with a humble expression and did not dare to breathe. The dean, seeing the middle-aged man who looked a little nervous behind him, Mu Yun was stunned. Unexpectedly, the dean would come to inspect the classroom today, and who is this old guy in front of him? However, the person who can make the dean of Baiyun College nervous, with Mu Yun's memory, it seems that the entire Baiyun city is unlikely to appear. Oh, how about that? Hearing Mu Yun's decisive answer, the gray-robed old man became interested and said with a smile, "As everyone knows, the Wind Wolf is only a first-order monster. The level is too low, the demon pill is impure, and if it is used to refine the pill, there are too many impurities. Moreover, with the level of the Wind Wolf demon pill, it seems impossible to neutralize the medicinal properties of the three herbs of Baiwei Lingji, iron coral, and pooroot grass. It can't, but if you add some herbs, you can. What medicinal material? Ziyugua, purple jade fruit?" Hearing Mu Yun's answer, the students in the entire classroom were taken aback. They were stunned, not because the purple jade fruit is precious, but the purple jade fruit, it is too ordinary, too ordinary. It is almost worthless than the demon pill of the Wind Wolf, because almost the entire Nanyan Empire, in the mountains, everywhere. It can be said that Zayuguo is a rotten street thing, and no one sells it even in the market, because it is not worth buying or selling at all. Who cares about things that are readily available? Purple Yugua. However, hearing Mu Yun's words, the gray-robed old man frowned and fell silent. Ziyugua, although it has no spirituality, it has an effect. It can gather and condense strands. The Wind Wolf demon pill is low in spirituality and can be gathered. It can indeed improve the spirituality of the Wind Wolf demon pill and replace the broken Wind Green Wolf. The demon pill, it's okay, but more than that. Mu Yun looked at the gray-robed old man's thinking expression and said again, "Ziyugua, there is also an effect. It can coagulate blood. Not only can coagulate blood, but also can enhance its own effect while coagulating blood. Moreover, the most important point is that Ziyuguo can absorb the spirituality of the three medicinal materials of Baiwei Ganoderma lucidum at the same time, turn them into their own use, and then recycle them to feed back to the three medicinal materials." As Mu Yun said one sentence after another, the gray-robed old man's eyes gradually brightened. That's right. Ziyuguo does have this effect, but no one would have thought that the demon pill of Wind Wolf, a low-level spirit beast, would be used instead of the demon pill of Wind Wolf Green Wolf. It would not even have occurred that with such a replacement, Ziyugua could be used to make up for Fenglong's lack of spirituality. It was because the Wind Wolf demon pill and Ziyugua were so common that no one would even dare to use these two medicinal primers to refine the third-class pill. Moreover, Ziyuguo can also be used as a transit point, connecting the past and the next, which is even more unimaginable. Hi. Thinking carefully about what Mu Yun said, Mo Wen suddenly felt that this idea is very novel. I dare to think about it, and it really seems to have a great possibility to be realized. Even the medicine saint of that year did not expect this method. This young man. The thinking is very peculiar. Don't ask the old man. Dare to ask the little brother's name? Thinking of this, Mo Wen straightened the skirt and said respectfully, Mu Yun. Mu Yun responded at will. However, Mu Yun didn't take this simple self-introduction to Mo Wen's heart, but it shocked Lu Xiaotian behind him in a cold sweat. The 30 or 40 students in the class were even more stunned, rubbing their eyes, stretching their heads, and staring at the old man in front of them. Chapter 5. Do not ask the master. Don't ask who it is. No one knows its name in the entire Nanyun Empire. Nanyun Academy is the most authoritative academy in the Nanyun Empire, second to none in the entire Nanyun Empire. The status of Beiyun College is totally different from that of Nanyun College. And Mo1. It is the vice president of Nanyun College, the six-star alchemist, who has a reputation throughout the Nanyun Empire, and even the imperial family respectfully respects him and has been regarded as a guest of honor. Lu Xiaotian, the dean of Beiyun College, was really a trivial matter compared with Mo Wen's deputy dean, and was not comparable at all. There are also many legends about Mo1. During the 11 years of the Southern Cloud Empire, the political situation was unstable and the surrounding two empires invaded. At that time, it was Mo Wen who invented the Tiger Cloud Pill, which enabled the soldiers to recover quickly, improved the combat effectiveness of the empire's fighters, and repelled the two empires. Invasion. During the 170 years of the Southern Cloud Empire, a disease occurred in the empire, and even the warriors were not immune to it, which greatly reduced the country's strength. It was also Mo Wen who invented the Qingxin pill to get rid of the plague. It can be said that Mo Wen's reputation is not known to everyone in the entire Nanyun Empire. Many people mention Mo Wen with a respectful look. Now, in the entire Nanyun Empire, there are very few people who can make Mo Wen's fancy. No one thought that because of Mu Yun's few words, Mo Wen actually lowered his posture and asked Mu Yun's name. If it weren't for Dean Lu Xiaotian's humble attitude towards the elderly, 30 or 40 students would even doubt, is this really the master? Moreover, Lu Xiaotian knew that Master Mo Wen was low-key. Including this time, when he came to Beiyun College to inspect, he was also quietly reporting his name to Mu Yun. Lu Xiaotian looked at Mu Yun suspiciously. Regarding Mu Yun, he didn't want it at all, but the Mu family branch had a prominent status in Beiyun City itself, and the Mu family's direct line was also deeply rooted in the Nanyun Empire. That's why Mu Yun stayed in Beiyun College. It's just that Mu Yun's performance is really bad. He is not a martial artist, and he can't read according to the textbook. He is so stupid that he has no friends. However, this fool today seems to be different in weekdays. Lu Xiaotian was not an alchemist, and didn't understand this spirit-gathering pill. However, Mo Wen was very clear. The method mentioned by Mu Yun is feasible in theory, but in practice, it may be possible to succeed. If it is really successful, then use the Wind Wolf Demon Pill and the Purple Jade Fruit, two kinds of medicinal materials that can be seen everywhere to refine the 3-level pill, which is the spirit-gathering pill, which can be used to refine the pill in batches. Just think about it. The cost of gathering pill is so low, and a large amount of refinement is enough to increase the strength of the entire Nanyun Empire's warriors. In this way, the comprehensive national strength of the Nanyun Empire will increase, and it will certainly not be constrained as it is now in the face of empire invasions that are eyeing around. This is not what Lu Xiaotian could think of. The old man has another question I want to ask for advice. Mo Wen arched his hand and said, the Aperture Refining Pill can help the body-tempering 9-layer Psychic Realm warrior condense the acupoints and enter the body-tempering 10 Reunion Orifice Realm. You can use white silkgrass. The Refined Aperture Transformation Pill is ultimately weaker. For the martial artist who has stepped into the Aperture Gathering Realm, a further step will leave a hidden wound. Then use Yang Ganoderma Lucidum to balance it. Remember, you don't need a whole blood lucidum. You only need to take a very small amount of blood lucidum. 1 money is enough. Yang Lingshua Mushroom. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Wen only felt like a divine enlightenment. Yes, Yang Ling's Weizi is naturally full of masculine energy and strengthens the toughness of the white silk grass, which is perfect. Although Yang Lingshua Mushroom is more precious, it is enough to refine a pot of medicine and add only $1. Wonderful, wonderful. Mo Wen couldn't help but admire. He didn't care about the hot gazes of Lu Xiaotian and the entire class. With a sigh of relief, Mo Wen raised several doubts in his daily life, and Mu Yun was still answering them. The two seemed to have completely forgotten that there were a large group of students around, listening to their discussion in the mist. Chapter 6 Incredible. Following the question, Mo Wen discovered that Mu Yun's knowledge of alchemy was far beyond his knowledge. Although there were a few questions, Mu Yun would suggest some elixir spirits that he didn't even know, but when the solution didn't work, Mu Yun was able to come up with another way. What is the most important thing for alchemists? There is no doubt that it is Dan Fong. Often speaking, an elixir of pill is as precious as a family's life to an alchemist. But Mu Yun seemed to be a living pill, a kind of pill. He could actually tell several alchemy recipes. Incredible. It is incredible. What kind of identity is this Mu Yun? The Nanyan Empire has such a talented genius, but he commits himself to be a mentor in the small Baiyun Academy. It is really a talented person, a talented person. However, for Mu Yun, this is not a question. The name is good, but there are too many questions, and it is really too stupid. If Lu Xiaodian and 30 or 40 students knew what Mu Yun was thinking at the moment, they would probably spew out old blood. That's Master Mo. Brother Mu, old man. Don't ask brother, that? Sorry, it's time to get out of class. I'm going home. Seeing that Mo Wen was actually asking questions and not finished playing, Mu Yun had long lost patience. If it were not for the dean and the students in the class, Mu Yun would have issued an order to evict guests. However, when Lu Xiaodian, who was staying aside, heard Mu Yun's words, he almost peed out of his crotch. End of get out of class? Come back home. My God, this fool. Do you know that, standing in front of him now is an alchemy master, stomping his feet? The whole Nanyan Empire is shaking 3 times. It is rare for Master Mo to ask without shame. This kid is impatient. Mu Yun really didn't know this. To blame, he could only blame the past Mu Yun. It was too dull. Old and abrupt. Hearing this, Mo Wen's face blushed, and he hesitated. The old man and the shepherd teacher hit it off right away. I wonder if I can go to the house to tell. What? Hearing Mo Wen's words, Mu Yun rolled his eyes. This old thing, still not satisfied, actually wanted to sit at home. This is simply the rhythm of eating and drinking enough to take away. However, seeing Lu Xiaodian nodding his head eagerly, Mu Yun said helplessly, Come if you want to come. Impatiently waved his hand. Mu Yun swaggered out of the classroom. Mo Wen bent over, followed behind Mu Yun, trotting all the way, and hurried to catch up. It looked like an old housekeeper beside Mu Yun. Lu Xiaoyan's expression was bitter, and he hurriedly left the classroom and followed. This little ancestor, who didn't know where to get the hang of it today, actually responded to questions that even Master Maoan couldn't understand. But in spite of this, if this little offends Master Mo, if he doesn't know the heights of the sky, he is the dean, but he has done it well. For a moment, Mu Yun was in front, Mo Wen followed, and Lu Xiaodian followed them. The students who left the class, one by one, seemed to be petrified. Is that really the famous Master Mo Wen Ma in the entire Nanyan Empire? Is that still the shepherd teacher whom they call Idiot Waste? At this moment, some students have already begun to doubt their worldview. Along the way, Mo Wen kept asking Mu Yun, almost wanting to throw out all the doubts in the past few decades. It was just this way, but Mu Yun felt like a fly in his ears, buzzing constantly, making him very uncomfortable. Returning from the academy to his family, Mu Yun also knew that he used to be unwelcome in the Mu's house, and he ignored those who were in the house and walked towards his small courtyard. Master Mu Yun, Master and several elders of the family, are waiting for you in the living room. But just as Mu Yun was about to return to his courtyard, a strange voice of Yin and Yang sounded from behind. Chapter 7 It's you. Mu Yun is no stranger to the voice behind him. Mu Qian is also the steward of the Mujia branch family in North Cloud City. This old thing really deserved his name Mu Qian. He only had money in his eyes, a typical power eye. Mu Yun knew that although he was assigned to the branch of North Cloud City, there was a monthly payment from his family every month for daily expenses. In the beginning, the animal husbandry money was deducted from his monthly payment, but later, he simply refused to give it. The former Mu Yun was dull by nature, low in status, and afraid to speak, but today Mu Yun has been replaced by another person. What's the matter? Mu Yun said with a cold face, impatiently. What's the matter? Mu Qian put his hands behind his belly and said in a gesture of looking down at the people. You mean bone? What else do you ask me? The patriarch and several elders have found a marriage for you. You go to meet, choose a date, and get married. It is really troublesome for me to go there for this kind of trivial matter. Mu Yun is 19 years old this year, and he is indeed at the age to get married. But the family arranged a marriage for him, but they had to make him doubt. He knew what status was the former Mu Yun in the Mu family branch. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up. Trash things. Why? The family arranges your marriage for you, so you forget about it happily. Seeing Mu Yun staying still, Mu Qian couldn't help cursing. This guy feels weird today. In the past, every time he asked him to do something, he would only nod his head to do it. Today, it is different. Lu Xiaodian and Mo Wen, who stood behind Mu Yun, couldn't help frowning when they heard Mu Qian shout. After all, Mu Yun was also a young master, and it was indeed a bit shame to be scolded by a subordinate. But Mu Yun smiled bitterly and took a step forward, looking at Mu Qian. The physical body is a heavy tempering realm. Such kind of stuff, even dared to speak rudely to oneself. Taking a step forward again, Mu Yun rubbed his palms. Snapped. Suddenly, without warning, Mu Yun slapped Mu Qian's face, and a clear slap on his face sounded, and the scene was silent for an instant. Mu Yun lifted his palms, and a red palm print appeared on Mu Qian's face, and his cheeks gradually swelled. Do you dare to hit me? Snapped. Another clear palm print appeared on Mu Qian's other cheek, and Mu Qian's cheeks were completely swollen. You are the one who beat me. Remember, I am the young master of the Mu family, and you are a servant of the Mu family. If you scold me like this in the future, it won't be a matter of slaps. Abandoning these words, Mu Yun turned and left. It's really a tiger falling in Pingyang and being bullied by a dog. A little housekeeper dared to call himself a trash and a bone. Mu Yun understood deeply that the most urgent task now was to improve his strength. It's just that the physical quality of this body is really too bad. She just slapped Mu Qian severely. His hands seemed to be broken, and there was a burst of pain. It seems that improving the strength is imminent. Seeing Mu Yun's resolute vigor, he slapped Mu Qian with 2 slaps as if he had deleted Mu Qian. Lu Xiaodian and Mo Wen behind him had different thoughts. Lu Xiaodian had always known that Mu Yun was cowardly in nature and had always been resigned to accept it. Today, it seems that he has completely changed. In the past, he absolutely did not believe that Mu Yun dared to call Mu Qian a big mouth. It's just that this scene fell into Mo Wen's eyes, but it was another kind of understanding. Chapter 8: Finger Marriage. After all, Mo Wen was a 6-star alchemist, and it was not difficult for him to see that Mu Yun could not even count as the first level of body tempering realm. Doing things so decisively, this Mu Yun does not seem simple. At least it is a person with personality. Mu Yun didn't bother to know what Lu Xiaodian and Mo Wen were thinking. 2 slaps slapped the Mu Qian and left. If Mu Qian reacted and really wanted to fight him hard, Mu Yun would be really hard to resist. At this moment, there were a dozen seats in the Mu's hall, full of seats. There were 2 people sitting in the first seat, one of whom was about 40 years old, with slightly white sideburns, sharp eyes, and a calm demeanor while talking and laughing. This person is exactly Mu Linchen, the patriarch of the Mu family's branch in Beiyin City. The other person, dressed in a black robe, with long hair as white as snow, was an old man with a short stature. Mrs. Qin, Yuner in my family is introverted and doesn't like to talk. Don't be dissatisfied if you see you in a while. Looking at the black robe old man, Mu Linchen smiled slightly, but there was some worry in that smile. The old man is the old man Qin Shiyu of the Qin family in North Cloud City. The Qin family is also a big family in North Cloud City with strong strength. The chief shepherd is joking. The child of Mu Yun is a bit more introverted, but my Yaoer, you know. This time, my Qin and Mu too married, mainly to remind some people with ulterior motives. Let the Wang family and the Jiao family don't dare to mess around. Grandpa Qin took a sip of tea, and his eyes fell on the girl behind him. The girl has a slim figure. Her skin is like fat. The white inside is red, gentle like jade, and she is crystal clear. The flexibly turning eyes turned wisely, a bit naughty, a bit mischievous, wearing a light blue dress with a tight waist. Between the eyebrows, there is a natural spirituality. However, the girl's face was covered by a white veil, making it difficult to see her appearance. Foster father, I heard you were looking for me. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded in the hall. The visitor was Mu Yun, wearing an ink-colored gown, with chalk dust on his forehead, long hair tied behind his head, towering high. With a strand of hair in front of his forehead, his hands behind him, Mu Yun's face was with a patient expression. He walked into the hall. Seeing Mu Yun coming in, Mu Linchin only felt his eyes shine. I don't know why. Mu Yun today looks very different from usual. Yuner, this is the old lady of the Qin family, and this is Miss Qin Ming Yao of the Qin family. Looking at Mu Yun, a smile appeared on Mu Linchin's face. The gaze directly ignored the old lady Qin and fell on Qin Ming Yao, who was aside. The little girl's figure is convex and concave. Her big eyes flicker and flicker. She is very agile, but her face is covered with gauze, and she can't see what she looks like. If she has a pretty face and a figure, she is a standard peerless beauty. It's just covered with a veil. I'm afraid it doesn't look good. Mu Yun doesn't want to turn off the lights when he is with his future wife. That's boring. Moreover, Mu Yun is also very upset about the family's finger marriage. Foster father, you are looking for a child. That's it. Our Mu family is going to marry the Qin family, and the foster father has ordered a good marriage for you. So, I reject. Before Mu Linchin could finish speaking, Mu Yun immediately refused. The whole Mu family, that is, Mu Linchin, is kind to Mu Yun. At this point, Mu Yun merged with his memory, and he knew that Mu Yun had a lot of respect for this foster father. Therefore, even if he is oppressed and does not want to cause trouble to his foster father, he will bear it down. Otherwise, Mu Yun is now lazy to take care of it. It's just that Mu Linchin cared about Mu Yun, but most of the people in the Mu family were unhappy with Mu Yun. Mu Yun knew that once he refused, a group of people would definitely jump out, pointing at himself and cursing. Bastard. Sure enough, Mu Yun's words had just fallen, and the time rang with a scolding. Chapter 9 Questioning. Bastard. Along with a scolding, a figure stood up from the chair. Hearing this voice, Mu Yun knew who it was without having to look. Mu family Grand Elder Mu Feng Yuan. Mu Yun knew that this old thing secretly let the children of his own line attack the previous Mu Yun, insulting at the slightest and beating at the worst. In the past 10 years of the Mu family, Mu Yun can be said to have been bullied from childhood to adulthood, so he has become so cowardly. Mu Yun, do you know that Miss Qin looks like an immortal and is good for you? That is because our Mu family has taken a big advantage. You are the toad who ate the swan meat, and you are not willing? You know that the patriarch is busy with your marriage. How long is it? Mu Feng Yuan reprimanded loudly, and almost smashed Mu Yun's head, and the whole hall was fluttering stars. Elder, I'm not deaf. Could you please keep your voice down? Rolling his eyes, Mu Yun made a cut, and said, Qin Ming Yao, Miss Qin, is beautiful and celestial. My toad doesn't have the life of eating swan meat. Since Miss Qin is so beautiful, give it to Elder Mu Lang. He is your most beloved grandson. He has a beautiful appearance. It just so happens, don't you think? Oh, Mu Yun's words fell, and the hall was silent, but a laugh seemed a little harsh. The laughter came from Qin Mingyao's mouth. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Qin Mingyao knew he was rude, lowered his head, and stopped making a sound. On the other hand, the lungs of the great elder are going to explode. Every time in the past, when making a decision about Mu Yun, at the very beginning, the great elder would always yell at Mu Yun reasonably and well. Short-circuiting Mu Yun's head, this guy didn't dare to talk back and agreed to everything. Today, Mu Yun dared to talk back. Mu Yun, what contribution have you made to the family in the past 10 years in Beiyun City? But the family has raised you this waste for 10 years. Now, when it's time for you to repay, you actually refute. Do you want to do it in the Mu family? A lifetime meal. At this moment, another rap sound also rang. The second elder of the Mu family, Mu Fengqing. Oh, that's how emotionally speaking, Mu Lang and Mu Yuan seem to eat more than me. So do they have more food than me? I know, they don't seem to have made any contribution to the Mu family. Can you compare with them? They will be the pillars of my shepherd's family in the future. They are geniuses. What are you? The elder said again, with contempt in his eyes. Did Mu Yun take the wrong medicine today? Actually dared to refute again and again. The two elders looked at each other and were a little surprised. Oh shit. Mu Yun's heart was already completely angry at this moment. As the immortal king of thousands of great worlds in his previous life, he was forced to such a situation. The two immortal people in front of him would have gone up for a while if it hadn't been for the scumming of his body. The patriarch, the great elder, and the second elder, you have to call the shots for the old. As soon as the second elder stood up here, a crying voice sounded outside the hall. Mu Qian's cheeks swelled on both sides. He knelt in with a puff and cried. The old man just notified the young master Mu Yun to come to the hall to discuss matters, but he urged him a little bit. Unexpectedly, the little beast of Mu Yun slapped his mouth. Son, please also ask the patriarch, the first elder, and the second elder to call the shots. What? Seeing Mu Qian's cheeks swollen, the second elder pointed at Mu Yun and cursed. Okay, you Mu Yun. Butler Mu has been in my Mu's house for more than 20 years and has been loyal to him. How dare you hit him? Hit him, Mu Yun hummed. As a servant, yelling at the young master, with the sentence on the left and the sentence on the right. Shouldn't it be beaten? You shut up. The second elder raged to the sky. Mu Yun, I think you have turned your back, beating your servants, resisting clan orders, and keeping your family law intact. It seems you don't know how to repent. Foster father, no matter what, I will not agree to this marriage. Mu Yun ignored the first elder and second elder and directly said to Mu Linchen. Mu Linchen was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Mu Yun would refuse so neatly today. Chapter 10 Education. Miss Qin's family, Qin Mingyao, was born with the beauty of the country, but she was destined to not live to be 20 years old. Otherwise, the Qin family would not use this marriage to unite the herd family, let alone choose Mu Yun. This matter has become troublesome. If you don't agree, you have to agree. The great elder walked directly in front of Mu Yun. His eyes widened, and there was a big discrepancy, so he wanted to make a move. Why? Great eyes? Want to hit me? Mu Yun suddenly turned around and said to the outside of the hall, Dean Liu, someone wants to assault your instructor at Beiyun College. You don't care about it. Control. Damn it. Hearing these words, Liu Xiaodian, who was standing outside the hall, suddenly cursed in his heart. Mu Yun, this little bastard, who resisted himself to death and alive, was so tough that he couldn't hold it anymore, so he moved him out. If you put it in the past, Liu Xiaodian would not care about this kind of family affairs at all. After all, Beiyun College is an imperial college, and even if the forces of Beiyun City are in full swing, no one dares to offend Beiyun College. But now it's different. Just now Mu Yun still made Master Mo one admire the five-body cast. At this time, if he didn't stand up, he would definitely not be pleased in front of Master Mo one. Haha, Chief Shepherd, Chief Qin, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Liu Xiaodian walked in from outside the hall and said with a smile, Come here uninvited today, and look at Haiyan. At this moment, Mo Wen didn't speak, just smiled slightly, and followed Liu Xiaodian like an old servant. Liu Xiaodian knew that Master Mo didn't like publicity, and that Master Mo came to the Mu's house only to ask Mu Yun, a family like the Mu's family, in the eyes of Master Mo, is nothing like a fart, and Liu Xiaodian did not dare to talk too much. Dean Liu, please, please. Unexpectedly, Liu Xiaodian actually came. The Grand Elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed his hands and guided Liu Xiaodian to his position. Mu Linchen and Qin Xiu also stood up and greeted them with a smile. Liu Xiaodian, but the dean of the entire Beiyun College, and the family disciples in Beiyun City, almost all received education and learned martial arts at Beiyun College. This was also set up by the Nanyun Empire to improve its national strength, so the Beiyun Academy actually belonged to the empire. In Beiyun City, family power may rise from one generation to the next, and one generation will be lonely, but Beiyun College will never fail. Moreover, Liu Xiaodian is the dean, and his actual rights are much stronger than those of the patriarchs of these local families. The most important thing is that the family disciples are studying at Beiyun College, so they should be polite to Dean Liu. Dean Liu, I didn't expect you to come today. It's really, let you see the joke. The elder smiled apologetically, as if he was flattering. By the way, I just dropped by. Mentor Mu Yun is my college tutor after all. Come and see, that's right. Lu Xiaotian smiled sloppily. In his heart, he scolded Mu Yun all over. This little bastard, if it weren't for Master Mo's presence today, I wouldn't bother to care about him life and death. Dean Lu, you are here just right today. Mu Yun, this kid, who doesn't listen to family arrangements and beat the servant. You just educate him. The elder glanced at Mu Yun and said to Lu Xiaotian, Education? Oh my god, Mu Fengyuan, you are immortal, don't bother me. Hearing what the great elder said, Lu Xiaotian's heart was about to jump out. Chapter 11 Dumbfounded. Education? Does he dare to educate Mu Yun now? This kid took the wrong medicine today and was favored by Master Mo1. In the future, he might want to flatter him. Children's marriage should be decided by themselves, don't you think? Chief Shepherd. Lu Xiaotian replied embarrassingly. Yes. Hearing Lu Xiaotian's bias towards Mu Yun, Mu Linshan was at a loss for a while. What happened to Mu Yun today? First of all, he refused to get married. He was completely different in peace days. Secondly, Dean Lu will come to the Mu's house today. He knew that, as the dean of Beiyun Academy, Lu Xiaotian was a member of the empire and was rarely involved in these family disputes. Therefore, in order to avoid suspicion, he rarely entered any family mansion. However, although he loved Mu Yun from the bottom of his heart, the first elder and the second elder were also very important in the family, and he did not want to make them angry. Patriarch. Wrong. At this moment, the second elder spoke again. The second elder stood up again and said, Mu Yun has never made any contribution to my shepherd's family in the past 10 years. The family has raised such a waste. Why don't you make any effort at the critical moment? What's more, the beating has done me her husband. The old housekeeper who has made a lot of contributions is really worthy of death. This shouldn't be said from an elder. However, the second elder's words had just fallen, and Mu Linshan hadn't answered yet, but Master Mo couldn't help but speak. Today, from the brief exchanges with Mu Yun, Master Mo has completely believed that Mu Yun is definitely a genius in the alchemy world. Such a genius, he really couldn't understand why everyone in the Mu family called him a waste and a bucket. Moreover, he spent a short time with Mu Yun. He admired Mu Yun very much. Therefore, after listening to the whole process, he couldn't help but interject. Just hearing this sentence, the second elder was stunned for a moment. This old man, just an old servant of Lu Xiaotian, actually interrupted at the Mu's family meeting. It was too shameful. Moreover, the second elder had already been attacked by Mu Yunding's anger before, and there was nowhere to be angry. Old stuff, this is my family's business. What is it to you? It has nothing to do with the old man. It's just that the old man is also young Master Mu's guest. But since the old man followed young Master Mu into the yard, no one came to entertain him. Is this the way your Mu family treats guests? Mo asked. The old man was also angry at his heart and fought back unceremoniously. Furthermore, it was the housekeeper who was disrespectful to young Master Mu first and slapped him twice. The old man thought it was light. As a family elder, you will count your sins on Mu Yun regardless of right or wrong. It is really indiscriminate. Hearing what Mo asked, the second elder smiled. Guest? Dean Lu is a guest. What are you? An old servant who wants someone to entertain you? Old things, get out of my shepherd's house immediately. Presumptuous. However, just after the second elder said a sentence, a roar suddenly came from behind him, and then a crackling sound rang. The tables and chairs shattered, and dust was splashed. Lu Xiaotian stood up from the seat, his face flushed. Dean Lu, seeing Lu Xiaotian suddenly angry, the first elder and the second elder were all dumbfounded. Just a servant. Is Lu Xiaotian angry? Mu Fengqing, you are presumptuous. Lu Xiaotian pointed directly at the second elder's nose and cursed. Master Maoan is the teacher Miyun invited to the residence. You dare to be so rude. I don't think you need to study at Beiyun College anymore. Lu Xiaotian's words almost roared out. What? Hearing Lu Xiaotian's words, the great elder, the second elder, and others were dumbfounded and instantly stupid. Chapter 12 Ruined. Don't ask. In the entire Nanyun Empire, there is only one Maoan, the famous Maoan. This old man in ordinary clothes, who looks very common. is actually the deputy dean of the Imperial Nanyang College. Mo asked. Puff. The second elder thumped and knelt on the ground, completely frightened. Mo? Master Mo? I'm sorry, the old man didn't know that you were Master Mo. It's really. The old man can't bear your big gift. Being scolded at the old bastard, Imowen was also upset and said, the old man has to follow Brother Mu Yun to the mansion as a guest. If you do this, it doesn't matter if you are old. I don't know Brother Mu. Mu Yun. The second elder's eyes fell on Mu Yun, wishing to slap himself fiercely. How could this waste thing get on the big ship of Master Mauen? Don't ask who is the master. Even the emperor of the Nanyang Empire is polite to Master Mo. He is a small second elder of the Mujia branch. It's a fart. Mu Yun, let me intercede for your second grandfather. The second elder turned to Mu Yun and pleaded. Plead? Mu Yun's eyes were a little cold. Today, if it weren't for Mo Wen's sudden appearance, I'm afraid he refused, and the argument went on. These two old immortals would really be served by the family law. Foster father. Mu Yun ignored the second elder, kicked him away from him, and bowed his hand to Mu Linshin. Marriage. The child wants to be the master, and the child wants to receive guests, so he quit. Seeing Mu Linshin nodded, Mu Yun swaggered and left the hall. Master Mo followed behind him, his face not very beautiful. As for Lu Xiaodian, his face had already turned pale. Patriarch Mu, Lu Xiaodian said when he left. Since Mu Fengqing looks down on the Imperial Grandmaster so much, my little Baiyun Academy doesn't dare to recruit children from the second elder family anymore. Let them choose a day to study from the Hui nationality. Right. Shaking off these words, Lu Xiaodian turned and left. If it weren't for Mu Yun, he wouldn't even allow the entire Mu family's children to study at Baiyun College. Hearing what Lu Xiaodian said, the second elder sat down on the ground. Ruined. The teachings of Baiyun College are several times better than those of the family. If the children of one's own line cannot be admitted to the hospital in the future, then the weight of one's own line in the family will gradually become lighter. Mu Yun. The name of Mu Yun was chanting in his heart, and the expression of the second elder gradually became gloomy. Old Lady Qin this. Needless to say, the chief shepherd, Yaoer, has been sick since he was a child, and is destined to not live to be 20 years old. This marriage. Grandpa Qin, wait a minute. Mu Linshin apologized. Today, I didn't expect that Master Imowen would come to my shepherd's house, and Yuner, the child, is not the same as usual. I will talk to him tonight. Just talk about it, and it will definitely lead to this marriage. It's so good, it's so good. Then I won't be entertained enough today. Don't ask, Master is still. Mu Linshin smiled apologetically and issued an order to evict the guests. Don't ask, but the great empire, the entire Nanyang Empire, not to mention the Mujia branch of Baiyun City, even if it is the emperor's Mujia, they must be courteous. Mu Linshin naturally wanted to entertain. Outside the gate of Mu's house, Qin Shiyu and Qin Mingyao, both old and young, gradually left. Grandpa, Uncle Mu said that Mu Yun is dull in nature, and Baiyun City is rumored that Mu Yun is a nerd, but today Yaoer sees Mu Yun. But it is very strong. Qin Mingyao couldn't help but said as he walked on the road. Haha. Grandpa Qin chuckled. This Mu Yun, I am afraid that the rumors are not true. Just ask, a dull person who dares to resist so fiercely in the hall today? A trash idiot? Grandpa doesn't believe me. Don't ask Master Mo. He would be interested in a trash. That. Qin Mingyao was puzzled. In that case, why is Mu Yun's reputation in Baiyun City so bad? Chapter 13 Condition. Mu Yun comes from the clan of the imperial capital, and he is the son of the patriarch. This kid, such a change today, can only show that he has been keeping a low profile. Hearing her granddaughter's doubts, Qin Shiyu affirmed, if your marriage to her is completed, maybe you can cure your strange illness with the help of Master Mauen. I hope the chief shepherd can facilitate this marriage. Hearing this, Qin Mingyao pouted. She asked herself about her looks and beauty, but today, Mu Yun actually refused the marriage in public. Although she opposed the family arrangement, it was a blow to her. Moreover, Qin Mingyao's face dimmed when he thought that he had 1 year left. If Mu Yun heard the evaluation of the old man Qin, I am afraid he would burst into tears. Keep a low profile, this term really doesn't suit him. It's just that at this moment, Mu Yun couldn't laugh. Instead, he looked distressed. Don't ask this six-star alchemy master. It's really too annoying. Since entering his small courtyard, he has kept his mouth open and kept asking him about his knowledge of alchemy. If it weren't for this old guy to make himself a fake tiger in the hall, Mu Yun really wanted to stop his mouth. After finally reaching the Sunset West Mountain, Mu Yun saw that Mo Wen had plans to stay, and Mu Yun hurriedly saw off the guests. In the end, Master Mo was helpless, leaving with still intent. Lu Xiaodian also stayed with him for a day, and was frightened for a day. The entire Mu family, from top to bottom, did not dare to breathe. In the past, the Mu Yun courtyard was deserted, but today, it is full of people. However, as Master Mo left, those people gradually dispersed. The bright moon hung high. Mu Yun sat on the bed, recalling the waves of the day, and smiled bitterly. In the previous life, as the immortal king of thousands of big worlds, no one can stop the wind and rain, but he was calculated and disappeared by a group of villains. Thinking of the scene where dozens of immortal kings joined forces to kill him, Mu Yun's heart surged with hatred. Since God asked me to do it again, this time, I will definitely return to the great world and shake the whole world. Mu Yun cried out in his heart. With a soft creak, the door was pushed open. Mu Linshan walked in from outside the house. Foster father. Mu Yun respectfully saluted and stood up. Yun'er, I am ashamed of you as my father for these years, but today, you are letting my father look at me with admiration. Mu Linshan said straightforwardly, my father will not ask about you and Master Mo, but with the Qin family. For my father's marriage, I hope you can agree to it. Promise? What? Sighing, Mu Linshan sat down. North Cloud City is occupied by a large part of the resources of the four major families, the Qin family, the Mu family, the Wang family, and the Jiao family. Now, the Wang family and the Jiao family have joined forces to put pressure on us, the Mu family and the Qin family. We must act, Mu Linshan said solemnly. You also know that in the family now, the elder and the second elder are arrogant and arrogant. For the father, I hope you can temporarily agree to this matter. On the surface, we can join forces with the Qin family to temporarily relieve the pressure in front of us. In the future, we will terminate the marriage contract again. Mu Linshan looked at Mu Yun with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Mu Yun was stunned. In the eyes of Mu Yun before, the adoptive father is indestructible, and he straightened his shoulders at all times. It seemed that Mu Linshan's expression at this moment touched the Mu Yun that was in his heart. Slowly nodded, Mu Yun replied, Okay, I promise. Hearing Mu Yun's promise, Mu Linshan looked at Mu Yun in surprise. But, I have a condition. However, before Mu Linshan had time to be happy, Mu Yun spoke again. Chapter 14 Alchemy. Condition? Mu Yun's personality has changed drastically today. I am afraid that this condition is not ordinary. I need a pot of pill furnace, like 10 grasses, 10 silver flowers, 10 willow grasses. For fear of Mu Linshan's remorse, Mu Yun said urgently, Tonight, I want it. However, when she heard Mu Yun's words, Mu Linshan was stupid. Is it difficult? Seeing Mu Linshan's sluggish appearance, Mu Yun scratched his head, a little troublesome. Not difficult, not difficult. Mu Linshan quickly agreed. I'll take it for you. As if afraid of Mu Yun's repentance, Mu Linshan left in a hurry. Difficult? What a joke. The 3 kinds of medicinal herbs are only slightly stronger than Zayuguo. As for the pill furnace, the Qin family really has no shortage of them. Mu Linshan was stunned, but he did not expect that Mu Yun actually put forward such a condition that was not like a condition. Seeing Mu Linshan in a hurry, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He temporarily agreed to the marriage. It's just that it's not that simple to want him to really marry that Qin Mingyao. Right now, there is a need to improve strength. Only strength improvement, the so-called pressure will no longer be pressure. In the middle of the moonlit night, Mu Yun was alone in the Mujia Danfang. Placed in front of him were 10 stalks of sagegrass, 10 stalks of silver flower, and 10 sylvestris. Mu Yun, I want to make alchemy. At the moment he is 19-year-old bones, and it is already a bit late for him to exercise his physique step by step. Only through elixir can improve the bone quality of the body and enhance one's own strength. Similar to the grass, the silver flower, and the silver hair willow grass, it is indispensable to refine the bone-quenching pill. This body is too weak. You can only rely on the bone-quenching pill to improve its physique and realm. Through the fusion of memories, Mu Yun probably knew the division of the realm of the heavenly luck continent. The tenfold realm of the physical body, the first stage, the body-tempering realm, strengthens the body and has the strength of a cow. The second stage is the bone-forging realm. After strengthening the body, temper the bones and possess the power of 3 cows. And the third level of Ijin realm, but it is easy to train muscles so that the martial artist can reach the power of 5 cows. The first 3 tiers of the tenfold physical body are very important. They are the foundation for the warrior to lay the foundation. The foundation is unstable and it will be difficult to improve in the future. The body-tempering state, the forging bone state, and the tendon-easy state, step by step, are the origins for the warrior to lay a solid foundation. Mu Yun understands this point better than anyone. At the moment, he can only rely on the pill to improve his physical strength. The body-tempering pill was the most suitable pill he thought of. Looking at the tall pill furnace in front of him, the corner of Mu Yun's mouth raised slightly. Alchemy, for him, is the most enjoyable process. The feeling of feeling the pill gradually forming in the pill furnace made him obsessed. It's just that this body is too fragile at the moment. I don't know how long it can take. Alchemy is a chore, and a martial artist may not necessarily be an alchemist, but an alchemist must be a martial artist. It's like a grass. Mu Yun did not hesitate to cause the flames at the bottom of the pill furnace, grabbed a stalk of grass and threw it into the pill furnace. As the supreme immortal king in his previous life, Mu Yun had subdued 2 kinds of sky fires, and his alchemy technique was strong, but now, he can only use the pill fire to refine the bone-quenching pill. 100 silver flour. About 10 breaths time, Mu Yun picked up 100 silver flour again and put it into the pill furnace. If there was an alchemist standing next to Mu Yun at this moment, he would definitely be dumbfounded and yell at Mu Yun for being an idiot. Chapter 15 Broken Jade Boxing. The journey of alchemy requires gradual progress. Every herb, every demon pill of a monster beast, requires a step-by-step investment. Too slow will weaken the effectiveness of the medicine and herbs. If it is too fast, the medicinal and herbal properties will not be able to merge, and even cause an explosion. 10 breaths of time. For the alchemist, it is too fast. For some powerful alchemists, it often takes dozens of days or even months to refine a high-level pill, precisely because of this. Mu Yun at the moment, it is almost nonsense. At the time of 5 breaths, Mu Yun controlled the pill fire and threw the silver hair willow grass into the pill furnace. The 3 herbs were all thrown into the pill furnace. The difference in the period was only 15 breaths of time. Similar to the chestnut grass, the roots contain strong power, stimulate the blood, the silver flower, with strong toughness, the silver hair willow grass. Although it is chicken ribs, but it can explode under the stimulation of the chestnut grass and the silver flower, the most important medicinal effect. Mu Yun muttered to himself, but his hands were constantly manipulating the vent below the pill furnace to adjust the flame size of the furnace. Yi Yu gradually slanted westward, and in the pill room, Mu Yun became a big character, lying on the ground regardless of his image, panting heavily. Tired. In the bottom of Mu Yun's heart, he wanted to scold his mother. Just refining the bone-tempering pill, he almost killed his life. Mu Yun before. The physical quality is really too bad. He opened his palm, looked at the 9 pale silver pills in his palm, wiped the sweat drops on his forehead, and Mu Yun smiled slightly. 10 bone-tempering pills could have been refined, but it was only the last one. Mu Yun's body could not bear it, and it led to failure. Bone-tempering pill, it can probably be raised to the first level of the physical body-tempering stage. Without hesitation, he swallowed a bone-quenching pill, and Mu Yun slowly sat up. The body-tempering state, as the name suggests, is to temper the body muscles to make the body strong, so that the martial artist has the strength of a cow, enough to live to more than 80 years old. Cull. Unable to take a breath, Mu Yun felt the bone-hardening pill gradually sink into his abdomen, turning into a warm current, spreading across his limbs. Not enough. Feeling that the effect of the bone-quenching pill did not reach the limbs, Mu Yun swallowed another one without hesitation. Gentle power circulates in the body and gradually spreads to every meridian in the body. Mu Yun closed his eyes and pondered. In the bottom of his heart, a martial skill was quietly operating. Broken Jade Fist. This jade-breaking fist used to be worth a look in Mu Yun's eyes, but now, it is most suitable for him. To live again, martial arts, alchemy, and weapon refining, for Mu Yun, these knowledge are deeply engraved in his mind. He doesn't need to worry about these at all. What is needed now is to calm down and feel the transmission of every bit of strength in the bone-quenching pill. The moon fell in the western sky, and the sky was a blush showing the sky. Over the night, Mu Yun took 4 bone-tempering pills in succession and directly crossed the body-tempering realm and stepped into the physical double bone-forging realm. And the power in his body is not the power of 5 cows, but the power of 7 cows. The difference between the power of the 2 cows can be said to be 30% stronger than the general bone-forging realm warrior. Bone-tempering pill, tempering the flesh, refining bones, and stepping into the bone-forging realm. It is also reasonable. Opening his eyes, seeing the light outside the room gradually, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Naturally, he still has many methods for refining pill, but with his current realm and economy, it is a little unrealistic to want to refine those pill. The physical body is double bone forging, facing Mu Qian's old bastard. His hands won't be swollen. Mu Yun laughed at himself, and Mu Yun wanted to stand up. However, just as Mu Yun was about to stand up, a buzzing sound rang in his mind. Chapter 16, Zhu Xian 2. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yun was surprised to find that a picture scroll appeared in his mind without knowing when. On the scroll, the 3 characters are shining and blinding. Zhu Xian 2. There was a bang in his mind, and Mu Yun just felt like his head was about to explode. Picture after picture flashed in my mind. In that scroll, endless warriors gathered from all directions and rushed to a white light. However, the white light suddenly emitted a ray of white light, and in an instant, the bodies of the thousands of warriors turned into starlight and disappeared. Picture after picture seemed to be played in his mind. Mu Yun gasped for breath. What really shocked him was the tens of thousands of warriors. Among them there were many immortal king powerhouses, but they were killed by the white group in an instant. Even in his previous life as the top fairy king in the world, Mu Yun had never seen such a scene. Breathing heavily, Mu Yun was still unable to calm down. The picture scroll was still unfolding, but Mu Yun was already in no mood to watch it anymore. At the beginning, it was because of this treasure that he was besieged to death by many immortal kings in the world. He used to look down upon the heroes, and he was bound to win this unborn treasure, so he was also besieged. It's just that until his death, he never opened this picture scroll. Unexpectedly, this picture scroll was opened at this moment. Zhu Xian 2, Zhu Xian 2, Zhu Xian 1 Xian. Mu Yun gradually began to doubt that the reason why he was not dead and reborn on this Mu Yun might also have a great relationship with Zhu Xian 2. Zhu Xian 2. Mu Yun fell into deep thought and was able to kill tens of thousands of powerhouses with a single blow. Among them, there were many powerhouses in the realm of the immortal king, Zhu Xian 2, who probably belonged to a world beyond thousands. But, beyond the vast world, is there a vast world? Shaking his head and throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Mu Yun laughed mockingly. The current self should still think about what to do now. Ding! It's just that the mind wanted to put away the Zhutian map, but when a ding sound suddenly sounded, the gradually rolled up Zhutian map actually opened a corner. Walala's power rolled out from Zhutian 2. For a while, Mu Yun only felt that his body was about to explode. Almost instantly, the muscles and bones in his body were impacted by a tyrannical force. However, the experience of being an immortal king in his previous life made him understand that the power that suddenly gushed out of Zhu Xian 2 was profitable and harmless to him. Now he just has to grit his teeth and bear it. Gradually, the drops of sweat on his forehead gathered into strands and dripped down his cheeks. The blue veins on his back were violent, and the drops of sweat had already wetted his clothes, and Mu Yun's face became distorted because of the strong force. However, he still gritted his teeth to bear it. In the previous life, as the supreme immortal king, I have never experienced any suffering. This bit of suffering is considered a Harry. With his hands and fists and his body trembling, Mu Yun felt that his consciousness became more and more blurred. However, he understands that once he faints, the transmission of power may end. Grandmas, come on! After shouting aloud, Mu Yun slammed his fist on the ground, stimulating himself with pain and staying awake. Boom! I don't know how long it took, and with a bang, Mu Yun sat down on the ground. A sense of tiredness spread all over the body, but that sense of tiredness didn't last long, and a surging force burst out in Mu Yun's body. Fourth physical body strong breath realm. Opening his mouth, Mu Yun was stunned. Chapter 17 Kneel down. Even if he was an immortal king in his previous life, Mu Yun couldn't imagine that he would cross 2 realms in a row and reach the fourfold strong breath realm directly. The strong breath state is after the body is tempered, the bones are forged, and the muscles are changed. The strong inner breath has the power of 9 cattle and 2 tigers, and the strength is infinite. Moreover, he can hold his breath for more than 10 minutes underwater. His face is not red, and he is not breathless. Compared with the first 3 levels, the breath strength realm is a big leap. But unexpectedly, he just crossed over. Zhu Tian 2. Zhu Tian 2, where are you from? Mu Yun muttered to himself as he felt the Zhu Tian 2 floating quietly in his mind. Mu Yun, you trash, get out of it. However, just as Mu Yun was secretly delighted, outside the pill room, an angry shout suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the door of the Dan room slammed and was kicked open. A figure rushed in angrily. The man was dressed in a black short dress, with short hair on his head, and his bare arms exuded a bronze color, his muscles bulged, and he looked powerful. Makahara. Seeing the person coming, Mu Yun frowned. Mu Yuan is a well-known genius in the family. He is a child of the second elder, Mu Fengqing, and his own talent is also great. At a young age, he reached the physical body's fourfold strong breath realm, and it was a year ago. Recently, I heard that I was about to step into the 5-fold condensed energy realm of the flesh. The physical body's 5 layers of condensed energy realm, which can condense Qi Jin and hurt people with Qi Jin, is much stronger than the physical body's power. Mu Yun, you trash, you bastard. Looking at Mu Yun, Mu Yuan's eyes almost burst out of fire. You nerd, what kind of trick did you use to get the dean to take me out of school? And I'm about to step into the condensing state. It's all because of you. Mu Yuan stared at Mu Yun angrily. I heard the steward Mu said that you were very prestigious yesterday. You actually made my grandpa kneel. Mu Yun, you trash, listen to me. And now immediately roll to my grandpa and kneel down to apologize. Go to the dean again and ask him to return the withdrawal order, otherwise. Both hands banged loudly, and Mu Yuan stared at Mu Yun's eyes, becoming more and more gloomy. Mu Yun was very angry. Early this morning, he received an order from his instructor to immediately drop out of school and return to the family to ask for some understanding. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw Mu Qian. Mu Qian even talked about the cause and effect of the incident. Mu Yun couldn't help it. Before he asked his grandfather for peace, he rushed directly to Mu Yun. Kneel? Apologize? Yes. Mu Yun sneered. Do you still want to force me to use force like when I was a child, so that you can bark like a dog? As soon as Mu Yuan said this, for some reason, a trace of anger suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's heart. When he first arrived in Baiyun City, the former Mu Yun was only 9 years old and could not practice. At that time, Mu Yun was weak. Mu Yuan and several other children of the Mu family kept insulting him, making him kneel and barking like dogs. At that time, Mu Yun was only 9 years old. In the Mu's house in Nanyuan City, he was bullied by others and came to Baiyun City. He was even more introverted and unreliable. In his mind, a touch of memory emerged, and the corners of Mu Yun's mouth gradually raised. I know, the suffering you once suffered will never happen again in the future. After resolving the sadness in his heart, Mu Yun stared at Mu Yuan. Trash, kneel down to learn how to bark. Otherwise, I won't treat you as kindly as I did when I was a kid. Seeing Mu Yun dare to stare at him, Mu Yuan shouted coldly. Although I don't know how Mu Yun's trash caught up with the dean and Master Mo1, Mu Yuan knew that Mu Yun was born with a cowardly personality and he was taught like a dog in the past 10 years in the Mu's family. No matter how Mu Yun and Master Mo caught an eye, as long as Master Mo asked left, Mu Yun would still be a bullshit. He who was unable to cultivate at all would still be bullied by the time. Right now, as long as he shakes him and uses force to make him afraid to speak, when Master Mo leaves, Mu Yun is a piece of mud. He can pinch him as he pleases. Chapter 18. The wicked still need to grind. Trash, kneel down and learn how to bark. Staring at Mu Yun said indifferently. Staring at Mu Yuan's heart palpitated, but then he laughed loudly. Mu Yun, I think you thought you were tied to Master Mo, and you are considered a personal belonging to the Mu's house. Trash, why should you let me? Kneel down. Before the words were finished, Mu Yuan's body had already rushed out. The physical body has 4 levels of strong breath, the power of 9 cattle and 2 tigers. Mu Yuan's punch. Tigers and tigers are majestic. Tong back fist. This is what he learned in Beiyun Academy. Tong back fist connects the whole body, muscles, bones, and tendons into one body. The explosive power far exceeds the strength of 9 oxen and even reaches 10. More than cows. Mu Yun had strong self-confidence, and this blow was enough to make Mu Yun kneel to beg for mercy. Today, I will let you know who is the waste. When the words fell, Mu Yun stepped out. Broken jade fist, jade broken. With a low drink, Mu Yun clenched his hands into fists, his bones and joints bulged, round and capable, and even an arc-shaped gas appeared on the surface of those fists, shaking the air, protecting his hands. Kaka. The 4 fists collided, and a cracking sound rang out, and Mu Yuan's body shape, which was ready to go, was instantly blocked. His face instantly turned purple-red, and then gradually lost his blood color and became pale. What? The next moment, a tragic howl sounded. Mu Yuan's arms were drooping, his eyes were raised, and his eyes were bulging and bloodshot. With a puff, his arms slumped weakly on both sides of his body. Makahara knelt on the ground and couldn't help crying. What fist is that? Mu Yuan felt like he was facing a nightmare. With the blow just now, it seemed that it was not Mu Yuan's fist that he had hit, but the amethyst rock that was harder than granite. Mu Yun, when did this trash become so powerful? Now who is the waste? Stepping forward, Mu Yun looked at Mu Yuan condescendingly. The jade-breaking fist is a body-tempering fist that Mu Yun obtained before, which can temper the body of the martial artist and enhance the explosive power of the martial artist. In the eyes of Mu Yun before, this martial skill is indeed rubbish, but in the heavenly fate continent, if this martial skill is taken out, it will definitely shock the world. Simple, direct, and effective. This is the essence of Piyuchuan. Although Mu Yun is currently only a physical body with 4 levels of strong breath realm, his physical strength is far more than 9 oxen. It is already the power of 18 oxen to reach the horror, and it is twice that of a general strong breath realm warrior. When Mu Yun collided with him, it was like a man's arm as a cart, and he was ruined. Kneel down, learn how to bark, I will spare your life. Staring at Mu Yun said unceremoniously, the wicked must be dealt with in a more vicious way. You dream, I won't know how to bark when I die. Mu Yun crawled backwards in horror, shivering. Is it? Stepping forward, Mu Yun's fingers turned into claws, grabbing at the elbow joints of Mu Yuan's arms, and said with a smile, believe it or not, if you don't bark, press down my fingers, your arms will be useless in this life. Scrapped? Hearing this, Makahara was completely stunned. He has no time to think about why Mu Yun suddenly became so powerful. Scrapped. Once abolished, Mu Yun will become a complete waste. In the future, he will talk about the road to the strong. Call or not, I don't have time to spend with you. Mu Yun said with a gloomy expression. 1-2. Wow. Suddenly, Mu Yuan opened his mouth and let out 2 shouts. Wow. The body was trembling constantly. Mu Yuan knelt on his knees, his mouth kept open, and he let out a scream. He succumbed, and once it becomes a waste, he has nothing, so he can only succumb. Mu Yun, what are you doing? Just as Makahara was screaming barkingly, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Chapter 19. Majesty of Mu Linshan. Grandfather. Seeing the visitor, Mian burst into tears, and his body couldn't help shaking more severely. Mu Yun, You bastard, what are you doing? Seeing Mu Yuan's arms drooping, Mu Fengqing's body was trembling with anger. Behind him, Mu Qian lowered his head and stared deeply at Mu Yun. What are you doing? Mu Yun smiled dumbly and said, Nothing, just playing games with Mu Yuan that he used to play as a child. Mu Yun, you acted boldly. You even attacked the children of the same race, and let Yuaner learn from the dog. I think you are impatient to live. Mu Fengqing Fei is going to explode. Second elder, what's the explanation for this? I remember, when I was 9 years old, Makahara asked me to learn how to bark a dog, but my foster father blocked it. You just said that the children were playing around. That's really kids playing around. Mu Fengqing teased. Really? Mu Yun's face gradually turned cold, and he smiled. Later, when I was 12 years old, Mu Yuan used me as a sandbag to practice martial arts. When I was 15 years old, Mu Yuan hung me upside down on a tree as if the target is practicing archery. Is this also a kid's joke? Mu Yun. Anyway, Mu Yuan is your brother. Brother? Mu Yun sneered and said, Trash things are not worthy of being my brother. In the previous life, I have seen too many treacherous villains, and Mu Yun deeply understands that the wicked still need the wicked to grind, and at the critical moment, treating the wicked with mercy is to leave himself a disaster. In the beginning, how did you treat me? Now, I just use my own way to treat my own body. Humph. Do you think that if you climb up to Master Mo, you can do evil? I kill you now. I still don't believe it. Don't ask him if he will care about my shepherd's family because of you. Mu Fengqing said coldly. He was able to see clearly whether the previous Mu Yun was really stupid or fake. The current Mu Yun is a young tiger gradually showing its claws, ready to bite at any time. He has changed. He has really changed. It has become scary. You dare. Just as Mu Fengqing's killing intent swept through Mu Yun, a grunt suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. Foster father. Patriarch. Mu Linshan walked into the courtyard with his hands folded and looked at Mu Yun's eyes, bursting with light. Second elder. I think you are becoming more and more presumptuous. Mu Linshan frowned and scolded. Mu Yuan is a child of my Mu family, and Yuner is also a child of my Mu family. It is inevitable that the children will learn from each other and get hurt. But you actually wanted to kill Yuner. Do you know that he is the son of my Mu Linshan? Mu Linshan's voice was angrily. Today's matter, this will be revealed. But, the patriarch. Second elder, didn't you hear what I said? Mu Linshan exuded a powerful aura and frightened the second elder. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Mu Fengqing lowered his head. Today's matter is that Mu Qian is full of nonsense, instigating the relationship between my Mu family's children, abolishing Mu Qian's cultivation base, and expelling the Mu's family. With a puff, Mu Qian sat slumped on the ground with a pale face. Over the years, relying on the identity of the Mujia steward, he has always bullied the weak. Once the cultivation base is abolished and he leaves the Mujia, his end. Abandoning these words, Mu Linshan turned around, looked at Mu Yun, and said, Yuner, come with me. The Qin family is here with Miss Qin, and you will meet me with me. What? Oh, what? Come with me. Mu Linshan glared at Mu Yun and shouted. After leaving the courtyard, Mu Linshan suddenly stopped and looked at Mu Yun with an expression full of eyes. The physical body has 4 levels of strong breath, and the strength is far more than that of 4 levels. You bastard, what's hidden is very deep. Unexpectedly, he was seen through by his foster father, and Mu Yun scratched his head in embarrassment. I don't want to ask you what's going on either, but since you agreed to your foster father's marriage, you have to fulfill it. Without asking too much, Mu Linshan said straightforwardly, You are married to Miss Qin family. You should also know that Qin Mingyao has a strange disease. Many alchemists have asserted that she will not live to be 20 years old. Since you know Master Mo, the old man of the Qin family next time, I just hope you can let Master Mo show Qin Mingyao whether there is still hope for her illness. Strange disease? Can't live to be 20 years old. Mu Yun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Qin family and the Mu family had to choose themselves because of their marriage. Foster father, I don't have too deep friendship with Master Mo, and the old man is very annoying. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Linshan stared, almost breathless. Chapter 20. Can he do it? The old man. Annoying? The entire Nanyun Empire couldn't find a second person who dared to say this sentence. Patriarch Qi, Dean Liu outside the door, and Master Imo are asking for a meeting, saying yes. Said there are some questions for Master Yun. Just as the two were about to step into the hall, a report sounded. Damn it. Mu Yun couldn't help cursing. Foster father, let me say it, this old man is very annoying. Staring at Mu Yun, Mu Linshan hurriedly walked out to greet the two. Alu Xiaodian stomped his feet in Baiyun City, all trembling existence. A Master Imo, in the entire Nanyun Empire, breathed a sigh, shocking the existence of tens of thousands of people, and neither of these two could offend him. In the Mu's hall, Qin Xiu, Qin Mingyao, Mu's and others sat on the side of each other. Mu Yun stood boringly behind Mu Linshan, listening to a group of old men chattering. Master Imo, this is the case. My Yaoer, who has been suffering from cold since her small body, will leak the cold from her body every night of the full moon, which cannot be suppressed. Many alchemists have asserted that she will not live to be 20 years old. I would like to ask Master Imo to help. Seeing that the timing was almost the same, Qin Xiu suddenly asked. Seeing Master Imo paused, Mu Linshan hurriedly said, Miss Qin and Yun'er will soon be engaged, and now Mengyao is my future daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Master Imo suddenly became energetic. Since I am Brother Mu's fiancé, Lao Chu is naturally doing his best. To disturb Brother Mu today, Lao Chu is also deeply disturbed. Little girl Qin, Lao Chu will show you. When I heard that it was Qin Yun's fiancé, Master Imo felt as if he had been beaten with blood. It was not difficult for him to see that Mu Yun was impatient with him, but Mu Yun's understanding of alchemy knowledge was really shocking. As a 6-star alchemist, his face is nothing like a fart to him. It is what he dreams of to be able to refine a more advanced pill. That's why he cheeked and came to visit again. When I heard that Qin Mingyao was Mu Yun's fiancé, Master Imo naturally wanted to lend a hand to Mu Yun. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyao walked forward and stretched out a slender hand. Master Imo spread out his 10 fingers, and the true essence of his fingertips flowed, turning into strands of filaments, coiling around Qin Mingyao's arms. The true essence is only produced by the 7-fold condensed essence realm of the physical body. Looking at Master Mo's technique, Mu Yun understood that Master Mo's manipulation of true essence was so proficient, he might have already exceeded the 10th realm of the physical body. With the true essence entwined, Master Imo sensed the changes in Qin Mingyao's body, sometimes shaking his head and sometimes frowning. After a long time, Master Imo recovered his true essence and remained silent. How is it, Master Imo? Seeing Master Mo's expression, Grandpa Qin raised his throat with a heart. Qin Mingyao was attacked by the cold since she was a child, but she was extremely talented. If she died, for the Qin family, she would undoubtedly lose a genius. The old man can do nothing. After a long silence, Master Imo reluctantly said, This little girl's abdomen seems to have a cold air, sometimes swelling and sometimes contracting, and that cold air, the old man approached with true essence and was instantly frozen. Such a strange disease, the old man has never heard of it. Ruined. Hearing what Master Imo said, Grandpa Qin's heart was like falling into an ice storehouse. Even Master Imo can't help it. Then in the entire Nanyun Empire, there is really no one who can treat his granddaughter. Is Yaoer destined to live less than 20 years old? But Master Imo coughed and suddenly said, The old man can't do anything, but maybe Brother Mu Yun has a solution. Master Imo suddenly spoke. Damn it. Hearing Master Imo speak, Mu Yun cursed secretly in his heart, the old devil, harassing himself every day and even throwing himself a burden. However, hearing Master Mo's words, the others stared suspiciously at Mu Yun. Can it work? Chapter 21 Take off all the clothes. Seeing the suspicious gazes of a few people, Master Imo couldn't help but speak. Brother Mu is an alchemy genius that the old man has seen for so many years. No, it's a monster. The old man is now 90 years old. It's ridiculous that his own knowledge is less than 1/10 of that of Brother Mu. Little girl Qin has a strange illness. The old man has no way. Brother Mu, maybe there is a way. Although I don't believe it, but in the entire Nanyun Empire, There are absolutely no more than one hand that can make Grandmaster Mo one admires so much. There is nothing that Master Mo admires. Looking at Master Mo's appearance, it didn't seem to be a joke. Ha! Master Mo, although you are the most powerful alchemist in the Empire, I have no doubt about your alchemy methods, but you can't cure him, Muyuna. The elder chuckled, his tone full of sarcasm. It is rumored that Master Mo is a master of alchemy and unpredictable, but the more he lives, the more confused. He is a strange disease that a 6-star alchemist can't do well. Muyun may have a way, but he doesn't believe it. It's just that at this moment, Muyun can't control so much. Don't ask this sheikh, and leave all the questions to him. It is really troublesome for the old man. Yin are you? Foster father, the son has some means, but it doesn't work, and the son can't guarantee it. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Linchen's face was happy, and the old lady Qin on the other side also stared at Mu Yun with anticipation. Yesterday, he had already seen the extraordinary place of Mu Yun. Today, he was even more surprised when he heard Mu Yun's words. Then young Master Mu, please take a look at Meng Yao, Qin Shiyu said with a smile. Seeing Qin Shiyu's smile, Mu Yun had goosebumps on his back and slowly walked to Qin Mingyao. I have to say that Qin Mingyao is definitely a first-class beauty based on her figure alone. Just thinking about such beauties, but destined to live less than 20 years old, Mu Yun felt a pity in his heart. Fingers caught Qin Mingyao's pulse, and Mu Yun suddenly felt a touch of silky smoothness, and his skin was as delicate as snow. This is probably the description of a beautiful woman like Qin Mingyao. Only in the next moment, Mu Yun instantly felt a powerful cold breath that swept through his body. Cold. A thought suddenly rolled into Mu Yun's mind. With a ding sound, in Mu Yun's mind, Zhu Tiantu suddenly opened. The next moment, in Mu Yun's mind, an icy blue phantom suddenly appeared. Ice Phoenix Soul. Mu Yun was stupid in place. No wonder, Qin Mingyao's body is cold all year round. It turned out to be the Ice Phoenix spirit. Others didn't know what the Ice Phoenix spirit was, but Mu Yun was quite clear. Even a warrior in the thousands of big worlds who can harbor the soul of an Ice Phoenix in their bodies is no one in 100 million. The Ice Phoenix is a family of ancient sacred beasts, phoenixes. How powerful is its spirit? Qin Mingyao was able to suppress the coldness of the Ice Phoenix spirit with his true essence for several years, which is simply incredible. How? Seeing Mu Yun for a while, his expression changed a few times, Qin Shiyu said eagerly. He didn't know whether Mu Yun could do it or not. If it weren't for Master Mo, he wouldn't have any hope for Mu Yun at all. Although it's amazing, it's not impossible, Mu Yun said after a moment of silence. There is a way. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Linchen showed a smile on his face. In Master Mo's heart, he admired Mu Yun even more. From the moment he saw Mu Yun, Master Mo discovered what Mu Yun was extraordinary. The cold poison in Qin Mingyao's body was strange, and he really couldn't help it. But for some reason, he just felt that Mu Yun would have a way. Do you really have a way? Qin Shiyu was still a little unbelievable, stood up, and pulled Mu Yun. Naturally. Within a month, I will be able to cure Miss Qin's cold poison, and I will return you a genius in the Qin family. Mu Yun's words are not nonsense. The Ice Phoenix spirit, a genius who could only be seen in thousands of years, Qin Mingyao, is destined to be famous in the entire Heavenly Luck continent in the future. However, I need to prepare some medicinal materials. No problem. Before Mu Yun finished speaking, Qin Shiyu immediately responded, medicinal materials, as long as my Qin family can afford it, it won't be a problem. Even if the family bankrupts, the old man will not hesitate. Grandfather, the medicinal materials I need are jasper jade, green jade grass, lahuguo root, and blood phallus. These 4 are the main medicine. As for other auxiliary medicines, I can find some alternatives. These 4 flavors medicine is essential, Mu Yun said slightly. It was just that Mu Yun's words fell, and the whole hall was silent for a while. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at Mu Yun dumbfounded. What's the matter? Can't you get the 4 medicines? If you can't get it, then get it together, get it together. Qin Shiyu calmed down and immediately responded, I will deliver these medicinal materials tomorrow, and I will deliver them immediately. As Qin Shiyu said, she couldn't help it, and immediately rushed out of the hall. Are you in such a hurry? Mu Yun was stunned. That, Brother Mu. Looking at Mu Yun, Master Mo hesitated. Are you really sure that these 4 medicinal materials are the main medicine and can control the cold poison in Qin Mingyao's body? How? Nothing. Master Mo shook his head. The reason why he was surprised was not because the 4 medicinal materials of jasper jade, sapphire grass, luhugo root, and bloodstock flower were too precious, but because these 4 medicinal materials were very common in the Nanyun Empire, just a little bit more expensive than Zayuguo. The cold poison in Qin Mingyao's body was absolutely impossible to solve by himself. But Mu Yun can solve the cold toxin in Qin Mingyao's body with only these 4 medicinal materials. Is it possible? Mo kept playing drums in his heart. That night, the old lady Qin had already brought 4 kinds of medicinal materials. The medicinal materials loaded by 4 carriages almost made Mu Yun's eyeballs fall to the ground. Are you kidding me? In the past life, even if it was the jasper spirit fruit, sapphire grass, luhugo root, and blood phallus that are extremely rare in thousands of big worlds, is it so common in these 3,000 small worlds? On the night of the full moon, Qin Mingyao's cold toxin will attack. Today, it is the night of the full moon. Whether Mu Yun really has a way or is bluffing, I will know tonight. The 2 elders, the second elder and the others, were all waiting outside the Mu Yun courtyard. They wanted to see what Mu Yun could do. Master Mo originally wanted to observe Mu Yun's methods, but he was ruthlessly driven out by Mu Yun. In the small courtyard where Mu Yun was located, a bucket used for bathing was filled with clear water, and flames burned under the bucket. The water in the barrel was bubbling. Mu Yun stood in front of the wooden barrel, holding various medicinal materials in both hands. On the other side, Qin Mingyao looked at Mu Yun for unknown reasons. She originally thought that Mu Yun was going to use 4 main medicinal materials to refine the pill for him, but unexpectedly, it was a medicinal bath. However, in terms of medicinal properties, the pill is definitely stronger than the medicated bath. Before, she had taken a lot of pills, but they all had no effect. Is Mu Yun's medicated bath really effective? But Mu Yun didn't care about these in his heart. Although he agreed to the marriage contract proposed by his adoptive father yesterday, that does not mean that he is willing to marry the woman in front of him. The reason why the Qin family chose Qin Mingyao to be engaged to him was mainly because Qin Mingyao died soon. If he cures Qin Mingyao and pushes the boat along the river to push the marriage, the Qin family will definitely agree. And curing Qin Mingyao will be a great kindness to the Qin family, and the relationship between the Qin family and the Mu family will definitely be better than before. Go in. Seeing the boiling water in the bucket gradually change color, Mu Yun nodded and said to Qin Mingyao behind him, "Okay," and many more. Seeing that Qin Mingyao was about to step into the bucket, Mu Yun suddenly stopped and said, "The medicinal bath must be combined with your body. Take off your clothes." What? Qin Mingyao's ears were red when she heard Mu Yun's words. She had already made the most difficult decision when she agreed to let Mu Yun treat her illness. Now, Mu Yun still left her with nothing. "You? What are you?" "Please, Miss Qin, I am not greedy for your beauty, but to cure you, the marriage contract between the 2 of us can also be terminated. The relationship between the 2 parties will not cause a crack, otherwise, where am I? Have this leisure time." "You? Well, Mu Yun, I don't care if you pretended to be stupid or really stupid. If you can't cure me, I will definitely kill you." Seeing Mu Yun's nonchalant look, Qin Mingyao exasperated. From the age of 10 to the present, every night of the full moon, the cold toxin in her body will break out. 9 years of pain. Even if she took it hard, she almost collapsed in her heart. Therefore, when she heard that Mu Yun had a way, she was willing to try. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she didn't want to give up. "Can you turn around?" "No," Mu Yun said straightforwardly. "Now, I am a healer and you are a patient. You must do what I said, otherwise, something went wrong. No wonder I am." Unexpectedly, Mu Yun was so strong, Qin Mingyao pursed her lips. Stepping into the bucket, squatting down, Qin Mingyao eased away from her clothes. However, this scene almost made Mu Yun unable to control it. Qin Mingyao was wearing a long skirt, but at this moment, the long skirt was soaked in the potion, clinging to Qin Mingyao's body, showing Qin Mingyao's perfect figure. Wet. Within temptation. With a gulping swallow, Qin Mingyao's body was in the medicine bucket, and pieces of clothing gradually faded away. The veil will also be taken off. You. Seeing Mu Yun's shameless appearance, Qin Mingyao almost wanted to jump out and slap this guy to death. But thinking about not having a piece of clothing on her body, Qin Mingyao finally endured her irritation. It's all taken off. It's not bad for the last one. Slowly taking off the veil, Qin Mingyao's face finally appeared completely before Mu Yun's eyes. The next moment, Mu Yun stayed in place for an instant. The embarrassed red melon face, the fairy jade color, shines like a spring flower. The double sun is slightly red, and the eyes reveal a touch of shame. Even if Mu Yun was a fairy king in his previous life and had seen countless beauties, he couldn't help his heart beating. Beauty, it's so beautiful. Chapter 22. Take your hand away. Have you seen enough? Seeing Mu Yun staring at him, Qin Mingyao felt even more ashamed. It was the first time to stand in front of a man without a thing. Although the body was in the medicine barrel, but with the medicinal materials alone, she couldn't resist her body at all. As long as Mu Yun lowered his head slightly, he could see the scene inside the barrel. No, Mu Yun said shamelessly. Such a beautiful face, covered with cloth every day, is really a waste, a waste. Mu Yun said, but he walked to the barrel one step at a time. What are you doing? What are you doing? He'll miss. Mu Yun said silently. You didn't notice that the water in this wooden barrel is bubbling with bubbles. You stay in it, but don't you feel it at all? Correct. Qin Mingyao was dumbfounded. Just now, because of the shame, she didn't notice this at all. The water in the barrel was already boiling, but she didn't even feel it at all. It was so strange. Next, don't talk. Just follow what I said. Mu Yun ignored Qin Mingyao's surprise and stood in front of the wooden barrel, holding various medicinal materials in his hands. Now, I start adding herbs. If you feel hot, just tell me. As Mu Yun said, he threw various medicinal materials into the barrel. Only gradually, Qin Mingyao discovered that Mu Yun seemed to be adding medicine indiscriminately, but there seemed to be some rules in it. As for the rules, she didn't know exactly what the rules were. Moreover, Mu Yun would put his hands in the bucket every once in a while. The boiling hot water had no effect on her, but Qin Mingyao carefully discovered that every time Mu Yun put her hands in the medicine bucket, she said nothing, but when she took it out, her hands were flushed with red on her forehead. Sweat drips. Hot. It took a full half an hour before Qin Mingyao felt the water in the bucket become a little hot. Cull. With a slight breath, Mu Yun slapped his waist. The ice aura of the ice phoenix soul was really strong. For half an hour, he didn't know how many medicinal materials had been added and how many times had been replaced before Qin Mingyao actually felt the heat. However, this is just the beginning. From now on, it will not change until the middle of the moon is full, but when the middle of the moon is full, the cold toxin in your body will erupt completely. But you remember, this time, don't use the true essence to resist. Hearing this, Qin Mingyao was indeed a little surprised. The cold poison in her body is strongest when the moon is full and the sky is in the middle of the sky, and even Grandpa doesn't know how Mu Yun spotted it. Mu Yun said earnestly, what you have to do is to feel the place where the cold air in your dantian originated. Try to use your true essence to blend into it. It may be very painful during this period, and I can't help you either. Once you succeed, your cold poison will disappear completely, and all the will die at the age of 20, and it will all disappear. Okay. Nodded, Qin Mingyao smiled slightly. For some reason, in this short period of time, she discovered that Mu Yun was completely different from what had previously been said in Beiyin City. Gradually, the bright moon rose, and Qin Mingyao sat in the medicine barrel, looking a little nervous. Qin Mingyao frowned with a muffled grunt. Coming. Mu Yun knew that the real cold poison had begun to break out. In fact, the so-called cold poison is the coldness that the ice phoenix spirit is too powerful and it escapes. Why Qin Mingyao contained the ice phoenix spirit, Mu Yun didn't know, but Mu Yun knew exactly how powerful and terrifying the ice phoenix spirit was. With Qin Mingyao's current realm, she couldn't resist at all. The medicated bath he configured was only to resist the cold air emanating from the ice phoenix soul in Qin Mingyao's body. However, if Qin Mingyao couldn't completely integrate with the Ice Phoenix spirit, then her cold poison would still recur. Only by thoroughly merging with the Ice Phoenix spirit can you truly master the power of the spirit and gradually discover the power of the spirit. This is also the only way to completely resolve the cold toxin in Qin Mingyao's body. Hold it up. Seeing Qin Mingyao's expression getting more and more painful, Mu Yun couldn't help shouting. Only gradually, the boiling potion began to calm down, and Qin Mingyao's beautiful face became paler and paler. At this moment, Qin Mingyao felt extremely cold in her body, as if she had come into a world of ice and snow, covered with snow all over the sky. The endless cold attacked her body. In the face of the cold breath, she just wanted to fall asleep, and she didn't care about anything. The cold expelled her will, everything about her. But, suddenly, just as Qin Mingyao was about to give up everything, a palm appeared in front of her. That palm, pulling her up from the sinking, warmed her heart, and it was so comfortable that she gradually regained her will. Until then, Qin Mingyao suddenly woke up. Seeing the huge phantom like an ice sculpture in front of me, a strong fighting spirit broke out in the body. You have troubled me for 9 years. Today, you will surrender to me. Looking at the huge phantom, Qin Mingyao only felt the infinite fighting power burst out of his body. The looming palm always gives her strength and lets her face the phantom without fear. At this moment, a buzzing sound rang. Qin Mingyao felt that in her dantian, as if something had shattered. In an instant, an icy breath filled her body. However, this time, the cold breath made her feel comfortable. Cold poison, for her, is no longer cold poison, but power. Call. After a long sigh of relief, Qin Mingyao opened her eyes from the confusion. For 9 years, she had never been like she is today, and she really felt a sense of rebirth. What? However, Qin Mingyao suddenly let out a scream when he opened his eyes. What are you doing? Opening her eyes, Qin Mingyao said in shame when she saw Mu Yun's palm gripping her peak tightly. Without saying anything, he raised a fist and hit Mu Yun's nose. Originally, Mu Yun could hide from this fist, but at this moment, Mu Yun couldn't avoid it at all. There was a bang, and 2 lines of nosebleeds flowed out, but Mu Yun's palm was still tightly held and did not loosen. It's not that he doesn't want to let go, but that he can't let go at all. Seeing that Qin Mingyao was lost, he planned to use his own power to enter her body from Qin Mingyao's heart. But this input doesn't matter. Qin Mingyao was at the moment when the Ice Phoenix spirit completely merged, the cold air was released, and he actually stuck his palm to Qin Mingyao's chest. What are you doing? 2 lines of nosebleeds flowed out, and Mu Yun said silently, It's not me. You are dead. Miss, you are obviously avenging revenge. Hearing Mu Yun's words, thinking of the power coming from the palm of his hand and the temperature coming from his heart, Qin Mingyao gradually understood. Sex embryo, then don't you hurry away. Qin Mingyao knew that Mu Yun was wrong, and said angrily, I want to take it away, but you won't let me take it away. Mu Yun wanted to cry without tears. The chill of the soul escaping from Qin Mingyao's body firmly adhered his palm to her chest, and Mu Yun couldn't break away from the quadruple strength realm of body tempering now. I just controlled this power, so I'm not sure. Wait a minute. Qin Mingyao said awkwardly. How powerful is the Ice Phoenix spirit? Qin Mingyao controlled it for the first time, and at her current realm, it was indeed difficult to control. Can you be honest with your hands, and don't move them? Oh, you hurt me. You bastard, if you move around again, I will freeze your whole person. One night passed slowly, and a ray of sunlight gradually appeared on the horizon. After a whole night of fighting, Qin Mingyao finally achieved a slight success, able to control the cold in his body and remove Mu Yun's claws from his chest. It was just this night. For Mu Yun, it was painful and happy. Early in the morning, the two opened the courtyard door and were suddenly shocked by the sight in front of them. I originally thought that all the people waiting outside should have dispersed overnight. Seeing the crowds pressed by the crowd outside the courtyard, Mu Yun knew that he was wrong. After not sleeping well all night, Qin Mingyao and Mu Yun looked a little haggard at the moment. Being stared at by a large number of people and thinking of what happened last night, Qin Mingyao showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. It's just that this expression fell in the eyes of everyone. But it was another kind of understanding. Mu Yun failed? Yeah, or how? Qin Shiyu sighed when he saw his granddaughter's haggard expression. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed. It's not the first time. Huh, I knew. Mu Yun, how could this little solve the problem that even Master Emo couldn't solve? Pretend to use the Jasper spirit fruit, these rotten street medicinal materials. How could he cure the strange cold in Miss Qin's body? Poison. The elder laughed and couldn't help but dance. He waited here all night, just to see how Mu Yun was embarrassed. Originally, he thought that Mu Yun had changed his temper and turned from a waste to a genius. Now it seems that he thinks too much. Rubbish is rubbish. Mu Yun is just fooling Master Emo with a little cleverness. The second elder smiled and took the words. Master Emo, I think you have misread the wrong person this time. Mu Yun has a problem with his head. If he can succeed, the old man is willing to eat shit. Grandpa, you have misunderstood. Mu Yun. He helped me clean up the cold poison in my body. I am fine now, and moreover, it may be a breakthrough. What? Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Finished? Really succeeded? Mu Yun actually solved a problem that even Master Emo couldn't solve. Qin Shiyu said excitedly. Okay, Patriarch Mu, you have a good son. Beiyin City said Master Mu is a trash. I think they are blind. Huh. Granny Qin, go, let's talk in the hall. Mu Linshin was also excited from ear to ear. The family was already very dissatisfied with him because of his love for Mu Yun. However, what Mu Yun did in the past 2 days has really surprised him. Although he didn't understand whether Mu Yun had been keeping a low profile before or because of other reasons, but Mu Yun's change made him a foster father very happy. Wait. However, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Chapter 23 Abolished Your Brother. Seeing the crowd about to leave, Mu Yun suddenly said, Father, Grandpa Qin, just now, didn't you hear what someone said? What someone said? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the second elder trembled. I heard. Someone said just now that if I cure Miss Qin, he is willing to eat shit, isn't it, the second elder? Mu Yun's words fell, a pair of eyes, but like a falcon, staring at the second elder. Yunner, don't be presumptuous. Mu Linshin knew that if he didn't stop him, Mu Yun might really let the second elder eat shit. After all, Master Emo was here. Master Emo made it clear that he would protect Mu Yun, and the second elders did not dare to resist. Forget it, some people talk like farts, and I don't bother to listen. Father, there are still some things in the college that I need to deal with. I'll go to the college first. Mu Yun greeted him, but the smokers were already gone. If the second elders really eat shit, I'm afraid the whole Mu family will be messed up. Seeing Mu Yun leaving, Mu Linshin smiled bitterly. And the second elder on one side, his face was as ugly as pig liver. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun changed his temper 2 days ago, and he cured Qin Mingyao last night. How could this trash thing suddenly become so powerful? Even Mu Yuan was not an opponent. Second elder. Suddenly, there was a gloomy voice in my ears. Second elder, Mu Yun, this kid, suddenly became so strong. In the future, it must be the biggest threat to Mu Lang and Mu Yuan. They must be eliminated and quickly, the elder surreptitiously said. Naturally, I understand, but this matter needs detailed planning. The second elder looked like a poisonous snake, staring at the leaving Mu Yun, and said, In Beiyin City, it's not easy to get started. You need to use some power. The two elders looked at each other. The smell in their eyes was self-evident. After Qin Mingyao was cured, Mu Yun was in a good mood, and now he reached the physical body's fourfold strong breath realm. Under the influence of Qin Mingyao's Ice Phoenix spirit last night, Mu Yun was surprised to find that he actually began to produce a trace of energy in his body. The five-fold condensing state of the physical body is the body's qi energy generated in the meridians. The so-called qi gene is to overcome rigidity by softness and force 1,000 caddies in half. The strength of qi is more mysterious than the strength of the physical body. But Mu Yun also understood that his body had just undergone the transformation of the bone-tempering pill, and if he improved too fast, it would leave the root of the disease. Beiyin College. In the past, every time Mu Yun stepped into Beiyin Academy, he always had a feeling of resistance in his heart. However, Today is different from the past. With easy footwork, Mu Yun wandered around the academy leisurely. Boom. In front, under a small forest, several figures crowded together. A teenager dressed in gorgeous costumes raised a fist and hit the face of another teenager who was half kneeling on the ground. The young man who was kneeling on the ground, dressed in linen, looked delicate, but his cheeks were swollen at the moment, but it was not flattering. Although Baiyun College was an academy set up by the royal family in Baiyun City, it had both family children and poor family children, and they were also a fight between some students. Thinking about his current position, Mu Yun was ready to go around. He really doesn't bother to take care of children squabbling. Bah, Qi Ming, your father is a gambler, your mother is a prostitute, and your kid is the most vulgar untouchable. Remember, when you see Lao Tzu in the future, where to go. Qi Ming? Hearing this name, Mu Yun was stunned. Damn, my student. Searching the memory carefully, Mu Yun couldn't help but say a vulgar word. Qi Ming, a student in the class he taught, came from a poor background and was admitted to Baiyun College by virtue of his own strength. In Mu Yun's impression, this kid has always been kind, so how could he provoke these people? Jiao Yun, don't go too far. Qi Ming was pressed to the ground by several people and said viciously, if you have the ability, fight it alone, come with me. Go alone? Huh. Hearing Qi Ming's words, Jiao Yun laughed and said, Qi Ming, I think you are completely stupid. Your tutor, Mu Yun, is a stupid. You students are also stupid by him. I have someone to do. Why fight alone with you? Oh shit. Hearing these words, Mu Yun suddenly became unhappy. The student who beat me and scolded me. This Jiao Yun is really tired and crooked. Stop. Seeing that Jiao Yun still wanted to do something, Mu Yun walked to the edge of the small forest and looked at Jiao Yun and others. Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the school, Jiao Yun, don't you know? Jiao Yun's body trembled when he heard someone say something, but when he turned around and saw Mu Yun, he smiled even harder. Instructor Pastor? On the other side, Qi Ming didn't expect that Mu Yun would actually appear here. He hadn't been bullied by others in the past, but every time Mu Yun saw it, he was afraid to hide. This time, Mu Yun actually rushed over, which really made him unbelievable. Who I thought it was, it turned out to be the idiot of the Mu. Jiao Yun cut and waved his hand. The idiot, you are from the Mu family. I won't beat you. Let's get out of here. Jiao Yun knew that Mu Yun's identity as an illegitimate child was even worse in the Mu's family. In his eyes, Mu Yun is still the elm bump before. However, in his previous life, as the supreme immortal king of the thousands of great worlds, facing these words, Mu Yun's heart was already burning with anger. Roll! Mu Yun sneered. Jiao Yun, no one is defiant. He insults his classmates, dares to scold his tutor. According to the rules of the college, today, the tutor of the pastor, I will reluctantly educate you. I don't know what Mu Yun is going crazy today. Qi Ming reluctantly shook his head and smiled bitterly. The previous Mu Yun occasionally took care of the fights between students, but after being educated by those students, Mu Yun became honest. I don't know why he jumped out again today. This pastoral instructor is really a poor man, and he is also considered a famous person in the entire North Cloud City. It's just that the name is not so nice. Huh. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Jiao Yun almost laughed and peed. Mudo idiot, did you have a problem with your head today? Jiao Yun pointed at Mu Yun, disdainfully said, you are a trash thing. I call you a mentor. I think you are worthy of you. Just get out of it. Don't think the chief shepherd loves you, so I dare not fight. Ah. However, Jiao Yun, who was talking, suddenly felt a pain in his palm and a huge force firmly clamped on his arm. Call another big idiot, Mu. I broke your arm. Mu Yun, you bastard. Let me go quickly, you trash thing. If you dare to move me, the Jiao family won't let you go. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun unexpectedly jumped into trouble. Jiao Yun was unprepared and was grabbed by Mu Yun's arm, but he did not think that Mu Yun dared to move him. Who is he? The core child of the young generation of the Jiao family, at the age of 15, has already reached the physical body triple muscular state, possessing 6 oxen strength, much stronger than the average triple warrior. Mu Yun is just the eldest son of the Mu family, a waste, worthless compared to him. He didn't believe it, Mu Yun dared to do anything to him. The most important thing is that for several years, Mu Yun has always been like an elm bump, ridiculed by his instructor, bullied by the students, and never beat back or scolded. Unexpectedly, this time, Mu Yun not only saw the uneven road, but also dared to act on him. What's even more hateful is that Jiao Yun was surprised to find that with his physical body's triple tendon state and the power of 6 oxen, facing Mu Yun, he was actually weak like a little sheep. It seems that you thought I was joking with you. Click. Mu Yun's joking voice sounded. Only a click sound. The next moment, Jiao Yun's face was waxy white, and the sound of killing a pig echoed in the small woods. Mu Yun, you bastard, Angrily, a finger was abruptly broken. Jiao Yun couldn't wait to pounce on Mu Yun. The second one. With a click, Mu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and once again Jiao Yun forcibly broke a finger. Mu Yun. The third one. Mu. Teacher Mu. Tutor Mu. I was wrong. 3 fingers were broken, and Jiao Yun couldn't bear this kind of pain. You're wrong. Tell me it's useless. Tell him. Mu Yun pointed to the already dumbfounded Qi Ming and calmly said, Remember, my student, from now on, only I can fight. Scolding, if you move him another hair, I will destroy your brother. As soon as the words fell, Jiao Yun couldn't help covering his lower body. I'm sorry, Qi Ming. I will never do this to you again. Jiao Yun muffled with a pig liver face. No, nothing. Qi Ming hasn't reacted until now. How exactly did Mu Yun subdue Jiao Yun? Jiao Yun was in the triple strength easy state of his physical body, while Mu Yun had always been powerless beforehand. For some reason, Qi Ming felt that after being in class that day, Mu Yun's whole person had changed and became different. Stupid boy, what else are you looking at? Go back to class. Seeing Qi Ming dumbfounded, Mu Yun cursed with a smile. In this youthful academy, Mu Yun felt that the aura in his heart seemed to be changing little by little. Rebirth, the first life, the treacherous villain of the previous life, he will naturally not let go. But in this life, he is destined to not only live in hatred, chic and free, happy gratitude is what he should do the most. Outside the grove, Jiao Yun's 3 fingers were drooping, soft and angry. This matter is endless. Seeing Mu Yun walking towards the teaching building, Jiao Yun said viciously, What do you want to do, Jiao Yun? No matter how Mu Yun put it, he is also the shepherd family. Don't go overboard. An academy disciple next to him said, Shepherd? He is inferior to a dog from the shepherd's family. How can I swallow this tone? After a while, you will cooperate with me in acting, understand? Acting? That's right, Jiao Yun said with a smile. In the entire Beiyun Academy, everyone dared to bully Mu Yun, but there was one person who was most afraid of Mu Yun. Once that guy appeared, Mu Yun would not be like a cat and a mouse. Same, when the time comes, I will let him kneel down and beg for mercy. You're talking about Mentor Jin Dong. Among the few people, one of them reacted. Who else is there besides him? Mu Yun, you are finished. If you provoke me, Jiao Yun, you are completely finished. Chapter 24, I am the master of my class. Having been a mentor for several years, Mu Yun was still a little uneasy when he walked to the podium this time. A few years ago, but Mu Yun, and now he, stepped onto the podium. Looking at the youthful youths and girls, his heart was full of passion. Being with these young people is what life is called. As for embarrassment, Mu Yun really did not expect that these disciples could have any problems that could be difficult for him. Classmates, I don't care what you did before, but from today, in my class, you must listen carefully. This is my site. If you mess around, don't blame the teacher for being polite. Call. However, Mu Yun hadn't finished speaking yet. Under the stage, most of the classmates who fell asleep were already asleep. It seemed that without giving them a lesson, these students really thought he was the same Mu Yun before. Okay. Smell good. Huh? Why does it smell so suddenly? Suddenly, there was a burst of scent over the class that seemed to be quiet. Some students gradually regained consciousness after smelling the scent. On the stage, the 2 ordinary-looking herbs in Mu Yun's hand were rubbing against each other, and that strange fragrance was produced from the friction. Gradually, more than a dozen students woke up, saw Mu Yun's weird behavior, and immediately shook their heads, feeling that the teacher Mu was really bored today, so they continued to lie on the table, wanting to continue having a good dream. But suddenly, the students who got down again felt something was wrong. Their sleepy eyes wanted to close, but they couldn't close it at this moment. Want to sleep in my class and dream. Seeing students under the podium trying to close their eyes and have a good dream again, Mu-yun hummed. What's the matter? Why did I close my eyes and my tears couldn't stop streaming down? A student said suddenly in surprise. Me too. I want to cry. Suddenly, there was a sudden uproar in the whole classroom. Seeing Mu-yun's treacherous smile on the ring, these students suddenly understood what was going on. Do you really want to sleep? At least I have to go home and sleep again. In my class, I will listen to the lessons. Mu-yun suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Throughout the class, more than 30 students were confused. However, Miao Xinyu's eyes widened. She clearly knew the two medicinal herbs in Mu-yun's hand, Yu-fur and sadgrass. Of these two herbs, Yu-fur can produce sleep-stimulating breath, while sadness grass can make people feel sad. One side can make people fall asleep, and the other side can make people cry. But she didn't expect that the combination of the two herbs would actually make people sleepy. Instructor Mu, what are you doing? Mo Yang stood up and looked at Mu Yun with fire in his eyes. He was sleeping right now, but when Mu Yun was so troubled, he just closed his eyes, and his tears couldn't stop streaming down. It was so painful. Mo Yang, pay attention to your words. I am your tutor now. In my class, it is best to listen to me. Mu Yun attached his hands and didn't care about it. Seeing that Mu Yun was so arrogant today, Mo Yang suddenly became angry. Originally in Mu Yun's class, everyone was sleepy when they were sleepy. It was really boring, so they made fun of Mu Yun and had some fun. But I didn't expect that Mu Yun would be so unsure of what is good or bad today. Instructor Shepherd, call you Instructor Shepherd, and then disturb the young master to sleep. I will let you lie down to give a lecture under the podium. Do you believe it? Mo Yang said triumphantly. Mu Yun has not suffered less in class over the years. Mo Yang has no doubt that his words are enough to let Mu Yun know what is good or bad. Go to the textbook obediently and stop disturbing him to sleep. Boom. It's just that Mo Yang just finished saying a word. There was a bang, and a piece of chalk hit his left eye circle straight and unmistakable. Suddenly, Mo Yang's left eye bulged a big bag. Shut up, sit down. The remaining half of the chalk in his hand was continuously thrown up, and Mu Yun looked at Mo Yang with interest. After rebirth, Mu Yun realized that the identity of the instructor of Beiyun College still had an effect on him. Therefore, he will continue to choose here. Only now, he must establish his prestige among these students. To live a new life, he didn't want to be bullied again like that Mu Yun before. You dare to hit me. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun threw out half of the chalk and swelled his left eye circle. Mo Yang suddenly became angry and wanted to rush to the podium. Boom. However, just as Mo Yang left his seat for a step, another bang sounded. With a thump, Mo Yang's feet were unstable, his knee was hit hard, and he knelt on one knee with a bang. Student Mo Yang, I know you want to apologize to your tutor, but you don't have to kneel down. Seeing Mo Yang kneeling on one knee, Mu Yun didn't care. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see Mo Yang's physical body's fourfold strong breath realm. It's just that Mo Yang's physical body has 4 levels, only the power of 9 cattle and 2 tigers, not even half of his power. In front of him, it is really insignificant. Mu Yun Yu. Boom. Mo Yang hadn't spoken a word. He banged a piece of chalk straight into Mo Yang's mouth, blood gurgling out. This time, Mo Yang was completely honest. His eyes widened, and he stared at Mu Yun dumbfounded. The whole classroom was silent, staring at Mu Yun like a monster. In the previous class, Mu Yun just looked very weird, but this time, Mu Yun stood up in public, and in the eyes of all the students, she was shocked. The pastoral tutor, who has always been the only one, seems to have changed a person these few days. Mu Yun, you actually punish students in public. Do you take the rules of Beiyun College seriously? When Wan Lai was quiet, a roar suddenly sounded. I saw the door of the classroom, and I don't know when, a few more figures appeared. The leader, a blue gown, has a burly physique, dense eyebrows and powerful limbs, and looks quite majestic. Teacher of Beiyun College, Jin Dong. Seeing the figure at the door, Mo Yang, who was half kneeling on the ground, stood up and ran all the way behind Jin Dong. His mouth open, his face grimace, and he said something. It turned out to be Jin Dong's tutor. I don't know if you are not in your class lecture hall. What are you doing here? Looking at Jin Dong, Mu Yun answered. From previous memories, Mu Yun understood. Jin Dong relied on his own strength to enter Beiyun College as a mentor, and he was very disgusted with family power. Therefore, Jin Dong was very disgusted with Mu Yun, who was eating and waiting to die in the academy because of his family power. Therefore, on weekdays, he often troubled Mu Yun, or if the class assessment failed, he punished Mu Yun, or the instructor had the lowest rating and reprimanded Mu Yun. According to the character of the original owner of this body, he didn't dare to resist and couldn't resist. So in the entire Beiyun College, almost everyone knows that Mu Yun seeing Jin Dong is like a mouse meeting a cat. Tutor Jin, that's him. That's the student he beat. Diao Yun suddenly stood up from behind Jin Dong, pointed at Mu Yun and shouted, Today, Qi Ming provokes me. I will compete with him. Qi Ming is not me. Mu Yun's opponent, regardless of his status as a tutor, beat the students with more bullying and asked Tutor Jin to call the shots for me. Humph, Mu Yun. Originally I suspected what Diao Yun said, but now, you actually beat up students in class, and you assign your own students to beat up students in the same college. I think you have an itchy butt. Jin Dongxi didn't care about Mu Yun's status as a tutor and shouted loudly. Drink, Jin Dong. This is my class. How do I want to manage? How do you think you are the dean? Mu Yun sneered. You want to die? Hearing Mu Yun's words, how could Jin Dong bear it? In the past, it wasn't that Mu Yun was subdued by his teachings, but this time, he dared to talk back. And still in front of many students. You know, at Beiyun College, Jin Dong is an intermediate tutor, while Mu Yun is just a junior tutor. I'll take the place of the dean to teach you a lesson today. Jin Dong shouted in a low voice, his sturdy arms stretched out, and his fists hit Mu Yun's heart. He firmly believes that with this punch, Mu Yun's physique, lying on the bed for 3 or 5 months, will not be a problem. Let this waste understand that entering the academy with family power is waste after all. Go away. Mu Yun did not evade at all. Full-screen physical strength, breaking Jade Fist, simple single fist, bombarded out. Breaking the Jade Fist would rather be Jade fragmentation than tile completeness. What you pay attention to is the aura of seeing death as home, and using aura to force the enemy back. Ruined. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't avoid it, the surrounding students suddenly felt dumbfounded. Jin Dong, an intermediate instructor at Beiyun College, is already a martial artist in the 6th layer condensed vein state of his physical body. He uses qi to charge his pulse, and his qi is far stronger than his physical strength. Moreover, when Jin Dong was in the 5-layer condensed air realm in his physical body, he had defeated a martial artist in the condensed pulse realm. They had already thought about it, and Mu Yun was embarrassed with vomiting blood in his mouth. Boom. A deep bang sounded, and the two figures separated suddenly. However, the scene of the 3 feet expected by everyone did not appear. Mu Yun's face turned pale, and his body stepped back 3 steps before actually taking Jin Dong's punch abruptly. The physical strength of the 6-fold condensed pulse realm martial artist's punch was actually carried down by Mu Yun abruptly. Oomph. I didn't expect that this waist of yours actually reached the 4th level of physical strength, and there was a trace of vitality in the body. No wonder you dare to yell at me. What? Hearing what Jin Dong said, more than 30 students immediately stayed where they were. The quadruple strong breath realm produces a trace of vitality in the body. The teacher Mu Yun, who they called Waste, has become a warrior completely. Before, they knew clearly that Mu Yun, at best, was the 1-strength body tempering state. After only a few days, he actually jumped to the 4-strength breath state. But even so, you are still a waste in front of me. Seeing that Mu Yun was intact, Jin Dong said with disdain, I only used 30% of the power for that punch just now. Mu Yun sneered. Sorry, I only spent 20%. Hee, loading coins, who won't? Chapter 25 Reverse. You want to die? Seeing Mu Yun teasing him, Jin Dong was completely angry. Bulging between the sleeves, the surface of his body seemed to have a breath of energy. The physical body has 5 levels of condensed energy, and the body produces Qi Jin, The power of Qi Jin is more flexible and smoother than the physical power. The physical body's six-fold coagulation state uses Qi to nourish the pulse. The pulse is formed, the flexibility of the body is more perfect, and the punch is thrown, which drives the air, and the tiger regenerates its might. Now Jin Dong is in the sixth stage of condensing pulse state. Pulse formation, aerodynamic force, and the power of a punch is enough to severely wound the strong breath state martial artist. At this moment, the children of the whole school hurriedly avoid it. Most of them are in the triple and quadruple realm of the physical body, and this kind of battle is not something they can participate in. Mu Yun, I hit me and I still want to run. How could it be so cheap? Let Jin Dong treat you well this time. Diao Yun sneered in his heart when he saw Jin Dong's momentum as a tiger descending from the mountain. On the other side, seeing Mu Yun's steady and orderly response to Jin Dong, Miao Xinyu gradually frowned. In the previous class, Mu Yun's answer on the podium, she told her grandfather word by word. Later, Grandpa was very interested in this idea, and he actually started to verify it. Unexpectedly, it became. As a result, the pill of gathering spirits might change throughout the Nanyan Empire, which made her grandfather almost crazy. Later, Grandpa asked in various ways, and after learning about Mu Yun, he actually wanted to invite Mu Yun to the house to give a comment. With the change of a class, Mu Yun made Master Mo look at him with admiration, and his grandpa was praised even more. Miao Xinyu is becoming more and more curious. Is this shepherd teacher has been keeping a low profile before? Bang bang. In the entire classroom, there was a sudden beating, and the tables and chairs were shattered by the hammer, and it was a mess. Asshole. Seeing Mu Yun avoiding his own attacks time and time again, Jin Dong gradually felt anxious. Obviously, he is 2 levels higher than him, but he can't help but Mu Yun. How can he feel comfortable in his heart? Lingbo palm. Finally, Jin Dong lost his patience and Lingbo waved his palm. The palm of Lingbo is also famous in the entire Beiyun Academy. It is an intermediate-level martial art of the yellow rank. It explodes with vigor and hits the opponent, which can completely paralyze the physical power in the opponent's body. The reason why this yellow-level intermediate martial art is famous is precisely because of Jin Dong. At the beginning, Jin Dong passed the intermediate instructor's assessment with Lingbo's palm, and at the time of the assessment, with this martial skill, he defeated a martial artist who had just stepped into the 7th-layer condensed yuan realm of his flesh. Tear up your rubbish. Jin Dong raised his palm and fell, and the air erupted with a buzzing sound. The originally calm air, like a wave of water, was approaching Mu Yun. It's over. Minter Jin Dong really broke out this time. Lingbo's palm has been used, and Mu Yun can't hide it this time. Annoying Jin Dong. Mu Yun will have to lie in bed for at least 10.5 days this time. A class of students watched the excitement around the door of the classroom, with no intention of making any move. Watching teacher Mu Yun make a fool of himself is a pastime they are always happy to do. Lingbo palm. Is it powerful? Mu Yun jokingly smiled when he saw that Qi Jin came with a powerful destructive force. It would be a little troublesome if Jin Dong kept fighting him with physical strength, but once Jin Dong used his breath, Mu Yun had some ways to make him retreat. Silly big guy, you lose. In the face of Jin Dongqi's vigorous palm, instead of backing up, Mu Yun directly greeted him. However, just when everyone was screaming at Mu Yun's head, Mu Yun suddenly pushed out with a palm in his backhand. That palm is so weird, it looks soft and without any strength, but Jin Dong's vigor is completely messy under that palm. Falling cloud sword palm. Aside from anything else, Mu Yun stepped out in one step. His palm turned into a sword, and that palm, like a sword, pierced out abruptly. Puff! Blood spattered, and Jin Dong fell to the ground. What happened? Many students around were stunned. Diao Yun and Mo Yang stayed where they were, at a loss. They thought that Jin Dong was here and could give them a sigh, but they didn't expect that the plot reversed and Jin Dong was not Mu Yun's opponent. No one could have imagined that Mu Yun, a 9-year waste of Beiyun City, suddenly became a warrior even more powerful than Jin Dong within a few days. And it's a leapfrog challenge. A crack was split in the abdomen by Mu Yun's sword palm. Jin Dong's face was pale. He exhaled and looked at Mu Yun incredulously. He was actually defeated by Mu Yun. Moreover, It was still in the sixth-layer coagulation state of the physical body, and it was defeated by the four-layer strong breath state of Mu Yun's flesh, which was a shame and shame. Mu Yun, you trash, what treacherous means did you use? Looking at Mu Yun, Jin Dong still refused to admit defeat. Boom. Hearing Jin Dong scolding, Mu Yun kicked over without saying a word. Trash? Who is the trash? He stared at Jin Dong, and a flash of cold light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. Killing intent. Mu Yun actually had a murderous intent on him. Jin Dong's body was cold. Teacher Mu Yun, it's enough. At this moment, a slightly indifferent voice sounded at the door of the classroom. The man was dressed in a white long gown, with long hair tied behind his head, with no wind blowing himself, his hands behind him, his eyes looking at everything indifferently. Oriental Jade. Wow, it's an Eastern teacher. I heard that Eastern mentors have been promoted to senior instructors in a few years, and the remedy may go to the imperial capital South Cloud City. Yes, Dongfang teacher is handsome and talented, and he is my super idol. A figure appeared at the door, and the whole class suddenly exclaimed, and a series of voices sounded. Stop it. If I am not as strong as Mentor Jin Dong today, it is me who is lying on the ground. Will Jin Dong stop? Mu Yun frowned. Dongfang Yu, a senior tutor of Beiyin College, and one of the three most famous beautiful men in the college, has a great reputation throughout Beiyin City. Moron. Hearing Mu Yun's words, some students around suddenly rolled their eyes. Unexpectedly, in the face of Dongfang Jade's tutor, Mu Yun would still be able to say such things. This guy wouldn't think that he could challenge Dongfang Yu after defeating Jin Dong. After all, everyone is a mentor, and today is a face to Dongfang Yu. How about? Give you face? What are you? As soon as Mu Yun said this, a breath of anger spread throughout the classroom, and some female students stared at Mu Yun with fire in their eyes. If that's the case, I have to use force to solve it. Dongfang Yu smiled bitterly, looking very helpless. What are you doing? When the atmosphere became tense again, a shout suddenly sounded. Dean, what are you doing around here? Lu Xiaodian couldn't help frowning and shouting when he saw a large group of people around the door of Mu Yun's classroom. His eyes fell on Mu Yun, and Lu Xiaodian was even more helpless. This guy is really messing up lately. Dean Lu, seeing Lu Xiaoyan's arrival, Jiao Yun seemed to see a savior, and hurriedly said, Dean Lu, today I and Qi Ming are discussing. Qi Ming's skills are not as good as others, and I lost to me. Instructor Mu Yun actually disregarded his status and attacked me as a student. And then the students asked Jin Dong's instructor for the theory, but he didn't expect that Mu Yun's instructor would fight and severely injured his instructor Jin Dong. Yes. Mo Yang also stood up and said bitterly. Moreover, the tutor Mu Yun physically punished the students to kneel and asked the dean to call the shots for the students. Hearing the words of these two little kids, Mu Yun laughed dumbly, but did not explain. Dean, it's not like this. At this moment, a student suddenly spoke. It was Qi Ming. Today, Jiao Yun led someone to stop me and insulted the students. Instructor Mu Yun couldn't see it, so he punished Jiao Yun. Qi Ming said with a face flushed from nervousness, excited. Furthermore, tutor Jin Dong brought Jiao Yun to our class and fought against the shepherd instructor. He was inferior in skill and was defeated by the shepherd instructor. I can testify about this. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. It's actually a wonderful fairy language. At the moment Qi Ming stood up, teacher Mu Yun could understand, and Miao Xinyu would actually help him. Mu Yun was a little surprised. The most surprising is Jiao Yun and Mo Yang. Qi Ming spoke alone, nothing. But Miao Xianyu proved that it was quite different. Miao Xinyu's grandfather, in North Cloud City, is a well-known 3-star alchemist, and even the dean is courteous. Her words are still very convincing. It's just that Miao Xinyu's best to rectify Mu Yun on weekdays, seeing him make a fool of himself. He actually helped him speak today. It's abnormal. Seeing something wrong in the atmosphere, Dongfang Yu suddenly said, Dean, I don't understand things clearly. I see. I have my own judgment. Lu Xiaodian stopped Dongfang Yu and said, Jiao Yun, insulting classmates, disrespectful to the tutor, cleaned the college for 1 month. Moyang classroom did not abide by discipline, find claustrophobic for 1 month, and went home to reflect. Jin Dong, As an intermediate tutor, I didn't do things well. Now I am a junior tutor. What? Hearing this, many students around were shocked. Such punishment, Dean Liu, is obviously partial to Muyun. Give me back to my respective classes and join in the fun here. Liu Xiaotian frowned again and suddenly shouted. Diao Yun, Mo Yang, and Jin Dong turned pale and stopped talking. In the academy, Liu Xiao genius is the most powerful person. No one dares to refute or refuse to follow his words. Muyun, you stinky boy, can you teach your class well? The people around gradually dispersed. Liu Xiaotian lowered his voice and said to Muyun, Ahem, pay attention next time, pay attention next time. Muyun said he wanted to return to class. Wait, this time, there is something to be announced. Liu Xiaotian stood in front of the classroom, suddenly raised his voice, and said, In view of the performance of your class, the school has decided to assign you a tutor. Welcome. Draw a mentor? As soon as Liu Xiaotian said this, the whole classroom was silent. Everyone looked at the monster, staring at Liu Xiaotian. The whole school's classes, and the dean never cared, and assigned Muyun, a tutor, to teach. What suddenly went crazy today? And he actually appointed a tutor over. Chapter 26 Release? Dean, aren't you kidding us? Hearing Liu Xiaotian's words, a student boldly asked. Liu Xiaotian glared at him, and the student sat down honestly. Everyone welcomes the new tutor, Tutor Qin. Tutor Qin? It's actually a Tutor Qin. There is only one Qin mentor in the entire college, and that is Qin Mingyao. The iceberg beauty Qin Mingyao Qin tutor actually came to teach them this class. The whole class of students, instantly dumbfounded, looking at the slowly entering figure at the door of the classroom. However, it was Muyun who was the most surprised. Qin Mingyao, Miss Qin Jia, is also a mentor of Beiyun College. However, looking at the slightly familiar figure, Muyun knew that Liu Xiaotian was not joking. Yeah. Welcome, Mentor Qin. Warmly welcome, Mentor Qin. Instructor Qin taught us that our class will never sleep in class again. Suddenly, the whole class was fried in an instant, and some male students couldn't help but stand up and cheered. Qin Mingyao. However, when he heard the news, Dong Fengyu, who had not left the class, his face condensed and stayed in place. Qin Mingyao, in Beiyun College, is known as the most beautiful mentor. Although there is a veil on her face, no one can doubt her beauty. And he, Dong Fengyu, had invited Qin Mingyao to be a tutor in the class he was in charge of many times. But Qin Mingyao had always used her as an excuse that she would not be 20 years old, and was reluctant to go. This time, I actually came to Muyun's class, came to this waste class. Dong Fengyu let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Hello everyone. Starting from today, I will teach you with Mentor Muyun. Standing in front of the podium, Qin Mingyao did not wear a veil this time, and smiled slightly at the face of Qingcheng, making the students in the audience instantly obsessed. Nice. Even after seeing Qin Mingyao smiling, Muyun still feels beautiful. Moreover, the previous Qin Mingyao had some sadness in his smile, but now, that sadness disappeared, and her beauty seemed to bloom completely. Everyone knows that I was terminally ill before, and I will not live to be 20 years old. However, the terminally ill in my body has already been cured by your pastoral tutor. Therefore, from the future on, I hope to work hard with everyone and come on. What? The whole class was an instant sensation. Qin Mingyao was recognized as the #1 beauty in Beiyun College before, but unfortunately, everyone in Beiyun City knew that she was destined to not live to be 20 years old. But now, everyone was stunned to hear that Qin Mingyao's body recovered and the stubborn illness was cured. What surprised them most was that Muyun actually cured Qin Mingyao. Seeing the students around him staring at him like a monster, Muyun coughed dryly. This rubbish. Why has it suddenly become so powerful? Jin Dong's face was slightly pale when he heard the words outside the classroom. Waste. Dong Fengyu smiled contemptuously. He is a trash. What are you? Hearing this, Jin Dong lowered his head tremblingly, not daring to talk back. Master Dongfeng, you can't just leave it alone for today's affairs. Forget it. Huh? Dongfeng Jade's white gown said calmly. Jin Dong, there just happened to be a good job. I wonder if you dare to do it. What's the errand? Someone paid a high price for Miyun's head, 500 low-grade spirit stones, dare you? Dongfeng Yu suddenly said. Dare. Jin Dong grinned his head and hummed. It was me careless to lose to him today. It is easy to kill him. But I am the only one to kill this waste, right? Seeing Jin Dong's cowering look, Dongfang Yu didn't make it clear. Naturally not. To be foolproof, there are 3 physical 6-layer condensed vein martial artists, and, at the critical moment, there will be a killer to help you. It is good, Jin Dong swallowed, and said, as long as there is a chance, Mu Yun, I will kill it. Seeing the smile on Mu Yun's face in the classroom, Dongfang Yu's face grew colder. Although I don't know how Mu Yun hooked up with Qin Mingyao didn't even give him face, and actually joined Mu Yun's trash class, which was a slap in the face. In the entire Beiyun College, who didn't know that Dongfang Yu was interested in Qin Mingyao. It's just that Mu Yun didn't know at this moment that he had already offended Dongfang Yu, one of the 3 beautiful men of Beiyun College. Instructor Pastor. Just after class, a scent of fragrance came to his face. Miao Xinyu shook his chest and came to Mu Yun. Teacher Pastor. In the last class, the lecture given by Teacher Pastor was really wonderful. The students still don't quite understand. I want to ask for some advice. Consult? Seeing Miao Xinyu's ignorant expression, Mu Yun smiled and said, ask? Yes, but the instructor is going to the Beiyun Mountains tomorrow to gather some herbs. Would you like to go? Okay, Miao Xinyu said without hesitation. Mu Yun had a big head, and he didn't expect Miao Xinyu to agree so readily. The Beiyun mountain range is a mountain range adjacent to Beiyun City. The mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, and the depth is unknown. Among them, monsters emerge endlessly and are very dangerous. Mu Yun just wanted to scare this little girl, even if she knew she was not afraid at all. Instructor Mu, then it's settled. See you tomorrow. Miao Xinyu waved her hand, twisted her buttocks, and gradually left. The college is such a great place. Seeing Miao Xinyu gradually leaving, Mu Yun couldn't help sighing. Does it look good? Good looking. Sexy. Okay. It's beautiful. The scenery of the college is really beautiful. When he saw the person behind, Mu Yun immediately changed his words. Qin Mingyao curled his lips and hummed. From today, I will lead the 5th class of elementary school with you. First of all, as the tutor of this junk class, the tutor of the great animal husbandry, should you consider how to put the junk class into consideration? The name is removed. Yes, Tutor Qin is right. I hope Tutor Qin will take care of this matter. I look forward to your arrival and change my class. You stop. Seeing Mu Yun trying to slip away, Qin Mingyao bit her silver teeth slightly and hummed. You are the main instructor of Junior Class 5. This matter, you are incumbent on this matter, great genius Mu. I'm not a genius. Mu Yun shook his hand and said instead, Miss Qin, you said that your strange disease was completely cured, and our marriage. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Mingyao's face flushed and looked a little cramped. Before, she had always thought that Mu Yun was a wooden knot and cowardly. If it weren't for her, she could only live to be 20 years old. This marriage would never exist. But now, the facts have proved that Mu Yun is not a waste, and it is more like being hidden. Her illness has also been completely resolved, and it is time to discuss the marriage between the two. But the two have known each other for a short time, and it is too early to talk about marriage now. This marriage, I need to think about it again. After gritting her teeth, Qin Mingyao lowered her head. Instead of the coldness of the past, she felt ashamed. Thinking? Can't think anymore. Time is running out. Mu Yun said anxiously. Why are you so anxious? Can I not be anxious? Tell me about the awakening of the Ice Phoenix spirit in the body, and you will have a boundless future in the future. Needless to say, you should also be able to appreciate this. Mu Yun continued. I am a recognized trash in North Cloud City, a coward, and I am engaged to me. That is also very bad for your reputation. So of course this marriage must be terminated as soon as possible. What? Lifted? However, Mu Yun's words pulled Qin Mingyao from fantasy to reality. You. Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Mingyao became annoyed and said, You shameless person, want to dissolve the marriage contract? There is no door. With a stomped foot, Qin Mingyao left angrily. She always thought that Mu Yun couldn't wait to marry her, but she didn't expect that she was about to break the marriage contract. For some reason, when Qin Mingyao heard these words, there was a trace of loss in Qin Mingyao's heart. and he was a little unwilling. This guy, isn't he worthy of him? Okay. However, seeing Qin Mingyao leaving angrily, Mu Yun was confused. Isn't Qin Mingyao eager to break his marriage contract with him? The power of the Ice Phoenix spirit is enough to make Qin Mingyao the supreme supremacy in the entire Tianyan continent, and in the future, it will be unlimited. It seems that this little girl still hasn't fully realized the power of the Ice Phoenix spirit. It was night. Mu Yun was sitting on the bed. Since the last time Zhu Xiantu was opened inadvertently, Mu Yun tried various methods, but he still couldn't shake Zhu Xiantu. Think about it too. In the previous life, as a generation of immortal kings who ruled thousands of worlds, when he got the Zhu Tiantu, he couldn't open it at all. Now he is naturally even more impossible. There is already a qi energy in the body. Tonight, it should be able to break through to the fivefold condensed energy realm of the physical body. The condensing air realm is the synthesis of physical strength with qi gene, one soft and one strong, both rigid and soft, to give full play to the greatest strength of the martial artist. Today, he was able to defeat Jin Dong with the realm of strong breath. A large part of the reason is that he has a deep understanding of martial arts. However, if he breaks through to the condensing state, even if he confronts Jin Dong again and heads head-on, Mu Yun is confident that he hit him all over the floor looking for teeth. Entering Ding, Mu Yun's whole body relaxed. Between the heavens and the earth, a trace of weak qi was flowing slowly. The physical body's 5 layers of condensed qi state feels true qi and enters the body. When the Jin qi in the body gathers to a certain point, it is to use the Jin qi to nourish the pulse, and when the pulse is formed, the Jin qi will become the essence, turn into the true essence, and hurt the person with the true essence, which is to step into the 7-fold condensed original state of the flesh. The 10th level of the martial artist's body and the 7th level of the true primal realm can truly be regarded as entering the room. But Mu Yun also understood that the first 3 emphasized physical strength, and taking bone-tempering pill was profitable and harmless to him. However, the subsequent practice requires a solid foundation step by step. Strengthen breath, expand inner breath, condense qi, condense jinqi, gather. Completely let go of the body, Mu Yun began to feel the flow of true energy between heaven and earth wholeheartedly. However, even though he had the experience of the previous life to comprehend, the aptitude of this body itself is really too bad. In the middle of the night, Mu Yun just felt a trace of real energy flowing around him. Chapter 27, Purple Hunting Wolf. But the flow of infuriating energy was too slow. It was the speed at which a snail crawled. How can it be so slow? Mu Yun was about to run away. Such a speed of practice is really too slow. I still don't believe it. As the immortal king in my previous life, I still can't step into the condensing state. Without a word, Mu Yun opened his heart and fell into practice again. Kung. However, just as Mu Yun was forcibly impacting, a clanging sound suddenly sounded. In his mind, Zhu Xiantu suddenly opened. In an instant, in front of Mu Yun's eyes, the tens of thousands of horses galloping again appeared, one after another incomparably powerful, rushing to a picture scroll, all died. Then, all the sights dissipated, and Zhu Xiantu slowly opened a corner. A weird feeling rose in Mu Yun's heart. This Zhu Xiantu, he tried various methods, did not move at all, but now he opened it suddenly. This guy seems to be unable to open, all according to their own preferences. The scroll opened, revealing only an extremely small corner, but that corner, as if opening a world in front of Mu Yun's eyes, extremely empty. And from that corner, a steady stream of true essence descended from the sky, from the Zhu Xiantu, to the limbs and 8 channels in Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun had never seen such a rich true essence, even as an immortal king in his previous life. In the body, the true essence was diluted, turned into true qi, and flowed continuously, blending into every meridian and every cell of Mu Yun. Strength is growing. But Mu Yun was surprised to find that his physique was actually growing continuously. As we all know, the speed at which a warrior absorbs true essence relies on personal talent and intelligence, aptitude, and aptitude is destined by the heavens. From birth, It is destined to how far a person can go in the warrior's journey. Even if the warrior absorbs more true essence, it is only an improvement in physique. It is impossible to improve the qualifications. It's just that right now, the true essence circulated in Zhu Xian 2 is truly improving Mu Yun's aptitude. If it is said that Mu Yun was just mediocre, then he now can be called a genius. Born to be talented. Zhu Xian 2, in the previous life, you didn't surprise me, but in this life, you surprised me. Feeling the surging power flow in his body, Mu Yun slowly stood up. 5 levels of physical body, condensed chi state. At the time of the strong breath realm, Mu Yun already possessed more than a dozen oxen's power, but now, his power surpassed 10,000 caddies, reaching a terrifying force of 20,000 caddies. Generally speaking, it is rare for a physical 5-layer warrior to be capable of tens of thousands of caddies. Even if it is a martial artist in the 6th layer condensed pulse realm, using chi to nourish the pulse, it is only 15,000 caddies of power. The current Mu Yun, relying solely on physical strength, far surpasses a physical body's 6th layer vein condensing realm martial artist. At this moment, when he calmed down, Mu Yun could clearly feel that the true energy around him fluctuated. His aptitude was improved by the true chi exuded by Zhu Xian 2, and it was no longer the same as before, and it was difficult to comprehend true chi. Zhu Xian 2 really amazing. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xian 2's true essence could improve the qualifications of martial artists, and Mu Yun was overjoyed. However, Mu Yun firmly believes that the Zhu Xian 2 who was robbed by thousands of worlds will definitely not only have this kind of magical method. In the early morning, the entire Beiyin city was still asleep, and a figure swept out of the wall from the Mu's house. It is Mu Yun. Today, he made up his mind to go to the North Cloud mountain range. He came to hone his physical strength and become familiar with his current strength. Secondly, I picked some medicinal materials by the way. Stepping into the chi condensing realm, the next step is the 6-fold condensing meridian realm of the physical body. He must refine some pills to improve the strength of the body meridians. Thinking of Miao Xianyu's sly smile yesterday, Mu Yun decided to pay attention and set off early in the morning. It really made him take a little girl to hone. Many martial arts are inconvenient to use. Hey, Teacher Mu, I left so early. Don't you want to have breakfast? Just as Mu Yun had just stepped out of Beiyin City and had time to breathe a sigh of relief, a laughter rang out from behind. Wonderful fairy language. Looking back at Miao Xianyu's smug smile, Mu Yun sighed. Let's go. Seeing a sly smile on Miao Xianyu's face, Mu Yun waved his hand and headed towards the Beiyin mountain range. The two walked together, unaware of the fact that behind them, the 4 figures took advantage of the hazy morning and followed them unhurriedly. Boss, that Miao Xianyu is the granddaughter of Master Miaoqing. Master Miaoqing is the head of the Sacred Pill sect in the North Cloud City branch. She is also a 3-star alchemist. She is with Mu Yun. Just kill it. The man who was obviously the leader hummed. North Cloud Mountain Range. Killing and destroying corpses is perfect. Don't forget, the price the buyer paid is enough for our brothers to be happy for a while. It is good. Hearing the boss's words, the other 3 gritted their teeth. But the boss, that Miao Xinyu is still a young man, before killing, enough brothers to be happy. A thin man laughed. Old 7, you are lustful, and something will happen sooner or later, but Miyun is the 4-fold strong breath state, and the girl has just stepped into the triple tendon change state, and the 4 of our brothers are all flesh body 6-fold condensed vein state. Kill it's easy for them to make the brothers happy. Okay, the 4 of them whispered for a while, and gradually followed. Young Master Dongfang, are these 4 guys enough? Behind the 4 people, 2 figures stood on the corner of the street. It was Jin Dong and Dong Fangio. Jin Dong understood Mu Yun's strength. The 4 invited killers had not received normal training at all, and they might not be able to succeed in the face of Mu Yun. It's just 4 things that don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. It's natural to rely on them to kill Mu Yun, and hope is not great, but you can also explore the bottom of Mu Yun. Isn't there you and me? Dongfang Yu smiled slightly and didn't care. The mantis catches the cicada, the oriole is behind. It's high. It's really high. Jin Dong smiled and said, if you have Dongfang Gongzi, you will do it. Mu Yun will definitely die? Of course he is going to die. Looking at the few people who left, Dongfang whispered. For some reason, he felt a hint of crisis from Mu Yun's change. Recently, Mu Yun has changed his image from the past 9 years, which is really unusual. This change, after Qin Mingyao joined Mu Yun's class, gave Dongfang Yu a kind of pressure, inexplicable pressure. No matter what, as long as Mu Yun threatens him in the future, he must be removed as soon as possible. Instructor Shepard, the method you mentioned last time for the spirit gathering pill is feasible. My grandfather said that he would like to see you and ask you for advice. While walking on the road, Miao Xinyu spoke with each other. Oh, your grandfather. Who is your grandfather? Steal my unilateral, but you have to pay for my spirit stone, Mu Yun said indifferently. You? In the entire North Cloud City, there are almost none who don't know her grandfather. Master Miaoqing, one of the three-star alchemists in North Cloud City, has a profound knowledge of alchemy and is well known. And most importantly, her grandfather has another identity. He is the person in charge of the Sacred Pill sect in the North Cloud City branch, and his position is slightly inferior to that of Dean Liu Xiaotianlu. Mu Yun actually said he didn't know. My grandpa is Master Miaoqing. Miaoqing? Oh, it's over? Seeing Mu Yun walking in front of her back, Miao Xinyu couldn't wait to go up and beat him up, but she still endured it when she thought of what Grandpa said. Teacher Mu, I don't care. If my grandfather wants to see you, you have to meet him. Otherwise, you will be responsible for what happened to me in this Baiyun mountain range. Miao Xinyu's little mouth rises, dissatisfied. I knew it was a trouble. Seeing the little girl's expression that you didn't promise me not to leave, Mu Yun nodded helplessly. To be honest, a 6-star alchemy master, Master Mo, is already annoying him, and it is unimaginable that another wonderful Qing will appear. Instructor Pastor. Shoo. Miao Xinyu wanted to say something. Mu Yun suddenly made a silent motion and looked ahead. The Baiyun mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, almost spanning the entire northern part of the Southern Cloud Empire. Among them, the monsters continue to be. Almost every year, many warriors enter the Baiyun Mountains to explore or hunt monsters to make money or gather medicine. However, there are not a few warriors who die in the Baiyun Mountains every year. Wealth often coexists with crisis. There was a grass field in front of the two of them. A dozen Tier 5 monster beasts, purple-haired wolves, were lying or standing, obviously as a group. The purple-haired borzoi are very collective, and each purple-haired borzoi has a strong tacit understanding with each other. This kind of tacit understanding is innate. Therefore, if the general warrior wants to hunt the purple-haired wolves and obtain the demon pill, they often need several times the number of purple-haired wolves to attack. Disperse the purple borzoi so that they cannot form a tight union. Seeing Mu Yun counting the number of the purple-haired wolves, Miao Xinyu smiled and said, Mr. Mu, you don't want to strangle these purple-haired wolves by yourself. So what? Mu Yun left a word, and people had already walked out. Ouch! A clear wolf howl sounded, and for an instant, those purple-haired wolves, either lying down or resting, stood up together. Day. Watching Mu Yun walked over, Miao Xinyu's eyes widened. The purple-haired borzoi has a high degree of coordination. Mu Yun has just broken through to the condensing state. Facing this group of about 20 purple-haired wolves, where will he be an opponent? The fifth-order monster itself is equivalent to the 5-layer condensed energy realm martial artist. What's more, in the same realm, monster beasts are much stronger than humans. Mu Yun, it is too big. Although he won Jin Dong, but at this moment, even Jin Dong, it is impossible for him to retreat in the face of more than 20 purple-haired wolves who have worked closely together. Come on, look at the strength of this body now. Mu Yun stood in place with his hands into fists, looking at the 21 purple-haired borzoi who were staring at him on the opposite side. Now he has a fist close to 20,000 caddies, but this body, after all, has an unstable foundation and a bit stiff. He must use such battles to adapt this body to high-intensity battles. Only by fighting can you improve. Chapter 28 Trailing. Ouch! The wolves let out a loud roar, and their eyes fell on Mu Yun one by one, full of hostility. Warriors who dare to provoke wolves are a great insult to them. Huh! In an instant, beside Mu Yun's side, 2 adult purple-haired hunting wolves rushed up like a flash of purple lightning. Go away. A punch was blasted, and two pops rang out. The heads of the two purple-haired borzoi exploded, and their brains burst. With two simple punches, without using any martial arts, that terrifying force of 20,000 caddies instantly beheaded two adult wolves. Ooh. Among the wolves, because of the death of the two purple-haired wolves, there was a groan. HHHHHH. Only in the next moment, the four purple films attacked Muyun from the front, back, and left. The monster beast, although not wise, has some simple judgments. Siege. Muyun smiled, thinking of two palms on the left and right sides with both hands for an instant. Stepping into the five-layer condensed chi realm of the physical body, hurting the enemy with chi gene. Often the opponent is already knocked into the air by the whole body chi gene before it touches his body. Bang bang. Two bangs sounded, and the two purple-haired wolves wailed twice on the left and right sides, and fell to the ground 3 meters outside of Muyun's body. Only at this moment, the two purple-haired hunting wolves were already approaching Muyun. At this moment, Muyun suddenly retracted his hands, and his palms suddenly padded towards the ground. He shot out vigorously, and the strong rebound force instantly bounced Muyun's body to a height of 5 meters. For a while, the two purple-haired borzoi did not react. Muyun didn't stop, his body turned volleyed, his head down, and his fists were thrown out. Boom. Two purple-haired wolves were killed instantly. The four purple-haired hunting wolves were killed one after another, and an aura of anxiety was gradually brewing among the wolves. On the side, the lurking Miao Xinyu couldn't help his eyes widening. Is this still Muyun she knew? Obviously, when Muyun played against Jin Dong yesterday, he was still in the fourfold strong breath realm of his physical body, and it was rare to break through to the fivefold condensed energy realm overnight. However, the bursting power of Muyun's body far exceeded that of the usual condensing energy realm martial artist. Boss, among the four men in black robes, the youngest swallowed and said, "Is this guy really only fivefold flesh? Fuck, the condensed chi realm can explode with tens of thousands of caddies. Who believes it?" Old Chi took the words, cursing, "This time, I was cheated by the gold master. No wonder 500 low-grade spirit stones took this kid's life. I said how it was so cost-effective. This kid is definitely not only in the condensed energy realm, at least in the condensed vein realm." The old fifth who had not spoken said, "Shut up, fucking." The black robe boss couldn't help shouting, "Look at your prowess. 7 of our brothers have come out to make waves. What storms have not been seen? The 2nd, 4th, and 6th are all dead. If we survive, we prove that we are better than them. It's just a little Mautu boy with a 5-level condensed energy realm. His strength is a little bit stronger, but the physical power is a fart in front of Chi Jin. The 4 of us work together to kill him easily. Besides, you didn't realize that these 2 people obviously came through experience. When they are exhausted, we will kill them. This kid is the grasshopper after autumn, and he can't jump a few times. If they are unlucky and encounter a 7th-order monster and fight for a half-death, we will directly reap the benefits of the fisherman. How great." Hearing what the boss said, the few people gradually settled down. That's right. As long as a few of them take care of their work and kill Muyun and Miao Xinyu, it is not difficult. Furthermore, the big man said that in case of an accident, he will help us. He is a 7-fold condensed Yuan realm warrior. 7 layers of condensed origin realm. Hearing this, several people took a reassurance pill. With the 10-fold physical body, it is considered a strong one to step into the 6th, but compared with the 7-fold, it is far from the ground. In the Ning Yuan realm, the true essence is condensed in the body, and the strength of the true essence is by no means comparable to the so-called physical strength and vigor. Now we just have to wait and wait for the best time. Abandoning these words, the black robe boss's eyes glowed with cold, staring at Muyun in the distance. "I still don't believe it. You can always be so mighty. Still in a daze, can't you help the instructor collect the demon pill? The demon pill of the 5th-order monster beast can sell 10 low-grade spirit stones, right?" Seeing Miao Xinyu still hiding aside and staring at him, Muyun beckoned. "It's over?" It was over. Miao Xinyu couldn't help vomiting and walked out when he saw the blood and brain fluid flow all over the floor. There were 21 purple-haired borzoi before and after it took Muyun less than half an hour. Although a few wolves had escaped, Mu Yun's speed and endurance were really amazing. Teacher Mu, can I ask you a question? Sure. Why did you pretend to be stupid before? Miao Xinyu flashed his big eyes and asked in surprise. Is it the reason for the bastard? Illegitimate child? Mentioning these three words, a memory burst out of Mu Yun's mind. At that time, Mu Yun was less than 10 years old, but in the Mu's clan in Nanyan City, he lived a dog-like life. His mother was absent, and his father ignored him. From birth to 10 years old, he didn't experience any affection. Instead, when he arrived in North Cloud City, Mu Linshan gave him his father's love and care. The bastard? What is the identity of the bastard? Putting those distracting thoughts aside, Mu Yun laughed and said, "One day, I will become the best illegitimate son of the Nanyan Empire. Let the Mu family beg me to go back." Putting this sentence in the mouths of others, Miao Xinyu smiled contemptuously at best. But at this moment, facing Mu Yun, she couldn't laugh at all. Maybe one day, Mu Yun can really do it. As soon as this thought appeared, Miao Xinyu was surprised. Nanyan City is the emperor's capital and Mujia of the Nanyan Empire. It is a famous and powerful family in the Nanyan Empire. Among them, there are countless warriors beyond the 10 realms of the flesh. How difficult it is for Mu Yun to get there. Let's go. After finishing the dozens of wolf-hunting demon pills, Mu Yun continued to move toward the depths. Instructor Mu, there may be a tier 6 monster in front. I know. Then you. Hey, how can you force those dog legs to show up if you don't go into the depths? Dog legs? Is someone following them? Do not look back. Just as Miao Xinyu wanted to turn around and take a look, Mu Yun suddenly said, I have followed since I came out of Beiyin City. Let them follow. The tutor has not been bloodied yet. Mu Yun whispered, walking towards the depths of the mountains. Go, keep following up. Seeing Mu Yun and Miao Xinyu continue to move toward the depths, the boss was overjoyed and couldn't help shouting. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun would actually enter the 5-layer condensed energy realm of his physical body. Judging from his physical strength, it seems to far exceed those of the same realm. Dongfang Yu was a little surprised. But fortunately, he noticed Mu Yun. Otherwise, it would be too late when Mu Yun unknowingly grew to the point where he could threaten him. The physical body's 5-fold condensed energy realm, and the average warrior also has 10,000 caddies of huge power. Looking at Mu Yun, I am afraid that it is at least 20,000 caddies of huge power. That said, but after all, he is only in the condensing state. Dongfang Yu smiled freely and didn't care. No matter what today, Mu Yun must die. Boom. Accompanied by a bang, 2 blazing 2-headed lions crashed to the ground. The fiery 2-headed lion, the 6th-order monster, the fur is red all over, and the temper is very grumpy. Huh. Panting heavily, Mu Yun sat down on the ground with a pale face and said, Xinyu, help me quickly. I'm exhausted now. Protect me. Yes. Miao Xinyu walked to Mu Yun's side and said with concern, Teacher Mu, are you okay? It's okay. It's just too much consumption. Right now, I'm afraid you can kill me easily, but if you recover for a while, it should be better. Don't move forward for now. Just rest on the spot. Mu Yun said these few words. He was breathing heavily again, looking very tired. Hey, rest? I can let you rest and rest. Just as the two were talking, a joking sound rang out, and 4 figures gathered from 4 directions. Who are you? Looking at the 4 of them, Miao Xinyu's expression changed, and she straightened her chest and stood in front of Mu Yun. Hey, little girl, don't care who we are, as long as you stay aside honestly. You will kill this Mu Yun soon, and the masters who are serving will be cool. I will consider and spare your life. A black-robed man smiled. His eyes lit up, and he bit Miao Xinyu's chest. Old 7, a quick fight. Understood, boss. Hearing the eldest brother's words, Old Shi walked up and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. Boy, you are really good, but your brain is not enough. How can you use up your power when you come to the Beiyun mountain range for experience? You know, in the Beiyun mountain range, the most dangerous thing is not the monster, but the human. A dagger appeared in his hand, and the old Chi smiled and said, I have to remember it next time. No, it's the next life. The 4 followed Mu Yun and Miao Xinyu all the way, waiting for this opportunity. The fire 2-headed lion is a tier 6 monster, far better than a warrior in the same realm. And Mu Yun faced too. Rao is because of his immense power, he should be completely abolished at this moment. Without saying anything, he raised his arm and struck out with vigor, and the wonderful fairy language that was blocking Mu Yun's body was instantly pushed away. Boy, someone buys your life. Don't blame us if you die. Old Chi's face was cold. A silver light flashed from the dagger in his hand, and it fell instantly. Pouch! The next moment, the sound of a sharp weapon slashing across the body sounded, and the blood ticked down to the ground. However, the blood did not flow from Mu Yun, but Lao Chi. Old Seven, Old Seven, Old Seven. Everything happened too quickly, and the other three had no time to react. They just saw the blood gurgling out of Old Chi's neck, and they couldn't stop it. Yes, Bayan Mountain Range. The most dangerous thing is not the monster, but the human, but you are not counted. Mu Yun's hand, the dagger flashed with blood, smiled slightly, and stood up. Chapter 29 Fight. You guys have been with you for a day, so you should be tired. Throwing the dagger on the ground at will, Mu Yun said leisurely. Let's talk about it. Who can spend money to invite you? Bayan City. There should not be many people who want to kill me, Mu Yun. Damn it. Until this moment, the boss, the third, and the fifth did not know that they had been discovered by Mu Yun a long time ago. This guy has been playing with them all the time. Humph. We have been observing you for a day. Even if you have spare hands now, it should not be in your heyday. The three of me are all in the condensed pulse realm. You are only in the condensed energy realm. Killing you is easy. Then what are you doing in a daze? On. Seeing Mu Yun being so arrogant, a sense of shame that was underestimated rose in the hearts of the three of them, and they rushed forward. Miao Xinyu standing on the side guarded against the attack of the three at any time. She understands that at this moment, she only needs to protect herself and not let the three of them catch him and threaten Mu Yun. It just happens to use you to practice hands. In his previous life, as the Supreme Fairy King in thousands of worlds, Mu Yun's fighting skills can be described as culmination. Only in this life, his fighting skills are still there, but his body is not as dexterous as it used to be. Therefore, he needs to fight to keep improving. Luoyun Jinshuan falling mountain style. With a low drink, Mu Yun's palm pierced out in the shape of a sword. This style is not unfamiliar to Miao Xinyu. Last time, Mu Yun used this palm at the last moment to cut Jin Dong's abdomen live. Facing the three-person attack, Mu Yun seemed very calm. As soon as he shot his hand, his palms were like heavy mountain peaks, slamming to the left and right. Two dull voices sounded, the boss and the fifth person, as if they had touched two iron plates, groaned and had to back off. It's just in front of him that the youngest man smiled with joy, and the long sword in his hand pointed directly at Mu Yun. Mu Yun had already resorted to it. At this moment, when he was exhausted, it was absolutely impossible to attack again so quickly. However, seeing Mu Yun rushing towards him desperately, the face of the third child gradually changed. Falling sea style. With a low drink, a strong energy burst out in front of Mu Yun's palm. Faced with that energy, the youngest man felt like a horse galloping and rushed straight on his cheek. That palm, like the roar of a sea wave, the wind and clouds' color changed. His sword also lost its direction at this moment. Youngest, what are you doing? On the other side, seeing the old third staring at the same place, the old man and the old five, looking puzzled. In the past, their brothers also cooperated in this way. Three people flanked. The two forced their opponents to do their best, while the other took advantage of this to perform a must-kill strategy. But today, the third child is standing in place like a fool, which is really weird. Oh, it's useless to call. Mu Yunsen smiled, raised his palm, and his body jumped up, slashing diagonally on the youngest third's neck. Click! A fragile bone fracture sounded, and the youngest pair's eyes widened and his breath broke. To his death, he didn't understand why, when facing Mu Yun's attack, that vigorous force could destroy his veins, leaving him motionless, even unable to speak. And this, the boss and the fifth, would never know. Too weak. Looking at the fallen youngest, Mu Yun clapped his hands and stared at the other two. Damn it, asshole. Two brothers died in Mu Yun's hands one after another, and they all seemed a little inexplicable, making them completely lose their minds. Fifth, use that trick. Big brother. The third and seventh can't die in vain. And without that trick, do you think we can kill him? Seeing how determined his eldest brother was, the old fifth nodded fiercely. Brother, start. Old Wooey gritted his teeth. Suddenly his hands became palms, and he slapped him behind the boss. Gradually, the old fifth's face became paler and paler, with almost no trace of blood. On the other hand, the boss in front of him has become more and more vigorous, and his original physical body's six-fold coagulation state seems to be growing. Big brother, I can't do it anymore. Sitting on the ground with a puff, the old five was pale, lying on the ground, motionless, panting. Enough, infinitely close to the power of the Ning Yuan realm. Now, with a huge force of 20,000 caddies and 5,000 caddies, it is enough to kill him. For a time, the Black Robe boss raised infinite fighting spirit in his heart. At this time, even Tenmu Yun could not stop him. What? With a loud shout, the Black Robe boss stepped out. On the ground in front of him, there was a footprint as deep as an inch, and the surrounding ground was torn apart several cracks. Mu Yun, take your life. With red eyes, the figure of the Black Robe boss suddenly raised a few centimeters. His arms and thighs were thicker than a circle. Instructor Pastor. It's okay. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yun's face was calm. One day today, he has dealt with dozens of waves of monster beasts, strong or weak. Although he rested for a period of time, the consumption is indeed very large. It is not difficult for him to see that the Black Robe boss at this moment is using a secret method. Absorb the skills of others, accommodate yourself, and improve your own strength in a short time. These two people are already fighting to the death and want to kill him. It's just that Mu Yun is knowledgeable and understands these secret methods. Not only does the caster's body become weak for a period of time after the effect, but also a certain part of the body will appear weak during the cast. Play this with me, just have fun with you. Now if he is head-to-head with the Black Robe boss, Mu Yun asks himself that he is indeed no match. However, in the face of a strong person who has weaknesses in his body, he has many methods to use. Let me try. Where is your weakness? Mu Yun's figure flashed, his feet stepped away, and he bypassed the burly Black Robe boss, rushed behind him, flicked his 10 fingers with both hands, and hit the 10 acupuncture points behind the Black Robe boss respectively. Ding ding ding. Hearing a sound like a metal hum, Mu Yun knew that his back was not the weakness of the Black Robe boss. Also dare to take the initiative to fight for death. Seeing Mu Yun's flexible means, the Black Robe boss snorted coldly and suddenly punched with one hand. The fist was full of vigor, and a gust of wind formed on the surface of the fist. The speed of this punch was more than 3 times faster than before. Before he could think about it, Mu Yun retracted his 10 fingers and blasted out a punch. Kung! A clanging sound rang. Mu Yun's body thumped and then backed away. His arms were numb, and even his arms couldn't help but tremble. So strong. This Black Robe boss's secret recipe for actual combat not only improved his physical strength and vitality, but also made his physical defenses like an iron plate. Moreover, the Black Robe boss is obviously not the first time to use it, and it is easy to use. Hey, now Mu Yun is miserable. 100 meters away, on a giant branch, 2 figures stood. It was Dongfang Yu and Jin Dong. Seeing the Black Robe man suddenly suppressed Mu Yun, Jin Dong smiled. I didn't expect this black horse to have this secret method. Now, even if he can't kill Mu Yun, it will be enough to hit him. Seriously injured. Don't be complacent. This Mu Yun has been wasteful for 9 years, and it has suddenly risen recently. It must have gained some unusual magic weapon. Let's take a look first. Dongfang Yu said cautiously. If he really has any secret treasure, kill him. It will be yours and mine. Upon hearing this, Jin Dong's eyes became hot. That's right. Mu Yun has become completely different recently. Even he is not Mu Yun's opponent. It can be seen that this guy must have some unusual adventures. The Nanyan Empire has many wizards who were unknown until they were adults, but after getting the adventure, they soared into the sky. There must be something important in Mu Yun's body. Without a moment of relaxation, Jin Dong stared at the 2 people 100 meters away, and Jin Dong was ready to take action at any time. Trash, you can do it. The Black Robe boss punched and punched hard. Mu Yun couldn't help but sneered. I will make you completely collapse with 1 punch and 1 punch. for my third and seventh brothers. Revenge. Now proud, it's too early. Mu Yun vomited a mouthful of blood and said disdainfully, Little Master's methods have not really been displayed yet. The black-robed boss, after using the secret collection, was simply a stone man. His whole body was as hard as fine iron, and even if Mu Yun was strong and physically strong, he was also shaken out of internal injuries. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the black-robed boss suddenly became cautious. After a few interviews, he had already discovered that Mu Yun was scheming, and the more critical the moment he reached, the more he couldn't be careless. With arms in front of him, the black-robed boss stared at Mu Yun closely to see what tricks he wanted to do. With his hands hanging in front of him, Mu Yun suddenly separated his feet and stepped heavily on the ground. Now his physical strength is 20,000 jin. Under this step, the ground cracks and a cloud of dust splashes. And between his legs, the invisible energy exploded. Under this formula, Mu Yun's body seemed to be concentrated in the lower part. Fight hard. Do you think I'm inferior to you? Pick me up and try. His legs ran quickly, entraining a cloud of smoke and dust. This time, Mu Yun's body was like a cheetah, moving forward quickly. Seeing Mu Yun's stance to fight to the death, the black-robed boss didn't dare to be careless. His breath sank, and his whole body strength concentrated on retreating. At this moment, fighting strength, he did not fear Mu Yun at all. Although Mu Yun's physical strength is very strong, he is still slightly inferior compared to him at the moment. As long as he concentrates all his power on his legs and waits until Mu Yun approaches and kicks out with one leg, that power is enough to make Mu Yun's lungs explode. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already seen the end of Mu Yun's death. Suffer. Almost after a few breaths, Mu Yun had already arrived in front of the black-robed boss. Seeing Mu Yun approaching, the black-robed boss was unceremonious and kicked out. That kick almost exhausted all his strength. He asked himself, he could definitely kill Mu Yun. Falling cloud style. At this moment, Mu Yun's original rushing figure suddenly stopped, his hands slammed on the ground, and the ground cracked with a rumbling. Mu Yun's body flew up in the sky, and it actually swept behind the black-robed boss in an instant. What? Seeing this scene, the black-robed boss suddenly became sluggish. Chapter 30, The Ultimate Cardinal. Not only the black-robed boss was stunned, but Miao Xinyu was also stunned and did not react. She thought that Mu Yun was going to compete head-to-head with the black-robed boss. Who would have thought that this was actually just a cover? Falling style. Mu Yun, whose body was in the air, did not stop. His hands were once again into the palm of his sword, and he fell straight down by virtue of the strangeness of his body. Do you think you were beaten for a long time? For what? Mu Yun hummed and said, As long as there are some flaws in the secrets, and the secrets you have displayed seem to be powerful, but there are too many flaws. It is not difficult for me to find the flaws. When the words fell, Mu Yun's sword palm had already fallen. Almost subconsciously, the black-robed boss raised his hand to resist, but he had just exhausted his strength, and the resistance at this moment was only formal. Boom. There was a low, muffled sound. The black-robed boss slammed, kneeling on the ground, bloodshot in his nostrils, ear holes, and eyes. Mu Yun fell to the ground and looked at the black-robed boss with a cold expression. The black-robed boss at the moment, accepting his falling cloud pose, is basically completely abolished. And the secret method time is up. This guy, it is basically impossible to survive. Hey, didn't you praise my figure just now? Why are you leaving now in a hurry? At the same time, Miao Xinyu on the other side lifted his fifth child and said with a smile, Now, come and praise me again, otherwise, I will think about it and uproot your little friend. No. Hearing the harmless words of Miao Xinyu, the old five felt cold in his lower body. I said yes. Call out. Just as the fifth child was about to speak, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a sharp weapon pierced through the air. Boom. In the next instant, the old fifth's head, like a blood lotus, exploded completely. Who? Everything happened too suddenly. Miao Xinyu had no time to react at all. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that has resonated in Baiyun City for 10 years has already been transformed into a genius. The surprise you brought me is really not small. Two figures appeared again. Jin Dong. Oriental Jade. Tutor Jin Dong. tutor Dongfang Jade. Seeing the two, Miao Xinyu was slightly taken aback. She is not stupid. Now, she finally understands who is behind the scenes. Xinyu, go. Seeing the two appearing, Mu Yun lightly shouted. Jin Dong, the six-fold condensed veins realm of the flesh, Dongfang Jade, is even more terrifying the seven-fold condensed yuan realm of the flesh. In the Ning yuan state, true essence is produced in the body, and the body is quenched by the true essence. The body is extremely strong, and, even more powerful, the power of the true essence is more than 10 times stronger than the strength of the physical body and the strength of qi. Whether it is physical body or qi gene, it is only the power generated in the martial artist's body, which is created by humans. And true essence is born of heaven and earth, and created by heaven. The gap can be imagined. The most important thing is that this time, neither Dongfang Yu nor Jin Dong did any cover-ups. This is enough to show that the two of them are already determined to kill themselves and Miao Xinyu. I do not go, Miao Xinyu hummed. Teacher Jin Dong, Teacher Dongfang, and you too. Why do you want to kill the teacher shepherd? Today, if you kill him, I will report to the dean. Go. Seeing Miao Xinyu, I naively thought that Jin Dong and Dongfangyu would let her go, and Mu Yun felt a headache. After all, she was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl who had not experienced the cruelty of the world of warriors. She was still a little too simple. Go back and report to the dean. Hearing Miao Xinyu's words, Jin Dong smiled. Go, go. Today, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of the Baiyun Mountains alive. Upon hearing this, Miao Xinyu's face paled for a while. She didn't even think that Jin Dong and Dongfangyu actually planned to let her go. My grandfather is one of the 3 third-rank alchemists in North Cloud City, and even the deacon of the outer sect of the Holy Pill sect. Kill you, no one will know this. Dongfangyu, who hadn't spoken all the time, smiled slightly and said softly, Miao Xinyu, I didn't expect that you are really naive. Oriental mentor. Dongfangyu was rated as one of the 3 most handsome mentors of Baiyun College and an idol in the hearts of thousands of young girls. Miao Xinyu did not expect that Dongfang Jade was such a different person. His heart is so dark. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that after 10 years of silence, your rapid rise in the last few days is simply incredible. Dongfangyu stopped paying attention to Miao Xinyu, looked at Mu Yun, and smiled lightly. I don't want you to suffer, right in front of me. Don't you try to resist? Obediently take out your baby, otherwise, how can you trash soar into the sky? Baby? Dongfang Jade, I have no hatred with you. You are not the one behind the scenes. I'm afraid it's the 2 old things Mu Feng Yuan and Mu Feng Qing, right? You don't have to play with me. I will tell you. Yes, they are Mu Feng Qing and Mu Feng Yuan, these 2 old things, but it took 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to ask me to kill you. Anyway, Yui's also a dead person. It's okay to tell you. Sure enough, it was these 2 old men who were immortal. Since Dongfangyu said all these things, it was enough to show that he was going to kill himself completely. Wonderful fairy language, go. Instructor Pastor. If you don't go, we will all die. If you go, you can at least let people know that the beautiful Oriental teacher who is like a lady is actually a guy with a face and a beast. Hearing that Mu Yun was still in the mood to joke at the moment, Dongfangyu said angrily, Go. I'm facing each other with my true colors. You two don't have to go anymore today. Instructor Mu, I won't leave. Bye. Hearing Miao Xinyu's decisive words, Mu Yun cursed his mother from the bottom of his heart. This little girl is a dead brain. The reason why Mu Yun wants her to go is that he is really not sure about Dongfangyu at this moment. Secondly, I hope that if he really dies, Miao Xinyu can spread the news. The third is that he has some whole cards and does not want Miao Xinyu to know. Jin Dong, stop that little girl. Mu Yun, I'll deal with it. Dongfangyu gave an order, and people already rushed out. He understood that at this moment, Mu Yun had experienced several battles, and his strength had already fallen by more than half. Give him time, but let him recover. When he is broken, and he must be killed vigorously. On the other side, Jin Dong aimed at Miao Xinyu and rushed over. He did not intend to kill Miao Xinyu. Comparing strength, he thinks he is not Dongfang Jade's opponent. If Dongfang Jade wanted to swallow it all by himself after killing a man and seizing a treasure, then he would really have nothing to do with it. As long as there is a wonderful fairy language, Dongfang Yu has to think about it if he wants to start with him. My Xianyu, I know your grandfather is Master Miaoqing. As long as you are obedient, I won't kill you. If you resist, I will make you beg to die. Jin Dong was burly, staring at Miao Xinyu, threatening. Miao Xinyu understood that at this moment, the hope was all in Mu Yun, and she did not move rashly. On the other side, Dongfang Yu wore a white dress, a crown surpassing the snow, long hair flying, an uppercut, and he went straight to Mu Yun. Broken jade fist, jade broken. With the same punch, Mu Yun didn't leave any hands. The two fists suddenly collided, and there was a click, and the soles of their feet cracked on the ground. Although Mu Yun is a 5-layer condensed energy realm with a physical body, his power exceeds 20,000 caddies, and he is no less inferior to a martial artist with a 6-layer physical realm. And Dongfang Jade itself is a 7-fold condensed Yuan realm martial artist. Not to mention the horror of the true essence power. His body is extremely powerful. Just under this collision, one can see the high and low. Although Mu Yun had a strong physical body, he was really fragile compared to Jin Yuan. Upon touching it, it seemed that the two of them had no distinction between high and low, but Mu Yun let out a muffled snort. The tiger's mouth split open, and wisps of blood flowed out. How does pure physical strength and vigor compare with true essence? Mu Yun, you should know that a head-on collision with me is no different than hitting a rock with a pebble. Dongfang Yu smiled slightly and didn't care. At this moment, Mu Yun was a lamb to be slaughtered in front of him, and he could wreak havoc as he pleased. Now proud, it's too early. Mu Yun gritted his teeth, without saying anything, stepping out in one step, exerting his vigor and strength to the extreme. Although he hasn't stepped into the pulse condensing state now, he is nourishing the pulse with Qi Jin. However, his meridians, after being washed by the power that cannot be dissipated in Zhu Xian 2, are extremely tough. This is why, when facing the 4 black robe, he can resist with his own strength. Relying solely on the physical body and the strength of the vigor, under the 7-fold of the physical body, no one is his opponent. The same is true for defense alone. It's just that Dongfang Jade is not the 6-fold condensed vein realm of the physical body, but the 7-fold condensed element realm. Condense the true element. The true element breaks the force. This is the power of the true element realm. Waste is waste. Even if you rely on treasures, you are still a waste. Seeing Mu Yun so stubborn, Dongfang Yu was too lazy to be wordy. His hands behind his back suddenly shot out. Only at this moment, on Dongfang Jade's hands, the true essence was flowing, a force that was obviously stronger than Qi Jin several times more, and kept accumulating. 8 wastes. With a low drink, 2 palms pushed out, a low roar suddenly came from Dongfang Jade's body, as if the ancient blue dragon was about to come out. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the roar sounded, shocking. But Mu Yun, who was in front of Dongfang Yu's body, suddenly stiffened, and suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Instructor Pastor. Seeing this scene, Miao Xinyu's face changed. Although she is only a physical body with 3 tendency states, she knows the power of the 7-fold condensed elementary state. Once you enter the 7th layer, you will be considered as a warrior who enters the hall and has achieved some strength. After all, Mu Yun is only a 5-layer condensed energy realm, while Dongfang Jade is a 7-layer condensed elementary realm, and the difference is too big. Puff! Before Mu Yun's vigor power touched Dongfang Jade's body, he was hit by Dongfang Jade's true essence, and he spit out a lot of blood. 8 wastes. So strong. Even though he was knowledgeable in his previous life, Mu Yun was taken aback when he saw the power of Bahuang Yin at this moment. Chapter 31 Bahuang Yin. There are so many martial arts in the entire world, and Mu Yun does not control all martial arts. These 8 barren groans vibrated with true essence to produce a domineering impact, shocking the martial artist. It is really domineering. It's a good martial art, I want it. Wiping off the blood from the corners of his mouth, Mu Yun smiled, jokingly. You want? I can burn one and send it to you under Zhuchuan. Seeing that Mu Yun was still in the mood to make a joke at this moment, Dongfang Yu was so angry that he couldn't stop it. 8 wastes, fragments. The 10 fingers of the oriental jade spread out, and strands of true essence entangled at the fingertips. The strands of true essence were like water waves hitting apart by stones, intermittently, but the spreading power gave people a sense of shock and terror. The 8 Desolation is a Huang-level advanced martial art. Mu Yun, I use this martial art to kill you. You should die without regret. Dongfang Yu's face was indifferent, and the Zhun Yuan beating with his fingertips became stronger and stronger. Crackling. There was a sound like electricity flowing, making the scalp numb. Dongfang Yu suddenly rushed out of his body, rushing to Mu Yun. Good martial arts, I accept it. With a low drink, Mu Yun slapped the ground with both hands, and his body rose in the air. Falling cloud sword palm falling cloud style. Falling cloud sword palm shot out, and Mu Yun's figure flew up as fast as Dongfang Jade. Pick me a try. Mu Yun flew up and flew towards Dongfang Yu with a roar. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't dodge or hide, he flew directly towards him. Dongfang Yu sneered, and the whole body was completely dormant, ready to give Mu Yun a certain kill. Falling style. However, just when Dongfang Jade was going all out to give Mu Yun a fatal blow, Mu Yun's figure directly passed over his head. Bad. Dongfang Yu's expression suddenly changed. This Mu Yun, the target was not him at all, but Jin Dong behind him. Wanna kill me, dream. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun actually pointed the finger at him. Jin Dong was also a little angry. Anyway, he is a martial artist in the condensed veins realm. Mu Yun's move is really underestimating him. This underestimation made his face flush. Lan Shanquan. Before taking a step, Jin Dong spread out all over his body. His burly body instantly lifted up. Last time I lost to you, I was careless. This time, I will kill you. With both fists out, Jin Dong was not afraid. The injury on his body had already recovered, even stronger than before. Although he knew that it was impossible to kill Mu Yun, but Mu Yun wanted to kill him. It was a delusion. Falling to the sky, with his hands together, his palm prints spurted out, and Mu Yun's figure came to Jin Dong in an instant. Kill. A roar sounded from Mu Yun's mouth. An inexplicable force, centered on Mu Yun, spread towards the surroundings. Click. 4 fists faced each other, and a clicking sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, with a clicking sound, 2 sounds of flesh tearing sounded. What? The screams reverberated throughout the forest, and a burst of blood rose into the sky. The moment the 4 punches met, Jin Dong's arms broke instantly. It's just Mu Yun's strength and incomparable dominance. After breaking Jin Dong's arms, he actually forced his arms out of his body. Blood spurted from his shoulders. Jin Dong's face turned pale instantly. True Yuan. At the same time, Miao Xinyu stayed aside with Dongfang Yu, opened his mouth, unable to say a word. No one knows better than Dongfang Yu the reason why Mu Yun was able to hit Jin Dong so hard with one move. True Yuan. That is the explosive power of true essence. Only true essence can be so powerful. It's just that he couldn't believe it at all. It's just that Mu Yun, who was in the 5-fold condensed energy realm, actually had true essence in his body. You are not the 5th layer of the flesh. You are the 7th layer of the flesh. Seeing the true essence floating above Mu Yun's palms, Dongfang Jade couldn't believe it. No, you are obviously 5-fold. You can't be 7-fold if you haven't cultivated the pulse. Nothing is impossible. Mu Yun sneered and said, the Southern Cloud Empire is just a corner of the Heavenly Luck Continent, and the Heavenly Luck Continent is just a continent in one of the 3,000 small worlds. The world is so vast, what do you know? Hearing Mu Yun's inexplicable words, Dongfang Yu's face gradually became gloomy. Even if you have true essence in your body, it's nothing more than using the magic weapon in your body. What kind of thing? Killing you, it's still easy. On top of both hands, the true essence agitated again, and a layer of true essence surrounded the surface of Dongfang Jade's body, forming a defense. This is the strength of the 7-layer real element realm martial artist in the flesh. It gathers the surface of the body with true essence to form a solid defense. Neither physical strength nor vigor can break it. Even the true Yuan cannot be broken. The defense that the true essence garment can form is no less than a middle-grade mortal weapon. True Yuan can not only form a sharp knife-like attack, but also form a defense like a strong shield. At this time, since Mu Yun was able to launch a true Yuan attack, Dongfang Jade had to guard against it. Are you afraid? Seeing Dongfang use defensive posture, Mu Yun couldn't help but sarcastically said. Afraid? Dongfang Jade was not afraid, but Mu Yun was really cunning and played his cards without common sense. He had to guard against the Eight Wastes, the seal of the heavens. With his hands spread out, the real Yuan burst out in the palm of Dongfang Jade. The true essence continued to condense, compressed, and shrunk between Dongfang Jade's hands. Gradually, the true elements converged to form a quadrangular pyramid. Each line of the quadrangular pyramid is straight and strong, as tough as steel. The quadrangular pyramid is only the size of a palm, but the terrifying true element is only the aftermath of a slight escape, and it will kill. Abundant. The seal of the sky, the poverty covers the sky. Bahuangyin really is a good martial art. Seeing Dongfang use method, Mu Yun did not interrupt, but stood aside and observed carefully. Such a mark is indeed strong enough, but the methods used by Dongfang Jade seem a bit obscure, and the true essence is not enough to condense. A good martial art, just put in your hands, it is really a waste. Kill you enough. Dongfang Yu's eyes were even more contemptuous. You can't resist using the broken seal, let alone the sky-sweeping seal. Hearing Dongfang Yu's words, Mu Yun did not explain. In the beginning, he really wanted to use his physical strength and vigor to resist Dongfang Jade, and try his own strength to reach what kind of situation. Moreover, the true essence in his body was not absorbed by him, but Zhu Xintu escaped and remained in the meridians in his body. The reason for hiding is precisely to kill Jin Dong at a critical moment. After all, Jin Dong's existence is always a threat. After solving Jin Dong and facing Dongfang Yu again, he can be sure of nothing. At this moment, seeing the power of Bahuangyin, Mu Yun yearned for this martial skill even more. Huang Tier advanced martial arts, capable of exploding such destructive power, even he is rarely seen. Wan Fa is one mind, and my heart moves with me. At this moment, Mu Yun did not stop. Today, since it has exposed too much in front of Miao Xinyu, it simply takes out all of it. With a low drink, Mu Yun's body twisted strangely. His whole body overflowed with a strong breath, lingering. And around that true essence, the small waves are restless, and the weak is almost imperceptible. Gradually, the true essence condensed in Mu Yun's body was gradually sucked into the palm of his hand. But in Mu Yun's hands, it was actually slowly condensed into a sharp sword. True Yuan condensate. How can it be? Mu Yun unexpectedly displayed the true essence condensate that can only be achieved by the 8th layer gathering pill realm powerhouse. If Mu Yun holds true essence in his body, it is only shocking. That move is simply appalling. Damn it. Dongfang Yu's face became a little ugly. He has been stuck in the 7th condensation element realm of his physical body for half a year now, only to open up his dantian, the true essence condensate. However, Mu Yun actually did this in the 5th layer of the physical body. How did this guy do it? Opportunistically, although you can do this step, you are in the condensing state after all. With one step out, Dongfang Jade slapped out the quadrangular pyramid in his palms. Boom. In an instant, an explosion sounded in the entire mountain forest. The trees were falling leaves, and the earth trembled faintly. So strong. Miao Xinyu's eyes widened even though he was away for tens of meters, but felt the vibration of the earth. Is this still a battle that can be created between the 5th and 7th martial artists of the physical body? Even the 9-layer psychic realm of the flesh and the 10-layer reunion of the physical body might not be able to cause such a sensation. When the Mi Tian Yin and the Zhen Yuan sword collided, the strong bombardment exploded in an instant, and the two figures opened at the touch of a touch. A low gasp spread between the two. Dongfang Yu flushed, his throat was sweet, and he swallowed a trace of fishy smell. On the other side, Mu Yun's tiger's mouth opened again, and blood flowed out. It is good. Seeing the blood flowing out of his palm, Mu Yun suddenly shouted. It is good? Miao Xinyu felt a little anxious. At this moment, Mu Yun looked obviously at a disadvantage. Why did he shout okay? Where did Myaxianu understand what Mu Yun was thinking? True essence condensate. It is indeed the eightfold gathering pill realm martial artist of the flesh body that can do it. Mu Yun was able to do this because of his rich knowledge in his previous life, as well as his body's aptitude after being completely transformed by Zhu Tiantu. It can be said that the true essence sword of true essence condensed is definitely much stronger than the average middle-grade ordinary artifact. But even so, it was broken by the heavenly seal of Oriental Jade. On the one hand, it is because his current realm is not as good as Dongfang Jade. On the other hand, it can only be said that the power of Bawanjian is far beyond his imagination. It's a pity that such a powerful martial art is only used by Dongfang Jade, and it has not exerted the power of this seal at all. Mingzhu secretly cast Dongfang Jade, such a powerful martial arts. It is a waste to put in your hands, so it is ridiculous that you dare to call yourself a genius. I'm still stiff. When I kill you and take your treasure, Jiao Yadong and Wang Qingfeng of the Wang family will no longer be my opponents. Dongfang Yu's face was cold, and he secretly prepared in his hands. Chapter 32 Mark of Life and Death. He had already seen that Mu Yun at this moment, under his successive attacks, had already suffered severe damage. As long as it was the last seal of the 8 Desolation Yin, Mu Yun would definitely not be able to bear it. The outcome is already clear. Even if Mu Yun goes against the sky, today, he will still be defeated by his own hands. Blame it. Mu Yun was too smug. He didn't know how to converge. He didn't know that everyone was innocent and guilty. At this moment, Mu Yun, even if he used the means to bring the true essence condensation matter, was still not his opponent. And there are even more powerful methods that he didn't use. Leaning forward slightly, Dongfang Yu's body was as straight as a spear. And behind him, a mark of true essence appeared. The true essence mark was initially only the size of a palm, but gradually, it continued to condense, and the whole was condensed on Dongfang Jade's back. Mu Yun, I will let you see the most powerful power of Bahuang Yin, and let you understand what a genius is. Dongfang Yu stood quietly, but the strength in his body was constantly accumulating. The powerful true essence gradually converged, from behind him, condensed in front of him. And that Jinyuan slowly took shape, and the shape was constantly changing between his hands. In the end, the true essence condensed, forming a circular mark on Dongfang Jade's chest. Among the circular marks, half of them are dark black and generally bright colors, forming a gossip pattern. The seal of life and death. With a low groan, Dongfang Yu's face instantly flushed, and even the corners of his mouth could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. 8 Desolation Yin, divided into 3 seals, broken prints, shattering the martial arts heart veins. The full day seal, disturbing the martial arts' vitality, covering the sky. The life and death way seal is a thorough judgment of the life and death of the martial artist. Mu Yun, your fate. I will judge you today, life and death. Dongfang Jade's body trembled slightly, but the color of the mark of life and death in front of him became more and more distinct, and the true essence in the mark became more and more violent, as if he couldn't help but jump out. Kill. With a low drink, Dongfang Yu's body rushed forward, and the mark of life and death followed closely, and the wind was fierce. Good job. Seeing Dongfang Jade exerting the power of birth and death seal, Mu Yun finally saw the power of Bahuang Yin thoroughly. He did not retreat, did not stay. He patted out with both hands. This time, Mu Yun planned to carry it down completely. The true essence he possessed in his body came from Zhu Xiantu. The true essence in Zhu Xiantu is powerful, far beyond the comparison of these 3,000 small worlds. The previous Jinyuan condensate was just his experiment. This time, it was the real true essence condensate. Kongming fist, Kongming shield, Kongming blade. With a low drink, in front of Mu Yun, the true essence gathered, and the terrifying true essence gathered into a stream, a river, and a sea. This time, Mu Yun completely exploded the true essence left by the Zhu Xiantu in his body without leaving a trace. The Kongming fist caused Mu Yun's hands to gather the true essence. In his left hand, he held a shield of Kongming converged by the true essence, crystal clear. In his right hand, he held a big sword condensed from true essence, tough and straight. Kong Ming's shield, the most powerful defense, the empty blade, the most powerful attack. Dongfang Jade is prepared. How could Mu Yun have no guesses? What about the true essence condensate? I don't believe it. Your true essence can be so strong. A ruthless look appeared on Dongfang Yu's face. I know after trying. The shield of true essence was condensed, and Mu Yun's heart was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to know how powerful this seal of life and death was. Broken. Dongfang Jade deceived his body, and the powerful oppressive force instantly squeezed towards Mu Yun like a tide. Boom. A blast spread, almost instantaneously. Shield of emptiness, break. Boom. In the next moment, Mu Yun raised his right hand and cut off the mark of life and death with all his might. However, a bang sounded again. The blade of Kong Ming shattered again. Everything happened too fast, and Miao Xinyu, who was approaching the other side, had no time to react. Mu Yun was able to achieve the true essence condensate that could only be achieved by using the five-fold physical body to achieve the nine-fold psychic realm of the physical body. But even so, in front of the Eastern Jade Life and Death Seal, he was still defeated. However, up to this moment, Miao Xinyu still saw that what Mu Yun's eyes showed was crazy. Yes, crazy, not fear. It seems that the stronger the power of the seal of life and death, the greater the joy in his heart. Is this really the once-only Mu Yun instructor? Block. What are you using to block? To block my mark of life and death. Dongfang Yu laughed loudly, and the seal of life and death broke away from his palm and slammed toward Mu Yun's chest. Boom. There was a muffled sound. Miao Xinyu opened her mouth and her face was pale. The seal of life and death was actually shot directly into Mu Yun's chest. She had already seen before that the seal of life and death killed the shield and the blade of Kong Ming in seconds, and now they shot directly into Mu Yun's body. That Mu Yun? Instructor Pastor. Yu Shou covered his lips, and Miao Xinyu's heart rushed into his throat. Huh. Seeing Mu Yun Shengsheng taking the mark of life and death with his body, Dongfang Yu couldn't help laughing. Mu Yun, the stronger you are, the more proof that the baby in your body is strong. This time, kill you and get your baby, the first genius in North Cloud City. It is my Oriental Jade. Dongfang Jade. I didn't expect you to be such a person with a human face and a beast heart. Miao Xinyu stared at Dongfang Jade angrily, wishing to go up and kill him. It's just that although the current Dongfang Jade is already at the end of the strong crossbow, Miao Xinyu understands that he cannot be his opponent at the realm of Yijin realm. Kill me. Turning around, Dongfang Jade's lips cracked, and his voice was a little hoarse. You are worth it? My Xianyu, if your grandfather is Master Miaoqing, what are you? And killing you. Everything that happened here no one knows. Back in Beiyin City, I can say that it was Mu Yun who had a coveted heart for you. Mentor Jin Dong found out that he was killed by Mu Yun, and I happened to pass by and killed Mu Yun. It's just that Mu Yun is frantic, and before dying, I will pull you back. So many happen to be what you think is so beautiful. With my reputation of Dongfang Jade, there are so many things that no one doubts in the entire North Cloud City. Dongfang Jade said proudly. Cut, you are really shameless. However, Dongfang Yu's words fell, and a voice suddenly sounded. Mu Yun. Turning around, seeing Mu Yun actually stand up intact, Dongfang Yu's body stiffened. Impossible. You can't survive my life and death seal. I clearly broke your shield and sword. How can your body withstand the attack of the life and death seal? If you change to your body, looking at the appearance of your kidney deficiency, you will definitely not be able to take it down. But me, it's different. With blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Mu Yun's body stood up firmly. Instructor Pastor. Seeing Mu Yun miraculously stood up again, Miao Xinyu said with a single heart. I don't know when, her eyes gradually filled with tears. Between Mu Yun's life and death, was his life alone and her also involved. In the realm of Mu Yun, facing Jin Dong and Dongfang, he could easily leave, but he did not do so. Trash, you die for me. Dongfang Jade raised his palm, and the true essence of his palm wanted to condense again. Puff. It was just a slight popping sound, and the true essence in his palm was actually extinguished uncontrollably. Stupid hat, have repeatedly displayed the broken seal of the 8 Desolation Een, the heavenly seal and the life and death seal. Are you sure? You still have true essence? Mu Yun said with a confident expression. That's right. After all, he was only in the 7-fold condensed element realm, and the number of true elements in his body meridians was limited. If he stepped into the 8-fold pill-gathering realm, and Zhun Yuan gathered in his dantian, let alone performing the 8 Desolation Een once, it would be fine for 3 or 5 times. Damn it! Dongfang Jade did not expect that Mu Yun, who had endured the mark of life and death, would actually survive. Even so, the true essence in your body is definitely not much, and, I don't believe it, you can fight me. Sorry. Mu Yun smiled slightly, and the real essence appeared on the surface of his hands, his fists filled. The shield of Kong Ming and the blade of Kong Ming appeared on his hands again. Young Master Dongfang, I am afraid I will disappoint you. What? Seeing that there was still true essence in Mu Yun's body, Dongfang Jade's face was like earth. How is this going? Mu Yun is less than the 7th realm, and there is already true essence in his body, which is really incredible. But now, the true essence in his body has been exhausted, but Mu Yun still has true essence constantly. Come on, I stand and let you fight. Mu Yun's swords and shields collided, making a clanging sound, jokingly. Mu Yun, this time it is my Dongfang Yu who has written your way. Next time, I will definitely not let you go. As Dongfang Yu said, his body rose into the air, actually trying to escape. Wanna run? Seeing Dongfang Jade's body soaring into the sky, Mu Yun's empty blade instantly threw it out. With a puff, the blade of Kong Ming hit Dongfang Yu's thigh, and Dongfang Yu fell to the ground with a bang, and the blood couldn't stop flowing. Mu Yun, don't deceive others too much. You want to kill me, don't you allow me to kill you? Mu Yun sneered. You forced me. Seeing Mu Yun sneer, Dongfang Yu seemed to have made some determination in an instant, gritted his teeth. After the words fell, Dongfang Yu struggled to stand up, no longer caring about the wound on his thigh, but looking at Mu Yun with a grim expression. If you don't let me live, then I will die with you. 8 Wasteland Een, use the body as a seal the sky, and destroy the earth. With a roar, Dongfang Yu's entire body exploded, and a crackling sound rang from every meridian in his body. At this moment, he seemed to be completely stimulating his meridians and setting himself on fire. Mu Yun, go to with me. A puff of black smoke filled the surface of Dongfang Jade's entire body. The black smoke continued to burn, braving black fire, and Dongfang Yu's body, also at this moment, gradually collapsed. However, with the spread of black fire, a breath of death is constantly erupting, moving towards Mu Yun. Chapter 33 Black Dead. Take one's body as a seal? Seeing Dongfang Yu's crazy behavior, Mu Yun's eyes showed a dignified color. The Dongfang Jade at this moment is a mad dog who has completely lost his mind, completely giving up his vitality, wanting to drag him into the funeral. With his body as a seal, Mu Yun hadn't seen him before, but within the 10-fold realm of his physical body, among the martial arts of the yellow rank, there would be such methods unexpectedly, which was a little astonishing. The power of Bahuang In really brought him too many surprises. Up until now, there is only one fight. Mu Yun smiled indifferently, and his palm gradually moved. As the supreme fairy king of thousands of big worlds in his previous life, there are countless martial arts in Mu Yun's memory. It's just that, although some martial arts are powerful, Mu Yun is not sure whether he can successfully spur him in his current realm. Instructor Pastor. Seeing Mu Yun still intending to resist, Miao Xinyu was a little unbelievable. From the 4 men in black robes at the beginning, to Jin Dong, to the Dongfang Yu and Mu Yun at this moment, how many tactics have not been displayed? The way of heaven is faint, empty and empty, cholera of the sky, man's repairing the sky, the way of repairing the sky. Mu Yun kept muttering in his mouth, and between his hands, the true essence was flowing, and the strong breath overflowed with a trace, like a stream of melting ice and snow, continuously dispersing outside. Mending Sky Sword Dao. With a low drink, Mu Yun's index finger and were compared, and a long sword of true essence stretched slowly. In the end, the sword of true essence widened to 3 fingers wide and 3 feet long, and stopped. However, the true essence sword that Mu Yun condensed at this moment was very different from the true essence sword he had attacked before. Miao Xinyu stood by, and she couldn't tell the difference. But in the dark, she felt that the sword of true essence seemed to contain a breath, and it was that breath that made this sword of true essence look more terrifying. Sky Patching Sword. Miao Xinyu secretly wrote down the name. True Essence Sword? Your True Essence Sword can't resist even my 8 desolation and 3 seals. I use death as a seal. How can it resist? Dongfang Yu's face was full of arrogance. Since Mu Yun didn't give him a chance to live, before he died, he would put Mu Yun on his back, and death was worth it. Facing Dongfang Jade's mockery, Mu Yun didn't care, and his eyes fell on the sword of true essence in his hand. The long sword became more and more solid, and at a glance, it looked like a real sword. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Mu Yun's face paled, but his eyes were full of joy. Only now did he look at Dongfang Yu. Kill. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's eyes seemed a bit harsh. Kill. At the same time, the black fireworks surrounding Dongfang Jade's body became denser and denser, gradually converging into a mass, encompassing Dongfang Jade's figure. His voice floated from the black group, hoarse and low. Suddenly, 2 figures collided in an instant. Boom. The mountain shook again, but this time, even if I stood tens of meters away, I still saw that the ground under my feet cracked. This kind of power, a warrior in the 10th realm of the physical body, how can it be done? I'm afraid that only the strong in the 10th realm of Lingxiao can do it. The explosion spread, and the whole mountain forest was filled with chickens and dogs, and the monster beast wailed. In the field, 2 figures stood upright and could not fall down. It is Mu Yun and Dongfang Jade. How about the outcome? Miao Xinyu's heart is already stuck in his throat. Puff. However, her doubts did not last long, and a sound of vomiting blood suddenly sounded. There was a big blood hole in Dongfang Jade's chest, gurgling blood, and the breath of life in his body was gradually dissipating. 1. Seeing this scene, Miao Xinyu couldn't help but open his mouth, but couldn't say a word, but tears flowed down. This battle is Mu Yun's battle, and is it not related to her life and death? Mu Yun, I am not reconciled, not reconciled. Dongfang Yu gritted his teeth, wishing to swallow Mu Yun alive. As one of the 3 talented mentors of Beiyun Academy, he could have the opportunity to teach at the imperial capital Nanyun Academy. But now, Mu Yun, you don't need to be proud. My Dongfang Jade uses my body as a seal, and the lifelessness on my body will be transferred to you without leaving behind. You will come to see me soon. After the words fell, Dongfang Jade stood erect, standing still, but there was no sound. Suddenly, Mu Yun standing in front of him was surrounded by black smoke and dust on the surface of his body, and finally turned into a black light covering the surface of Mu Yun's body. Boom. Sitting on the ground with a butt, and panting heavily, Mu Yun's skin gradually darkened. Instructor Pastor, how are you? It's okay, I'm poisoned now, don't touch me. Now let's go right now. Mu Yun said urgently. The fighting here may already alarm the nearby warriors. We need to find a safe place and go. All right. Miao Xinyu was already the 6 gods without a master at this moment, and she didn't know what to do. What Mu Yun said was everything to her. Wait, these guys, the spirit stones on their bodies, martial arts, baby or something, don't forget to bring them. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Miao Xinyu couldn't help rolling his eyes. At this time, Mu Yun was still thinking about these things. He was really greedy for money. By the way, especially Dongfang Jade's Bawang Yin, such a mysterious martial skill. You must get it. Mu Yun couldn't help but exhorted again. I know, Kai Fan. At the foot of a mountain in the Beiyun Mountains, there is a cave over 2 meters high, with stones piled up at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, in the cave, 2 figures are sitting cross-legged. It was Mu Yun and Miao Xinyu. At this moment, Mu Yun was surrounded by black aura, and a dead aura filled him. Even if he was sitting 3 meters away from Mu Yun, Miao Xinyu could still feel the dead aura. And in his body, that black qi entangled almost every meridian of his body, wandering in every blood vein in his body. The black chi kept entwining his body, and Mu Yun felt a little bit, and he was able to feel the black chi biting his body with a strong swallowing power. Damn it! Almost all kinds of methods were used, but Mu Yun still had nothing to do with that breath of lifelessness. It's a pity that my realm is too low now. If I enter the spirit aperture realm and open up the 10 major acupuncture points in my body to nourish the true essence, these dead auras are nothing. Just as Mu Yun felt helpless, he suddenly felt that black energy almost penetrated all over his body. But only in his mind. There is a transparent, black air only reaches the neck, so he can't go any further. Mind. Mu Yun Neuron thought that there was only Zhu Xiantu in his mind. Is it because of Zhu Xiantu? Mu Yun's mind was shocked, and he tried his best to control the true essence in his body, entangled with a black energy, and ran towards his mind. Only at this moment, Mu Yun felt that the black air was full of fear and rejection, as if there was an existence in his mind that made him tremble. Fear? The more afraid I am, the more I will let you in. Mu Yun clenched his teeth, regardless of the black energy's resistance. Jin Yuan exploded with a tyrannical aura, rushing towards his brain. Boom. In the end, the black energy couldn't resist Mu Yun and impacted Mu Yun's brain. But between that collision, a corner of Zhu Xiantu exploded in Mu Yun's mind. The majestic pulling force stirred Mu Yun's head, making him almost faint. At this moment, in my mind, as if slices of blades were stirring, they were going to shred his head and completely disassemble him. No matter how powerful you were in your previous life, now, you and me are one, and I am your master. Don't be too proud. One day, I will tear your broken picture. Mu Yun endured the pain, but he kept cursing. The curse fell, and the next moment the corner of Zhu Tiantu opened. A force of magnificent righteousness attacked Mu Yun's body. That force, full of vitality, completely absorbed the injuries in Mu Yun's body. And gradually, the strength of qi in his body was constantly beating. Nourish the pulse with qi. It's time to step into the 6th layer condensation vessel realm. Mu Yun was overjoyed and began to understand carefully. Although qi gene is not comparable to true essence, it is better than flexibility. Regarding meridians, it has both a sense of tempering and a sense of gentleness. Therefore, the condensing pulse state and nourishing the pulse with qi are the best method for warming and nourishing the meridians of warriors. Mu Yun understands that a warrior will encounter tens of thousands of dangers in the future, and his body is tenfold, and he must carefully lay the foundation and refine his body to perfection. Even with the memory and experience of the previous life, I dare not care about it at this moment, step by step, and follow the rules. After a long sigh of relief, Mu Yun was satisfied with the changes in his body. The condensing vessel realm is indeed much stronger than the condensing qi realm. Nourishing the pulse with qi makes the veins full of strength of qi, and the flexibility and sense of strength are greatly improved. This step is absolutely incomparable in the condensing state realm. Black qi disappeared. After slowing down, Mu Yun suddenly discovered that the black energy in his body had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a cloud of black air in his abdomen, condensed into the size of a thumb. The black air looked more like a black pill. Mu Yun was a little surprised to find that the black pill that the black energy had condensed into was extremely docile at the moment, curled up in his abdomen, like a well-behaved cat, motionless. When his mind moved, Mu Yun was even more speechless. This black qi pill was actually incomparably obedient to himself at this moment, but it was under his own control. This death aura is that Dongfang Jade uses its own body as a seal to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. It has powerful destructive power and is hidden in the body. At the critical moment, unexpectedly killing opponents is more powerful than hidden weapons. After making up his mind, Mu Yun felt the Zhu Tian map. The Zhu Tian map that was originally unfolded. As expected, it was already slowly closed at this moment. In the future, there will be time to unlock your secrets. Now that the realm is too low, Mu Yun is not worried that Zhu Tiantu will run away. Gradually, as the time got longer, Mu Yun could feel that the bond between Zhu Tiantu and him was getting closer and closer. Given time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to distinguish you from me. This time, it was a great harvest. But what surprised me the most was Bahuang Yin. With his mind set, Mu Yun woke up from sitting still. Chapter 34 Practice in the Cave. Miao Xinyu's heart can be described as extremely nervous. Mu Yun had a hideous expression for a while, a relaxed expression for a while, and a thoughtful appearance for a while. She really didn't have a clue as to what was going on. Seeing that Mu Yun's eyes were closed tightly at this moment, his long hair was tied behind his head, and a strand of hair remained on his forehead, slightly covering his side face. Miao Xinyu suddenly felt that Mu Yun still looked a little handsome. Why didn't you find it before? Find what? Miao Xinyu's words fell, and Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Did you find that the tutor is getting more and more handsome, and you gradually like the tutor? Bah, I didn't like you. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun woke up suddenly. Miao Xinyu's face flushed. Oh, that is to admit that the instructor is getting more and more handsome? No. Miao Xinyu was bumped into what he was thinking, and for a while, he was a little confused, took out a yellow book, and hummed. Hey, the greedy ghost, this is the 8 desolate Yin. 8 wastes. Hearing these 3 words, Mu Yun immediately became energetic. However, when his eyes fell on that martial skill, Mu Yun's expression became a little weird. Those yellow books are obviously a few years old, but the above 3 characters are not the fonts on the mainland as they are today. Moreover, the second character and the third character are obviously separated greatly, and there are still 2 characters faintly in the middle, but it is not clear. But in the previous life, Mu Yun had fought in a big world, but he had seen these fonts, and he murmured, the 8 desolation seals of life and death. Turning on the martial arts, Mu Yun suddenly fell into it. These fonts are not very different from the fonts on the Heavenly Luck continent, but it is really a genius for Dongfang Jade to understand the realm of it through this martial skill. You know, a martial art, once a word is wrong, the difference may change upside down. It has to be said that Dongfang Jade is really desperate to practice such a situation with a martial art that he doesn't know much about. The 8 desolation seals of life and death are divided into 4 seals, and the 4 seals are 10%. The 8 desolations of life and death are the world of life and death. After reading the martial arts carefully, Mu Yun was gradually attracted to him, completely forgetting the wonderful fairy words around him. The first seal, the broken seal, the meridian of the martial artist, the vitality of the martial artist, the meridian of the martial artist. The power is so powerful that it can be killed by leapfrogging. The second seal, the seal of the sky, covering the sky and the earth, the power of the martial artist, the aura of the martial artist. The third seal, the seal of life and death, the extinction of life and death, the world of 8 deserts. The fourth seal, the 8 desolation seals, the 8 desolation seals, the poor world. The 8 desolation seals of life and death are indeed powerful. After carefully reading the 8 desolation seal of life and death, Mu Yun discovered the power of this martial art. Senior Huangjie? Mu Yun could feel that this martial skill, within the 10th level of the physical body, would never be able to resist unless it was promoted to the 10th level of the spirit orifice, opened up the 10 major acupoints in the body, and stored massive amounts of true essence. It was not in vain that I paid a big price to get you. Killing the 4 black robes, Jin Dong, Dongfang Yu and others, obtained thousands of spirit stones, several martial arts, and many ordinary weapons. It's just that altogether, in Mu Yun's eyes, they are not as powerful as this 8 desolate seal of life and death. Now let's try the first print broken print. After the words fell, Mu Yun closed his eyes again, and did not respond to the wonderful fairy words on the side. And at this moment of my Xianyu, Xiaozue is already a pouting Lao Gao. A lively, beautiful woman next to her ignored her, staring in a daze at a tattered old book. She was surprised and laughed for a while. Big fool. No longer paying attention to Mu Yun, Miao Xinyu began to play with the spirit stones and ordinary artifacts obtained from Jin Dong, Dongfang Yu, and others. The broken seal, the meridian of the broken martial artist, the vitality of the broken martial artist. These seals are powerful because they condense the true essence of the body, so that every true essence can be stable and stable. Thoughtfully, Mu Yun's palm moved slowly. He now has a different aptitude, enough to be called a genius, and his comprehension and action ability are also extraordinary. Broken print, open. With a low drink, a rotating mark between Mu Yun's hands slowly condensed and formed. The mark was glowing black all over, like a vortex, constantly stirring. However, at the moment that the black mark was formed, the wonderful fairy language on the side suddenly felt a breath of death and silence, and spread out. So strong. It's not that she didn't see the 8 desolate life and death seals displayed by Dongfang Jade, but compared with the broken prints displayed by Mu Yun at the moment, Dongfang Jade's broken prints seemed to be not only very deviated, but also 10 times weaker than their breath. However, Mu Yun had only been in contact with this martial skill for a long time. Cull. After a quarter of an hour, the black mark in Mu Yun's hand slowly dissipated, and the devastating aura on his body also gradually dissipated. Fragment marks, warrior meridians, martial artist vitality, really strong. After a long time, Mu Yun's eyes still burst with a ray of fine light. Instructor Pastor. However, a slightly resentful voice sounded in his ears, which reminded Mu Yun that he was not the only person in the cave. Instructor Mu, you have been practicing for a long time. You know, I have been here for a long time. Miao Xinyu complained. Shoo. However, before Miao Xinyu finished a sentence, Mu Yun suddenly made a silent motion. What are you doing? There is someone out there. Mu Yun stood up, walked to the entrance of the cave, and looked outside through the cracks between the stones. Where is there anyone, shepherd teacher, you? It's just that Miao Xinyu hasn't finished saying a word, and suddenly he froze in place. At this moment, outside the cave, dozens of people are standing scattered. Among those dozens, most of them are in the 4th and 5th levels of the physical body. The first 2 are similar in appearance, but they are in the 6th level of the physical body. Of warriors. Mu Lang, that Mu Yun not only made my grandfather kneel down, but also made your grandfather lose everyone in the family. In front of everyone, he wants your grandfather to eat shit. Behind the 2, a young man suddenly spoke. Makahara. Mu Yun was no stranger to that figure. It was Mu Yuan who had 3 fingers broken by himself. This time, Grandpa and my grandpa invited the 7 evils of Lushan to come. Although there are only 4 evils left among the 7 evils of Lushan, but the 4 of them cooperate, not to mention that Mu Yun is only a 5-layer condensing state. It's the vein condensing state, and he absolutely can't escape. Mu Yuan proudly said. Moreover, this time there is Dongfang Jade coming out of the horse, and Mu Yun can live. That's why it's strange. Since Mu Yunxing broke 3 fingers last time, the hatred in Mu Yuan's heart has surged to the sky, and he has been thinking about Mu Yun all the time. Fortunately, this time, so many powerful players. Mu Yun, if you die, you must die? He was very proud that his grandfather was able to invite Dongfang Jade to kill Mu Yun. The Mu family's position in North Cloud City cannot be challenged, and the position of his grandfather Mu Fengqing's line cannot be trampled. Did you finish? Waste. It's just that Mu Yun's words have just fallen, and one of the 2 young people in front of him, who is slightly taller, can't help but sneer. I have to say Mu Yun is a trash. Anyway, he is now in the 5-layer condensed state of the flesh, and you what? But you are still stuck in the quadruple breath realm. Don't you even be as good as waste. You? Well, Mu Qing, they are all my own brothers. Another strong young man stopped. I don't have such a trash brother who has stayed in the intermediate class for 2 years. Mu Qing smiled coldly, disdainfully said, the disciples of the second elders and the same line are not as good as 1 generation. You? Hearing Mu Qing's words, Mu Yuan's body trembled, but he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Mu Lang and Mu Qing are 2 brothers, and they belong to the same line as the great elder. They are just 2 people, but they are truly the pride of heaven. Mu Lang, at the age of 17, is at the peak of the 6-fold coagulation stage of his physical body, and he is about to enter the coagulation stage. Beiyun Academy stipulates that once he enters the coagulation stage, he can enter the advanced class and accept it better. Mentor in martial arts. Mu Qing was about to turn 17 years old, and he was in the state of condensing veins. Although he was weaker than his older brother, he was also talented. In the entire intermediate class of Bayan College, the two of them are brothers, with great reputations, and they are also the proud children of the Mu family. Stop fighting. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder between the two became stronger and stronger, Mu Lang couldn't help frowning. This time, Lushan Sisha, Jin Dong, and Dongfang Jade made the shots. Mu Yun definitely has no place to bury him. Now, the most urgent thing is to find Mu Yun and Dongfang Jiu. Mu Yun has been silent for 10 years, and once he has risen, he must have some extraordinary treasures in his body. You can't afford Dongfang Yu and the others. Yes, yes, yes. Mu Yuan attached. Seeing Mu Yuan's flattering appearance, Mu Qing said with disdain, "Cut. It's not that you are incompetent, and you don't know what your grandfather thinks. If you want to kill Mu Yun, I will do it myself. Please also ask Lushan Sisha." Hey. However, just as the few people were discussing, without warning, a harsh giggle suddenly sounded. The voice seemed to be very close to a few people, just around him. Who? Hearing that laughter, Mu Yuan and the others immediately became nervous. The in your mouth. A bang spread, and the cave behind everyone blasted open. Two figures slowly walked out. It was Mu Yun and Miao Xinyu. Looking at the Miao Xinyu who couldn't stop smiling, Mu Yun was speechless for a while. This little girl couldn't stop a bit. Mu Yun, it turned out to be you. You are not dead. Seeing Mu Yun, the three were shocked for a while. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Seeing Mu Yun, Mu Yuan couldn't believe it. His eyes were full round, staring at Mu Yun as if he had seen a ghost. Hearing Mu Yuan's words, Mu Qing whispered an idiot in his heart. Mu Yun stood here well at the moment. It can only mean that either Mu Yun found the chase and hid here. But when he stood up at this moment, it was enough to prove that he was not avoiding. It can only be that the killing of the Dongfang Jade team failed. How can it fail? On the other hand, Mu Lang thought of this too, and his brows wrinkled deeper. Chapter 35 Abolish Your Meridians. You are not dead. How can I be willing to die? Looking at Mu Yuan, Mu Yun sneered. This guy, wanting him to die several times, is really annoying. Huh? Suddenly, Makahara laughed loudly. It's not dead, just right. The treasure from you in the province was obtained by Dongfang Jade. These 32 people are all dead men secretly trained by my grandfather and the elder, and they don't belong to the family. I only obey my grandfather and the great elder. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Seeing Mu Yuan's madness, Mu Lang and Mu did not move. They wanted to see, Mu Yun, what the was there? Teacher Mu, I'm sorry. Miao Xinyu stood aside, looked at Mu Yun, and said seriously, I couldn't hold back it for a while, so I laughed. Can't hold back what? Can't hold back the arrogance of these people. Hey. Miao Xinyu smiled, with a sly look in his eyes. After spending a day with Mu Yun, she can thoroughly see how powerful Mu Yun is. This kind of strength comes from Mu Yun's calmness. Whether facing Lushan Sisha or Jin Dong, or even Dongfang Jade who is 2 levels higher than him, Mu Yun always looks like he is holding a winning ticket. At this moment, she really wanted to laugh when she heard the arrogance of several people in Mu Yuan. Laugh at the ignorance of Mu Yuan and Mu Lang. If it were placed half a month ago, she thought in her heart that Mu Lang and Mu Qing were indeed enough to be called geniuses. But now compared with Mu Yun, Miao Xinyu really feels that these two people are too ordinary and ordinary. My Xianyu, don't think your grandfather is Miaoqing. You can be unscrupulous and kill you in this deep mountain canyon. No one will know that we did it. Mu Yuan's face was ugly, and he couldn't help shouting. It seems that the lesson of 3 fingers is not enough. Seeing that Mu Yuan was still so arrogant, Mu Yun shook his head. Mu Yun, I advise you to be more acquainted. At this moment, Mu Qing said, not to mention that these dozens of elites trained by my grandfather are our 2 brothers. Killing you is easy. Baby. Oh, the 2 geniuses of Mu Lang and Mu Qing, who are upright, will also engage in murderous activities. Miao Xinyu glanced at his mouth and sneered. Mu Yun, Mu Lang, who has not spoken all the time, suddenly said, the reason why you have risen so fast is definitely your good fortune. I asked myself whether my talent is not bad, and I don't covet your treasures. It's just that you humiliated my grandfather in public. This matter, I want to apologize to my grandpa. Apologize? Seeing Mu Lang's righteous words, Mu Yun just smiled. Mu Lang, what did you say to apologize? But the result is not still coveting the treasure of the tutor. Miao Xinyu disdainfully said, don't pretend to be a gentleman here. In that case, then, there is nothing to say. Mu Lang's eyes were slightly cold, and the next moment, the sound of swish, swish, 5 silhouettes suddenly flew out and came straight to Mu Yun and Miao Xinyu. Humph! Seeing that Mu Lang Fox's tail finally couldn't hide, Miao Xinyu snorted and wanted to make a move. Just before she punched her, 5 screams suddenly sounded. Bang bang bang. Miao Xinyu hadn't even seen clearly. The 5 figures had already rushed back in embarrassment, vomiting blood from their mouths, and their faces pale. Stepping into the 6th layer condensed vessel realm, the meridians in Mu Yun's body are tough and reach a terrifying state. And his physical strength is 30,000 Jin. With this punch, even a mammoth will fall to the ground and die. You are not the 5th layer. You are the 6th layer coagulation realm. Seeing the power of Mu Yun's punch, Mu Qing was a little unbelievable. So what? It's no wonder Lushan Sisha and Jin Dong disappeared. It's you. Yes, I killed them. Mu Yun said calmly. Now, seeing my strength, will you still kill me? At this moment, Mu Qing was already hesitating. Mu Yun's recent advancement is really too weird, and at this moment, the power of his punch, Mu Qing asked himself, I am afraid it may not be able to resist it. What happened? Big brother. Kill. Facing Mu Qing's question, Mu Lang was expressionless. Although Mu Yun was also promoted to the pulse-condensing realm at this moment, he had just entered after all, and he had already stepped into the 7th condensed origin realm with 1 foot, and there was already a trace of true origin in his body. Mu Yun, not to be afraid. Still not willing to let go. Seeing the posture of several people, Mu Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. After all, Mu Lang and Mu Qing are also geniuses of the Mu family. If they were really killed, it would be difficult for the foster father to do it. But now, if people want to kill me, how can I be slaughtered for fish and meat? Mu Yun. Before taking a step, Mu Langyang said, in the 10 years of separation, you have been dubbed the title of waste. Now you seem to be rising. You may think that you can be like us and be dubbed a genius. The name, it's just, I want to tell you, waste always. Boom. Mu Lang was talking, and suddenly, without warning, a bang sounded. Mu Yun, who was originally 10 meters away, came to Mu Lang's body in an instant and punched him. That punch seemed simple, but the Mu Lang Ningmai realm was unprepared. He was punched firmly, and his nose was bleeding. Mu Yun, you actually attacked. Did I sneak attack? Wasn't this punched openly? You? Mu Qing. Seeing Mu Qing's face flushed, and he was about to fight, Mu Lang let out a low drink and stopped the blood on the tip of his nose. Mu Yun, waste, it will always be waste. Today, I will abolish your meridians so that you will not want to live. Stop my meridians? Mu Yunsen said. Then today, I will be here to abolish the meridians of your brothers. When the words fell, Mu Yun's palm prints on both hands, the fragments of 2 black true essences condensed, quietly appeared. With a scream, Mu Yun's figure flew out. Stop him. Seeing Mu Yun rushing, Mu Qing's face was cold. More than a dozen figures stood in front of the 2 of them, trying to block Mu Yun. However, a weird scene appeared. Mu Yun's figure, like a ghost, actually shuttled past a dozen people unharmed. In the next moment, Mu Yun already appeared in front of Mu Lang and Mu. How can you taste the taste of the meridians? When the words fell, Mu Yun reached out with both hands. At this moment, Mu Lang and Mu Qing palely discovered that no matter how they resisted Mu Yun at this moment, it was impossible to stop his attack. This scene is really weird. Mu Yuan saw with his own eyes that Mu Lang and Mu Qing were like fools, standing still, letting Mu Yun's palms slap them on their chests. Bang bang. 2 bangs sounded at the same time, and the 2 of them couldn't help groaning at the same time, and their faces instantly wilted. In the next moment, the piercing pain began to radiate from the 2 people's chest and gradually spread to the whole body. The kind of pain seemed to end their lives, like a group of termites continuously devouring their bodies, devouring their flesh and blood. They didn't know until this moment. Mu Yun in front of him was really reborn. It was totally different from Mu Yun who had been in the past 10 years. Terror. Mu Yun you. Mu Lang's face was waxy, and his body was curled up, but he couldn't say a word. On the other side, Mu had already passed out a long time ago, motionless. Why? Mu Lang really didn't understand. Just now, in the face of Mu Yun's attack, he was already prepared at any time, but those defenses were instantly defeated by Mu Yun. Mu Yun, when did it become so terrifying? The word waste will be returned to you intact. The two brothers collapsed to the ground, and the dozens of warriors were already dumbfounded, shocked by Mu Yun's methods, where they dared to make a move. Cull. Standing in place, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt extremely quiet inside. Over the past 10 years, Mu Lang, Mu Qing, and Mu Yuan have almost bullied Mu Yun to a great extent, and at this moment, it seems that Mu Yun in my heart has been completely released. His heart finally calmed down completely. You are me, I am you, martial arts and plunder. Only strong can protect what I want to protect, everything. A deep voice rang from the bottom of his heart, and Mu Yun slowly turned and left. The demise of Mu Lang and Mu Qing would definitely make the Great Elder and the Second Elder angry. Only now, Mu Yun was not worried at all. Not to mention Master Mo's appreciation and protection of himself, and curing Qin Mingyao. The Qin family will not allow the Senior Elder and the Second Elder to make mistakes. And secretly, right now, as long as he is in North Cloud City, he is safe. Let's go. With wonderful fairy language, Mu Yun stepped out step by step, and none of the dozens of martial artists dared to stop him. On the other side, Mu Yuan's trousers were wet, and his legs trembled. He stood still, not daring to breathe. He didn't dare to pant until he saw Mu Yun leave, and then he sat on the ground, panting heavily. Then, is it still Mu Yun? Today, it's like a nightmare. Instructor Pastor. Walking on the road, Miao Xinyu looked at Mu Yun, his eyes shining brightly. For the young girl in the cardamom age, Mu Yun at this moment is indeed attractive enough. Known as the waste of 10 years, once it rose up, its behavior style changed drastically. What is it that made Mu Yun endure 10 years of being called a waste, and was constantly humiliated by others? How? Are you always forbearing because of your status as an illegitimate child? But why do you choose to stand up now? Are you really planning to return to the Mujia clan and face your own identity? Are you trying to make an amazing move to attract the attention of the Nanyuan City Mu family? Although you are very strong now, you are far different from the North Cloud City and the South Cloud City. Compared with the geniuses there, you are still a bit insufficient. And I heard that after your mother gave birth to you, she disappeared, and your father disappeared for a while. But after coming back, she looked a little depressed. If not, the current Mu family might be Nanyuan, the largest family in the empire. Is there anything hidden in this? Seeing the little girl full of doubts, Mu Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, the girl after 10,000 years would still be so. Gossip. Chapter 36 Beggar. North Cloud City, Shengdan Pavilion. The St. Pill Pavilion is a branch pavilion established by the St. Pill sect in Baiyun City. The Holy Pill sect is a sect that specializes in refining pill medicine. Its strength is profound, and it has already reached a terrifying situation. Even the Nanyuan Empire is incomparable. Therefore, Shengdanzong has the right to set up branches in various cities of the Nanyuan Empire, sell medicines, and make profits. The Shengdan Pavilion has 3 floors. The first floor is a hall that sells all kinds of medicinal herbs. The second floor is an auction house. The third floor is the office space for the internal staff of the Shengdan Pavilion and the place to receive some distinguished guests. At this moment, the third floor of Shengdan Pavilion. An old man with snow-white hair stared outside the house with his hands behind him, with a hint of condescending, not angry and majestic on his body. Master Miao, the young lady has been out for 3 days, but there is no news at all. She went out with Mu Yun, and this time Dongfang Jade and Mu Lang and Mu Qing were dispatched, I'm afraid. Behind the white-haired old man, a middle-aged man frowned slightly, a little worried. Don't worry, Xinyu will be fine. Miao Qing turned around and looked at the middle-aged man and said, You see you. This time, the chief sect will assign disciples down to practice. You must be fully prepared and don't neglect the disciples who have been trained. They are all our holy pill sect's future hope, and they are all inner disciples, with high status. U2 understands that this matter has already been prepared. The man named U2 nodded in response. In the entire St. Pill Pavilion, everyone knew that it was Miao Qing, the third-rank alchemist, who was in charge, but it was the pavilion master UCU who was dealing with all matters large and small. Master Miao, but the sect has orders. Before the inner disciples come down to practice, there will be some outstanding outer disciples who come to inspect in advance, and we also need to pay attention. Well, you can arrange these. Master Miao waved his hand and nodded slightly. When UCU left, Master Miao looked out the window and whispered slightly. Mu Yun, the illegitimate child of the Mu family, waste? Ha. It's a pity. If you show your talent earlier, the old man might be able to let you enter the Holy Pill sect. Inner door. It's a pity that you are now 19 years old. North Cloud City. Mu Yun and Miao Xinyu, in ragged clothes, appeared outside Beiyin City. Teacher Mu, I blame you. I have to stay there for 3 days, so I didn't even bring my clothes to change, and I was so dirty. Miao Xinyu couldn't help complaining as everyone around was pointing and pointing. The two people at the moment, with ragged clothes, were as embarrassed as two beggars. Hey, even so, but these hundreds of demon pills should be worth a lot of money. Don't you want to be moved? Mu Yun didn't care about his dirty appearance. Right now, he entered the 6th layer condensed veins realm of his physical body, but it still took a while to enter the 7th layer condensed origin realm. However, Mu Yun knew that after the meridians were tempered from the Ning vessel realm to the Ning Yuan realm, they needed to draw the heaven and earth true essence into the body. In fact, to put it plainly, the 6th layer uses qi to nourish the pulse, while the 7th layer uses the true essence to nourish the pulse. After the pulse is formed, it absorbs the true essence and uses it for the martial artist. The difficulty in this is very dangerous. One, careless. The meridians are all gone, and all the cultivation bases are gone. Moreover, the power of Qi Jin is too low compared to the true essence. If the meridians are not thoroughly nourished, it is easy to be crushed by the true essence. Therefore, he needs to refine a pill, Ningmai pill, a 2nd-grade pill. Ningmai Dan can increase the toughness of the meridians infinitely and become stronger and tougher when the body is quenched by the true essence. And the biggest advantage of the Ningmai pill is that it can make the martial arts meridian and Jinyuan have a sense of affinity. Refining pills requires medicinal materials, and Mu Yun also asked Miao Xinyu. Hui Lingua, Taizhan grass, Tier 3 monster beast the demon pill of the blazing lion. These 3 medicinal materials are the main medicines, and the prices are not cheap. So Mu Yun stayed in the Beiyin Mountains for another 3 days, hunting monsters, preparing to exchange for spirit stones, and buying 3 medicinal materials. Shengdan Pavilion. Looking at the 3 magnificent characters, Mu Yun nodded slightly. Here, Teacher Mu. Come here, this is my home. Do whatever you want. Miao Xinyu strode into it, swaggering. Stop, the beggar also came to beg. Do you know where this is? Seeing Mu Yun and Miao Xinyu, the guard stood aside and shouted. Ha. Hearing the doorman's voice, Mu Yun couldn't help but laughed out loud. Shut up, even this lady can't recognize it. Miao Xinyu shouted with an ugly face and hands on hips. Just now she made a fool of herself in front of Mu Yun, and now she was immediately blocked by the guard. Miao Xinyu's face was naturally ugly. But her appearance is really like a beggar. No one can think of her identity. I care who you are. A guard hummed. This is the St. Pill Pavilion. Do you know the St. Pill Pavilion? I want to die. Go to other places. Ding. Just as the guard was blocking Miao Xinyu, a jingle sounded, and a luxuriously decorated deer cart stopped abruptly at the entrance of Shengdan Pavilion. The sound of ta-ta-ta sounded, and several young men in Zoman costumes walked out from the back of the deer cart. Go away. Seeing outside the gate of Shengdan Pavilion, Miao Xinyu was arguing with the guard. A young man in a blue gown frowned and shouted, Get out. As the granddaughter of Master Miaoqing, Miao Xinyu, on weekdays, even in the entire Beiyin city, others respect her respectfully. These guys with unknown origins dare to let her go straight away. How can she not be angry? It's you guys who should get off, Miao Xian said angrily. This St. Pill Pavilion master is my grandfather. I returned to the St. Pill Pavilion. What do you care about? Go away. However, in the face of Miao Xianyu's answer, the man in the blue shirt didn't change his complexion and still shouted, You? If you don't get out, then die. Seeing Miao Xianyu blocking the door with an agitated appearance, the man in the blue shirt couldn't help but patted Miao Xianyu's head with one palm. Lan Yu, what's the matter? At this moment, the curtain of the deer card opened, and a beautiful young boy's voice was a little unpleasant. The boy has a fair face, tied hair, and is wearing a white military uniform with a shy look. Brother Xiaoyu, there is a beggar who stands in the way. I will deal with it now. The man called Lan Yu. His face changed and trembled. It is not difficult to see that the young man named Xiaoyu is much younger than Lan Yu, but he makes Lan Yu so afraid that his status must be the highest among the team. Block it. Kill it. Xiaoyu's expression remained the same, and his clean eyes did not change at all, as if he was under the next ordinary command. Yes. Lan Yu's expression changed when she heard the young boy's order. Looking at Miao Xianyu's eyes, killing intent was full. A beggar got in the way, making Xiaoyu a bad impression of him, and it would almost affect his future status in the sect. This beggar it. Let you go. If you don't go, then go to death. Lan Yu's physical body was in the six-fold condensed vein state, and when he shot, his vigor bulged out, and a strong sense of oppression, rushing away from Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu is only the triple of the physical body, where can it be resisted and inadvertently retreat a few steps? It's just in the way, no need to kill a man. At this moment, a shout sounded. Mu Yun's palm was into a sword, and the falling cloud sword fist fell into the mountain style, carrying the force of Wan Jun, and crashed down. Boom. A bang sounded. Lan Yu's face paled, his arm cracked with a click, and he fell to the ground with a muffled snort. Moreover, we obviously came first, so we don't want to line up well, and we want to hit someone. Miao Xianyu stood up at this moment, straightened her chest, and hummed. Damn, dare to sneak attack and kill him. Lan Yu didn't expect that Mu Yun, who stood by, was so powerful. His physical strength was simply terrifying. Public shame. In the future, he won't have to go around outside the sect. Today, these two beggars must be killed. The student who touched me, Mu Yun, you have to ask me if the teacher can answer it. Mu Yun snorted, and his figure sprang out. Falling sea style, falling cloud style, falling style. The four forms of Luo Yun Jianquan continued to be punched. In an instant, the 5 or 6 disciples groaned one by one, and flew away, lying on the ground, groaning constantly. Most of the people are in the state of condensing veins, which is comparable to the realm of Mu Yun, but their strength is far different. Bang! Applause rang, and a sneer followed. Hee hee, I didn't expect that in the little Baiyun city, even the beggars are hidden. On the deer cart, a young figure walked down slowly. The juvenile's body is long and radiant, and when he looks carefully, it gives people a feeling of innocence, but the smile is with a hint of coldness. North Cloud City has a population of 1 million, so it's not too small anymore. Mu Yun took over and said, but those who dare to bully my Mu Yun students have not yet been born. Seeing the boy, Mu Yun did not back down. Based on his experience, it is not difficult to see that these uniformly dressed youths come from the sect. Moreover, the St. Pill Pavilion was originally a branch established by the St. Pill sect in the Nanyun Empire. I am afraid that these disciples are from the St. Pill sect. In the previous life, Mu Yun also stepped from the bottom of the thousands of great worlds to the strong, and he had seen too many sect disciples relying on their sects to do anything wrong. For such a person, Mu Yun just looked upset. You beat my disciple of St. Danzong. You are looking for death. The boy's originally gentle face suddenly became indifferent and full of murderous aura in the next moment. A pair of slender palms turned into a sharp steel fist. Above the steel fist, the true essence was airtight, and he went straight to Mu Yun. 7th Fleshning, Yuan Realm Powerhouse. This kid, it's over. Seeing Xiao Yu's move, the pale Lan Yu sneered. Xiao Yu is an outer disciple of the Holy Pill sect. At the age of 17, he has already entered the Ning Yuan realm and is a genius. Moreover, next year, he will be able to step into the inner door and become a favorite of heaven. This countryman is only in the state of condensing veins. Xiao Yu only needs a punch to completely blast him into scum. Chapter 37: The Conflict of the Holy Pagoda. Bang! Between Lan Yu's sneer, the two figures had already met together. A low bang sounded. The ground cracked under the feet of the two of them, and the cracks continued to spread. Two muffled noises sounded at the same time, and immediately afterwards, they saw Mu Yun and Xiao Yu, who stepped back 3 steps at the same time, and finally stabilized their bodies. Suddenly, the audience was silent. The shock in Lan Yu's heart made his face flushed, and his heartbeat didn't speed up. How can it be? Xiao Yu's strength, he once deeply understood. At the outer door of St. Danzong, Xiao Yu was hailed as one of the first 10 geniuses, and he was highly regarded by some inner disciples and elders. The entire St. Pil sect, tens of thousands of outer disciples. Xiao Yu's strength need not be described. But the beggar in front of him, in the realm of condensing veins, forcibly received Xiao Yu's punch, and the two of them were evenly divided. On the other hand, Miao Xinyu was also a little surprised. She has seen Mu Yun's strength increase in the past few days, and now, even a Tier 7 monster can hardly resist Mu Yun's attack. But the young man in front of him, who seemed almost the same age as his own, was actually on par with Minter Mu Yun. If you can take my punch, if you are a disciple of the Sacred Pill sect, you are enough to be in the top 100. Xiao Yu was taken aback and smiled slightly. What St. Pill sect? I don't know. And I have no interest in being an outside disciple. Mu Yun waved his hand with an impatient expression. I have to say that he has seen too many self-righteous sect geniuses in his previous life. But his belief is that people don't offend me. I don't offend people. If you deceive me, I will hit you all over. Interesting, interesting. Seeing Mu Yun in ragged clothes, but blindly and arrogantly speaking, Xiao Yu showed an intriguing smile in his eyes. It's just that the smile fell in Lan Yu's eyes, but it was extremely terrifying. Because he clearly knew that whenever Xiao Yu showed such a smile, he was destined to be humane. This person who claims to be Mu Yun is indeed quite good, but he is actually arrogant in front of Xiao Yu. It is really looking for death. I want to see, what means do you have? Xiao Yu sneered, with a wave of true essence in his palm, ready to go. Stop. At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded in the hall of Shengdan Pavilion. Deputy Pavilion Master. Deputy Pavilion Master. Seeing that figure, the two guards at the gate were in awe and shouted respectfully. What happened? UCU's expression was a little unhappy and couldn't help but exasperated. Today, when the outer disciples of the Holy Pill sect came, there was something wrong with the Holy Pill Pavilion, but he could not bear such a responsibility. Deputy Pavilion Master, these two beggars. Uncle Yu, it's me, I'm Xiao Yu. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Yu. His eyes fell on Miao Xinyu. UCU was dumbfounded and did not react for a while. You? How did you become like this? For a long time, UCU was surprised. Huh, Uncle Yu, you can't even recognize me. I was blocked by the door and almost killed. Miao Xinyu pursed her mouth and said aggrieved. Who is so bold? Suddenly a powerful force burst out from UCU, with anger in his eyes, glared at the two guards, and carefully looked at everyone. Pavilion Master Yu, you came just right. We are the marching team of the St. Pill sect this time. Your frame of the St. Pill Pavilion in North Cloud City is really big. Seeing UCU, Lan Yu bends one arm, walks forward, bitterly said, could it be that you, the St. Pill Pavilion of North Cloud City, want to rebel against my St. Pill sect and stand on your own? Outer disciple of St. Danzong? Hearing this sentence, UCU looked at a few people carefully. Outer disciple costumes of Sheng Danzong. Are you, Xiao Yu? UCU's expression was solemn and respectful as his eyes fell on Xiao Yu. This time, the Holy Pill sect sent inner disciples to various branches of the Nanyun Empire to investigate, and the advanced team was an excellent outer disciple. For Xiao Yu, he has already made a clear investigation. The outer genius disciple of the Holy Pill sect, both talent and strength are first class, and it is said that Xiao Yu has a very deep background. Deputy Pavilion Master UCU, you are really amazing at the St. Pill Pavilion in North Cloud City. Lan Yu took the opportunity to say, anyone who is outside the gate of the St. Pill Pavilion dare to attack my St. Pill sect disciple. Misunderstanding. Yu looked embarrassed and said, "This is Miss Miao Xinyu, the granddaughter of Master Miao Qing Miao. This must be a misunderstanding." "Oh." Looking at Miao Xinyu's rags, Lan Yu teased and said, "This is Miss Miao. Who is this guy who doesn't know the height of the earth?" "This is my mentor," Miao Xinyu hummed. "Tutor." Lan Yu laughed and said, "Unexpectedly, North Cloud City is really a corner place, and the strength of the college tutor is not as good as our St. Pill sect genius." Hearing Lan Yu's words, Miao Xinyu frowned, and on the other side, Yu Tu's expression was also unnatural. It's just that he also knows that the disciples of the Holy Pill sect have always been arrogant, and even the overall strength of the entire Nanyun Empire is less than 1/10 of the Holy Pill sect. And he was just the deputy head of the St. Pill Pavilion founded by the St. Pill sect in the Nanyun Empire. At the moment, these outer disciples may become inner disciples or elders in the future, with high authority, and he can't offend him. "Sorry, I'm just the dumbest mentor in Baiyun Academy, and I'm shamelessly relying on my family to enter the academy." Mu Yin took the words and said with a smile, "It's just that a teacher called Trash, can break your arm. It seems that the disciple of Sacred Pill sect is also a thing inferior to Trash." You. Hearing Mu Yun's provocative words, Lan Yu and the surrounding outer disciples couldn't help but want to rush forward. Just thinking of Mu Yun's strength just now, a few people looked at. Holy Pill sect is one of the top sects of the Heavenly Fate continent. How can you be allowed to slander you? A faint word spread from Xiao Yu's mouth. Blind and ignorant, it. Blind ignorance, it. In a word, Xiao Yu judged Mu Yun's life and death. Flipped the palm of his hand, a wave of true essence gathered, and the surging murderous intent shrouded Mu Yun. How could Mu Yun sit and wait for death at this moment? With the true essence flowing between his palms, the first stamp of the 8 desolation seals of life and death, and the first print, condensed and formed, ready to take action at any time. Hee. The visitor is a guest. Xiao Yu, how do you think your tutor Mu Yun is also the tutor of my fairy language? I'm afraid it's wrong to fight so hard. Just as the scene was tense, a vigorous coercion swept across, and a laughter slowly sounded. "Grandfather." I don't know when, outside the St. Pill Pavilion, a figure appeared. "It is Miaoqing." "Grandpa, if you don't come out anymore, your precious granddaughter will be swept out of the house." Miao Xinyu coquettishly took hold of Grandpa Miaoqing's arm. "You little girl, are you fooling enough?" Looking at Miao Xinyu, Miaoqing said dotingly. "Master Miao." Seeing Miaoqing, Xiao Yu stopped, arched his hands, and said in salute. Miaoqing is a third-rank alchemist, placed in the entire Baiyun city, is the supreme existence. Even in the Holy Pill sect, his position is enough to be the elder of the pill pharmacy. Although Xiao Yu is talented, compared to Miaoqing, his current status is still very far from Miaoqing. In the sect, some internal disciples must respect Miaoqing when they see Miaoqing. "Xiao Yu, this time the advanced troops didn't expect it to be you. The 7-stage negative element realm is indeed quite powerful. Your eldest brother Xiao Yang should have entered the inner gate. How is your grandfather Xiao Mingyu? How is it?" Looking at Xiao Yu, Master Miao spoke. "My eldest brother entered the inner gate last year and is now in the 8-fold pill gathering realm. Grandpa and his elderly care about you very much." Xiao Yu responded carefully. "The old immortal Xiao Mingyu." Miaoqing laughed and said, "Come in. What's the matter? Let's talk inside." Turning around, looking at Miao Xinyu, Miaoqing said, "Xinyu, take the shepherd teacher to the back to clean it up. You will entertain me first. I am also very curious to change the prescription of the spirit gathering pill and let Master Mo what is so special about a genius with admiration." "Teacher Mu, I'm sorry. The old man has some things to deal with first, and the hospitality is not good, but I still look at Haiyan." Master Miao is polite. With a slight smile, Miaoqing led Xiao Yu and walked to the hall and went straight upstairs. Xiao Yu, then Mu Yun. Lan Yu's face was slightly cold when he was unwilling to let Mu Yun go like this. To shut up, Lan Yu glared fiercely, and Xiao Yu immediately followed Miaoqing, but his gaze was on Mu Yun on the other side. But it was full of murderous intent. "Instructor Mu, I will take you to clean up first, and then sell these demon pills, and take you to the alchemy." It is good. The reason why Mu Yun was willing to come to the St. Pill Pavilion this time was to sell the demon pill obtained by the monster beasts hunted in the past few days, and at the same time, he also wanted to use the pill furnace and the fire of the St. Pill Pavilion to refine the vein-condensing pill. The conflict with Xiao Yu was completely unexpected. Just the moment he saw Master Miaoqing, Mu Yun felt that this Miaoqing looked very simple. Logically speaking, Miaoqing is a third-rank alchemist, while Master Mo1 is a sixth-rank alchemist. But the feeling this Miaoqing gave to Mu Yun was deeply hidden, even higher than Mo1. This feeling was very strange. After some cleaning, Mu Yun put on a black martial arts uniform. His long hair was tied up, and a strand of hair on his forehead, covering one eye, looked a little more chic and casual. Instructor Pastor. Miao Xinyu finished cleaning at this moment and walked out. Seeing Miao Xinyu, Mu Yun's eyes stopped. After some cleaning, Miao Xinyu carried a girl's unique deodorant on her body, and her long hair was a little moist, draped behind her head. The chest of the long skirt was stained with water droplets, revealing a bit of whiteness. Although he is less than 16 years old, Miao Xinyu is already slim, with two peaks and proud things, a pair of slender legs, exposed at the slits on both sides of the long skirt, white and straight. Pure, cunning, with a touch of agility. Instructor Mu, what are you looking at? Look at the picture of the beauty going out of the bath. Mu Yun said casually. TSK. This figure, this appearance, high peak, long legs, jade neck. If the teacher Mu could kiss Fangza, it would be worth dying under your pomegranate skirt. You? The previous Mu Yun had always been dull and dull. Where did he say such frivolous words? However, hearing Mu Yun's teasing words at this moment, Miao Xinyu didn't have a trace of disgust in his heart, but a little excitement. Chapter 38 Black Heart. Little girl, what do you think? Seeing Miao Xinyu's pretty face flushed and staying aside, Mu Yun waved his hand and said, Hurry up and take the tutor to the sales office. Oh, okay. Miao Xinyu reacted. His face became even more flushed and hurriedly took Mu Yun to the hall. At this moment, in the hall of the St. Pill Pavilion, the crowd was bustling with people, some who came to sell demon pill, elixir and herb, and some came to buy and sell pill. When Miao Xinyu and Mu Yun came out from behind together, all eyes gathered in the entire hall, and they all fell on Miao Xinyu. Wow, it's so beautiful. Who is it? If you can sleep all night, it's worth the death. Bah, you don't want to die. This is the granddaughter of Master Miaoqing, who slept all night. You don't know how to die if you touch it. She is a wonderful fairy. At a young age, she was born so swiftly. I am afraid that in the future, she will be the same as the Qin family's disaster to the country and the people. Don't tell me, it's really that way. I heard that Miss Qin's strange disease has recovered, and she has entered the eightfold pill convergence realm. She is just engaged to the waste Mu Yun of the Mu's family. It is like a flower stuck in the cow dung. What do you know? Now that the Wang family and the Jiao family are putting pressure on the Qin family and the Mu family, this is just a stopgap measure. How could it be possible for a beauty like Qin Mingyao to marry Mu Yun, that trash? Suddenly, the whole hall was boiling, and there were whispering voices everywhere. Mu Yun stepped into the sixth stage condensed vessel realm, and his physique was even more of a genius. He naturally heard those people's words clearly. It's just that he doesn't care about these. Teacher Mu, don't listen to their nonsense. That is because they don't know the real you. Seeing Mu Yun's silence, Miao Xinyu comforted. Why would I care about this? Mu Yun laughed and said, doing harm to the country and the people. But this word is quite suitable for you. Seeing Mu Yun's appearance, Miao Xinyu suddenly felt. Today's Mu Yun is so different from his previous ones. Let's go. I still need some medicinal materials for alchemy. So let's buy the spirit stones first. When he arrived at the sales office, Mu Yun exchanged all the demon pills he had killed within 3 days into spirit stones. 3,155 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing that nearly 100 monster beast demon pill of various ranks, in exchange for such a little bit of spirit stone, Mu Yun was helpless. Spirit stones are divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The exchange of each grade is based on 1 to 100. Thinking of the last life, Muyin didn't care even if it was the best spirit stone, but in this life he struggled for only a few thousand lower quality spirit stones for 3 days. Muyun's heart is also boundlessly aggrieved. A wheeling fruit, 500 lower grade spirit stones, 1 iron mountain grass, 400 lower grade spirit stones, and 200 lower grade spirit stones of the third order monster beast Blazing Lion's demon pill. After careful calculation, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones can only be bought for 3 copies, not including some other adjuvants. Blackheart, seeing that the spirit stone in his hand turned into 3 medicinal materials, which was bought at a low price in the face of the young lady Miao Xinyu, Mu Yun felt painful. Especially the demon pill of the third-order monster beast Blazing Lion. The third-order monster is not uncommon, but the Blazing Lion is indeed rare in the Baiyun Mountains. 200 low-grade spirit stones, more than the general third-order monster Dan, is more than 10 times more expensive. Instructor Mu, what pill are you preparing to refine? Ningmai Dan. Mu Yun replied. I am in the 6th stage condensation realm now, and I need to refine my meridians before I can prepare to enter the 7th stage condensation primordial realm. The condensation pill is undoubtedly the best medicine. Ningmai Dan. Second product pill. As the granddaughter of Master Miaoqing, Miao Xinyu also knows well about pill. Ningmai pill, the second grade pill, is used to temper the meridians of the martial artist, which is more suitable. It's just Hui Lingua, Taizhan grass, tier 3 monster beast blazing flame lion demon pill. It's not the medicinal material for refining the Mai Ningmai pill. But thinking of the previous 3-level pill spirit gathering pill, Mu Yun put forward fresh insights, and the wonderful fairy language suppressed the puzzlement in his heart and brought Mu Yun to the alchemy room. Teacher Mu, our St. Pill Pavilion not only buys and sells demon pill and spirit grass, but also sells pill. As long as the pill is qualified by a specialized appraiser, it can be sold at the corresponding price. Oh, that's not bad. Forget it. Mu Yun estimated that 3 parts of medicinal materials are enough to refine 6 pills of Ningmai by himself, save 1 for his own use, and sell the remaining 5, which is enough. At the same time, on the other side, Miaoqing and Yu Tu and other senior officials of the St. Pill Pavilion in North Cloud City were entertaining Xiao Yu on the 3rd floor and chatting about homework. Master Miao, as the Zoman advance force this time, there are some places that juniors still need to investigate. Xiao Yu spoke. The alchemy room, the auction house, the trading hall, and the alchemy rooms of the alchemists in the St. Pill Pavilion all need to be checked. This is natural, Miao Qing replied. These are all related to the reputation of St. Danzong, so naturally we should deal with it carefully. Then let's start now. It is good. After the words fell, Master Miao got up, took Xiao Yu's several outer disciples of the Holy Pill sect, and began to inspect the various places of the Holy Pill Pavilion. Instructor Mu, when you are refining alchemy, can I watch it? Entering the alchemy room, Miao Xinyu smiled slyly and said he. For the average alchemist, the most important thing is the pill, and the second is the method of alchemy. Ordinary alchemists are very evasive when they make alchemy, and others watch them. On the one hand, it will affect the mind of the alchemist, but on the other hand, people will steal their own experience and alchemy methods. Naturally, you are my student, and, on the way of alchemy, you have some talents. Take a look, it should be good for you. Mu Yun didn't care. There are too many pill prescriptions, alchemy methods, and Mu Yun has too many in his head. Even if Miao Xinyu watched him refine alchemy every day, I am afraid I would never finish learning it in this life. Some talent? Hearing Mu Yun's evaluation, Miao Xinyu chewed with a small mouth. Her grandfather praised her as a rare pill refining genius in a century, and in Mu Yun's mouth, she was actually only somewhat talented. I want to see how clever you are in alchemy. With this in mind, Miao Xinyu sat on the chair in the corner of Danfeng, looking seriously. The decoration in the Dan room of Shengdan Pavilion is extremely simple. A ding pill furnace, a row of medicine racks dedicated to holding medicinal materials, and a few tables and chairs, nothing else. Just looking at it, Mu Yun had to be surprised that the pill furnace of the Holy Pill Pavilion was much better than the pill furnace of his family's inner pill. When refining the bone-forging pill, in the family's inner pill, Mu Yun felt that the top of the pill furnace was mostly medium-grade ordinary artifacts. But the pill furnace of this holy pill pavilion was a top-grade, ordinary artifact. Moreover, the pill fire is not simply drawn by the burning of special wood, but also the fire of the demon pill with some monsters. The pill furnace and pill fire that a pharmacist needs are all very important. The pill furnace, the grade level, determines the finished product rate of the pill. The same is true for the quality of Manhwa. The most common pill fire is to use some good and special wood to burn. The second is the fire power of the fire attribute monster demon pill. And what the alchemist yearns most is the legendary sky fire. Tianhua is born of heaven and earth. Once born, it contains spiritual wisdom, constantly absorbs and grows, and can continuously improve like martial arts cultivation. This kind of pill fire is the most suitable for alchemy. It's just that Mu Yun also knows that now he wants to regain the sky fire, which is simply a dream. Even if it's a newly formed sky fire, I'm afraid he has just been close to a radius of 10 miles, and it will be turned into ashes. By the way, this is a bone-forging pill. You are now in the triple tendon-easy state of your physical body, and you can just take it. Mu Yun thought of the few bone-forging pill he had refined before, so he took out one and handed it to wonderful fairy language. I need to understand the pill furnace and fire before refining the pill. During this time, you can just practice. Mu Yun is not difficult to feel that the current Miao Xinyu is already in the three-tiered tendon state of the physical body, but it is a little difficult for him to take a step forward. It's not that Miao Xinyu's talent is not enough, but there are some impurities in her body. Obviously, she swallowed some pills during the previous promotion, leaving behind impurities. A bone-forging pill should be enough for her to enter the fourfold strong breath realm. Bone-forging pill? Miao Xinyu had never heard of the name of this kind of pill and looked at the rounded pill in his hand and couldn't help being a little bit astonished. But she knew that Mu Yun would not deceive her, so she swallowed the pill without hesitation. Seeing Miao Xinyu entering Ding and beginning to realize the power of the pill, Mu Yun carefully looked at the pill furnace in front of him. In the palm of his hand, the true essence surged and slowly lit the fire. The continuous integration of the fire of good material and the fire of the demon pill to activate the pill furnace is undoubtedly much stronger than the flame of pure good wood burning. After a period of familiarity, Mu Yun has gradually become familiar with the inertia of this pill furnace. Wait for the little girl to wake up, then you can start refining. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and adjusted his best state. In the quiet Danfeng, a reminder suddenly came. Miao Xinyu let out a warning in her mouth, sweat dripped down her face, and the clothes on her body were wet. Through the thin dress, she could even see the bare skin. Slowly, she opened her eyes slowly. The fourfold strong breath realm of the physical body is finished. Feeling the warm power in the bones and meridians of the body, a hint of joy appeared on Miao Xinyu's face. The triple that had troubled her for 3 months finally passed. Not only that, but she could clearly feel that some of the unobstructed parts in the body are now unobstructed, and they are discharged from the body with her breathing. Between inhaling and exhaling, the power is more than 10 times stronger. Bone-forging pill, what a miraculous pill. Miao Xinyu couldn't help but speak. That is, don't look at it either. Who made this pill? Just as Miao Xinyu was complacent, a proud voice came from her ear. Instructor Mu, why have you not started practicing alchemy? But you are sitting here to practice. Seeing Instructor Mu sitting next to him, Miao Xinyu was slightly taken aback. Chapter 39 Sneak Attack. There is a beautiful woman sitting next to her, and she is dripping with sweat. I can control my beastly nature. That's pretty good. I don't have any thoughts to refine alchemy. Mu Yun laughed and said indifferently. Okay, now you have broken through to the 4th level, and you have some understanding, which is not something you can comprehend in a moment. I am now starting to practice alchemy. If you look at it carefully, how much you can comprehend depends on yours. If you have the qualifications, if you don't understand, you will ask me when the alchemy is completed. Okay. Miao Xinyu knows that when the alchemist is refining the pill, he is very taboo to be disturbed. In the slightest, the pill furnace is blown up, and his work falls short. Regardless of the rule, it will even go crazy. She even knew that Mu Yun was not thinking about making alchemy, but deliberately waiting for herself, wishing to watch his entire alchemy process and study seriously. Instructor Muyan, muttering in his mouth, Miao Xinyu put away all his thoughts and began to watch Mu Yun's methods. At this moment, Mu Yun was already sinking into the alchemy. Even though he was a fairy king in his previous life, Mu Yun didn't know how many times he had refined the pill, but whenever he touched the pill, he was completely fascinated. Incorporate various herbs, demon pills, and some treasures of heaven and earth into the pill furnace. Use the pill fire, like a trick, to refine the spirit pill you want. This feeling made him want to stop. The good wood is ignited first, and the flame of wood burning gradually emits heat under the pill furnace, and the pill furnace gradually heats up. Immediately afterwards, the fire attribute monster demon pill below the pill furnace was ignited, and the flames rose slowly. The flame of the good wood burning, although the quality is not very high, but it is stable and can be easily controlled by the alchemist. While controlling the flame, Mu Yun said, but the flame contained in the monster pill of the fire attribute monster is more powerful and effective. It is just because the monster pill is difficult to control, so at the beginning, it is not suitable to use the monster directly. The beast demon pill comes to heat up. In fact, Mu Yun had 9 points of certainty and directly heated it with the monster beast monster pill, and the drug would still be unaffected. Only in order to make Miao Xinyu more comprehensible, he chose to trouble a little bit. If it were the core of a spirit beast, this kind of problem wouldn't happen. Mu Yun explained. The spirit beast has a sage, and the core is relatively stable and can output heat stably. The pill fire in some powerful spirit beast cores can even be directly absorbed by the martial artist and transformed into the pill fire of the alchemist himself. If the alchemist himself contains pill fire, he can adjust the temperature of the pill furnace as he wants, and the success rate of alchemy can be doubled. Huilingua is naturally warm, so it is better to add it at the end. Iron mountain grass is tough in nature and full of iron fibers. It needs to be calcined before it can be effective. At the same time, pay attention to the demon pill of the blazing lion itself. Contains fire attributes, so be careful not to be induced by the high temperature in the pill furnace, which destroys the medicinal properties of Huilingua. All you have to add. While Mu Yun controlled the pill fire, his other hand continued to add medicinal materials and some adjuvants in portions, and Miao Xinyu continued to explain. All right. After a long while, Mu Yun exhaled and said, the last moment is to turn off the fire. Turning off the fire is the most critical moment for the success or failure of the pill. The alchemist must not be distracted, so you will watch carefully later if you have any questions, etc. It will be over. I will explain to you again. When Mu Yun's words fell, he stopped talking. Miao Xinyu clenched her dress tightly with jade hands, dripping sweat on her cheeks, and her breathing became quicker. She really wanted to know what kind of pill can be refined with the pulse-condensing pill prescription that Mu Yun developed by herself. At this moment, Mu Yun did not dare to be distracted either. Every step of the alchemist's alchemy is very important. If the fire is turned off in the last step, if it is not done well, it will also lead to a complete failure and a complete failure. Haha, everyone, this is the pill of my holy pill pavilion. Pill is the most important part of the holy pill pavilion. On weekdays, the many alchemists in the holy pill pavilion are here to refine the pill. You led Xiaoyu, walked to the alchemy room, smiled and introduced. There are 11 first-rank alchemists and 4 second-rank alchemists in the holy pill pavilion of North Cloud City, enough to supply the daily life of the holy pill pavilion. Circulation needs of the elixir. Okay. Hearing Yu's introduction, Xiaoyu nodded and said, for the noble alchemist, the alchemy must be quiet and not to be disturbed by outsiders. This must be done. That's natural. Yu nodded. Huh? Who is that? However, at this moment, through the door of an alchemy room, Lan Yu suddenly spoke and was taken aback. Hearing Lan Yu's doubts, Yu also looked inside the Danfang. Small words. When he saw the figure sitting in Na Dan's room, Lan Yu was stunned. Oh, that's the case. Xiaoyu is also a true first-grade alchemist. She often comes to make alchemy with this alchemy. Yu explained. Oh, is it so? Lan Yu sneered and said, Pavilion Master Yu. But the person who refines alchemy is not a wonderful fairy. As soon as Lan Yu said this, You two discovered that Miao Xinyu was standing aside at this moment, watching a young man in front of the pill furnace making alchemy. Who is that young man? Humph, the pill is important. How can outsiders come in and out at will? What if some pill of my holy pill sect is leaked out? Lan Yu's face was cold, and he kicked the door of Danfeng open. There was a bang, and his body trembled as he watched Mu Yun's wonderful fairy language wholeheartedly. Seeing that Mu Yun's body moved slightly and was not affected, Miao Xinyu stared at the people who walked in outside the door with unkind eyes. Uncle Yu, Teacher Mu Yun is making alchemy. You should know that alchemists are most taboo to be disturbed during alchemy. Miao Xinyu couldn't help but complain. Miao Xinyu curled his lips, frowned, and stamped his feet. It was amazing in the eyes of Xiao Yu and Lan Yu. All of them were dumbfounded for a while. Who would have thought that the dirty-looking little beggar at the door would be so fresh and beautiful after cleaning? It's a perfect beauty. However, Lan Yu's expression suddenly changed when he thought of such a beautiful woman who was actually speaking for the guy who hit him just now. Alchemy? Huh? Lan Yu took a step forward and said with a smile, "Just this waste can make alchemy? Then what kind of pill does he make? Be careful when you speak." Miao Xinyu said unhappily. Instructor Mu is refining the pulse-condensing pill. Ningmai Dan? Huh? Looking at the medicinal materials on the shelf, Lan Yu laughed and said, "Miss Xinyu, you won't be blindfolding me? Where does the Ningmai Dan need to return to Lingua and Iron Mountain Grass? You will not be fooled by this guy with a human face and a beast heart. Right? Miss Xinyu, the Ningmai pill must have a medicinal material producing fruit, otherwise it cannot be refined. You, the shepherd teacher, may be fooling you." At this moment, Xiao Yu stared at Miao Xinyu's whole body with a pair of eyes and said sincerely, "Furthermore, the Ningmai pill is a second-grade pill. Mu Yun does not seem to be 18 or 9 years old. How could he be a second-grade alchemist?" On the side, hearing Xiao Yu and Lan Yu's name for Miao Xinyu changed drastically, and their attitudes also changed drastically. Yu too frowned, and Miao Qing stood aside, but remained silent. "You guys," Miao Xian exclaimed, "if you don't tell you won't understand the magic of the shepherd teacher." Seeing Miao Xinyu's cheeks bulging out with anger, the white inside was red, and Xiao Yu's eyes flashed brightly, as if the hunter had found a wonderful prey. "Oomph, I think this guy is just playing mystery, and seeing me break his pill fire. I see how he pretends." Lan Yu's face was cold, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Mu Yun. It's just that he said that the pill fire was broken, but the outstretched arm hit Mu Yun's back, as if it were heading towards Mu Yun. He obviously didn't just want to destroy Mu Yun's pill, but also wanted Mu Yun to be backlashed by the alchemy fire. No. Unexpectedly, Lan Yu would act shamelessly. Miao Xinyu couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's just that it's too late. Don't you know that when the alchemist is making alchemy, he can't be disturbed?" However, just as Lan Yu was almost close to Mu Yun's back, a cold voice suddenly sounded. With a scream, the last flame under the pill furnace was completely extinguished. Mu Yun's body, sitting cross-legged, suddenly leaned back, his hands stretched out into claws, and he squeezed Lan Yu's arms fiercely. "I've tried again and again, but you are getting better and better." With a bang, both hands clamped on Lan Yu. Mu Yun, surging inwardly, threw Lan Yu down in front of him, with a thump, splashing flakes of dust. "I think you like to use your hand to sneak attacks. Then I will cut off your arm to let you understand that some people are not what you should provoke." An indifferent voice sounded, and Mu Yun's arm suddenly raised. The 8 desolate life and death seals, broken seals. The 2 marks spread in Mu Yun's palm and crashed down with a bang. "No." With a puff, blood splashed, and a scream sounded instantly. Ignoring the stopping sound, Mu Yun slapped it down. With blood flowing all over the ground, Lan Yu's face was pale, with a pair of eyes, staring at Mu Yun in horror. "Monster! This guy is just a monster. Mu Yun, dare you!" Seeing Lan Yu lying on the ground with the color of earth, Xiao Yu stepped forward and shouted. He also saw Lan Yu's previous actions, but he didn't stop it because he also wanted to make Mu Yun embarrassed. It is not difficult for him to see that Miao Xinyu, this big beauty, has good feelings for this shepherd teacher. And the moment he saw Miao Xinyu, his heart had already moved. Therefore, if Lan Yu is able to destroy Mu Yun's alchemy, and even make Mu Yun suffer from it and become a useless person, it is also good for him. However, he didn't expect that Mu Yun would actually be able to extinguish the pill fire at a critical moment and succeed in alchemy, but instead cut off Lan Yu's arm with lightning speed. Why don't I dare? Mu Yun stared at Xiao Yu coldly and shouted. As an alchemist, the most taboo thing is to be disturbed during alchemy. If he hadn't extinguished the pill fire just before Lan Yu shot, whether it was Lan Yu's sneak attack or the pill fire's backlash, he would have been severely injured, and even the meridians would be destroyed. But Lan Yu Mingming knew this, but he still shot it. It's just looking for death. Okay, you're fine. Dare to take action against my Saint Pill sect disciple. Mu Yun, it's not a pity for you to die. Xiao Yu did not want to fall in front of Miao Xinyu. His face flushed and shouted. The scene suddenly became a little stiff. Chapter 40 Tridan. Holy Pill sect, is it great? Facing Xiao Yu's shout, Mu Yun disdainfully said, I see the disciple of the Holy Pill sect, but his voice is a little louder. After the words fell, Mu Yun's gaze fell on Lan Yu, who was lying on the ground constantly wailing, intentionally or unconsciously. One arm was broken by Mu Yun and has not yet recovered, and the other arm was completely cut off by Mu Yun. Lan Yu wants to go further in the martial arts in the future. Basically, there is no hope. Well, even if Lan Yu made the wrong move, you shouldn't abandon one of his arms. Xiao Yu didn't want to lose his grace in front of Miao Xinyu, theorized. If I don't abolish one of his arms, it will be backlashed by the pill fire, the meridians will be abolished, and the one who died, it may be me. Did Master Xiao Yu think of this? Seeing that Mu Yun was always neither angry nor angry, Xiao Yu was completely furious. What are you? Can you compare with my Saint Pill sect disciple? What kind of thing are you able to yell at me? Court death. Xiao Yu was completely angered by Mu Yun. The true Yuan tyrannical in his palm, a surging force burst out. Xiao Yu. Just as Mu Yun was preparing to deal with it, an old voice suddenly sounded. I don't know when. Master Miaoqing stood between the two, waved his calm arm, and vast true essence gushed out from between his hands. Yu's attack instantly vanished. Master Miao, even you have to protect this rubbish? Xiao Yu hummed. At the age of 19 years old, the cultivation base is not as good as my 16-year-old boy, still making alchemy? It's really ridiculous. Condensed pulse pills are used back. Spirit fruit refining? It's fresh. Seeing Miaoqing shot, Xiao Yu was angry, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous. How do you know that Teacher Mu can't make alchemy? The world is so big. How much have you seen, Xiao Yu? Miao Xinyu couldn't help but sarcastically said. Okay, in that case, let's see what is going on with the pill that Master Mu has refined. Why do I show it to you? Seeing Mu Yun not speaking, Xiao Yu sneered. Is it possible that the pill has failed and Master Mu is just blaming people? You. Miao Xinyu's chest continued to rise and fall, obviously out of anger. Just watch. Although Mu Yun didn't care, Miao Xinyu was young and angry after all, walked to the side of the pill furnace and opened the top of the furnace. Suddenly, a fresh fragrance floated in the entire alchemy room. Smelling the fragrance, Miao Xinyu only felt that her whole body had become light and fluttering. It smells so good. Miao Xinyu couldn't help but exclaimed. He took a few pills. Miao Xinyu's eyes were even more round. Ningmai Dan. Seeing the 4 rounded pulse coagulation pills in his hands, they were gray. Miao Xinyu couldn't put it down. It really became a pill. Xiao Yu couldn't believe it. The demon pill of Hualingguo, Tyashenko, and Tier 3 demon beast Blazing Lion, combined together, are all attributed to each other. How can they become a pill? Waste Dan. Yes, it must be a waste pill. These 4 pills must be useless pills. Xiao Yu suddenly said. These 4 pills must have no effect. As soon as the words came out, everyone nodded. Master Miaoqing also frowned and remained silent. Huilingua has mild medicinal properties, and logically speaking, it is impossible to coexist with Blazing Fiery Lion Demon Pill, but Mu Yun has refined the pill. What on earth is it? Whether the pill is a waste pill depends on the efficacy of the medicine. Instructor Mu said, this coagulation pill is to improve the meridians of the martial artist and absorb the true essence. How do you know if you don't try it? As soon as Miao Xinyu said this, Xiao Yu's face suddenly showed a sinister smile. Test drug? Exactly. At the moment, Master Miaoqing is here, and it seems impossible to take action against Mu Yun, so he can only use the pill to prevent Mu Yun from coming to stage. On the other hand, Mu Yun didn't care about the opinions of Xiao Yu and others. He is a magnificent immortal king. There is no need to explain this to them at all. It was just that he was repeatedly suspected of his alchemy methods. Mu Yun also had his arrogance in his heart. It's okay to try the pill, but if my pill is effective, it's not a waste of waste. Mu Yun had no confidence on the surface. Instructor Mu, don't worry about it. Xiao Yu smiled and said, so, today's Shengdan Pavilion happens to be another auction. Let's get this condensation pill at the auction first. Let the condensation realm 6th tier martial artist have a try. If it is effective, Teacher Mu you can take out an auction, and the auction spirit stone belongs to the tutor of animal husbandry. Not only that, I, Xiao Yu, is willing to give the medicinal pill that I will be tried for free at the same price to the tutor of animal husbandry. There was a trace of embarrassment on Mu Yun's face. I was able to refine 6 pills, but I was disturbed by this disciple. Then I will pay you the price of 3 pills. Master Miaoqing testified. This is something I can compare to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu couldn't allow Mu Yun to refuse, and said again, if the pill is ineffective, I don't want her teacher, I just hope that her teacher will be in Beiyun City. The bustling streets shout that I will be a waste one day. It is good. Originally, Mu Yun wanted to pretend to tweak again, but Miao Xinyu couldn't help it, and agreed. If the pill is ineffective, I will walk around Beiyun City and shout that I am a waste. Xinyu, I didn't want to embarrass you. Unexpectedly, Miao Xinyu would excuse Mu Yun, Xiao Yu explained. We will see you later. Miao Xinyu said, pulling up Mu Yun and walking towards the 2nd floor of Shangdan Pavilion. Do you believe me that much? Mu Yun whispered while walking on the road. Instructor Mu, you are not sure, right? I don't know how the pill is. Let's start at 5 or 5. Mu Yun said casually. What? Miao Xinyu's originally confident and smiling face stunned in an instant. Seeing the sluggish expression of the little girl, Mu Yun laughed, touched Miao Xinyu's head, and smiled. Don't worry. Wait for the spirit stone to be collected. Came to the 2nd floor of the auction site. The entire hall was crowded with people. His own deacon walked to the host, whispered a few words, and took out 2 gray pills. The host was taken aback for a moment. His eyes fell on Master Miaoqing on the edge. After seeing Master Miaoqing nodded, the host immediately stepped onto the auction stage. At this moment, the seats around the auction platform are full of people, nearly 10,000 people. Everyone, please be quiet. The host paused and said, today, a mysterious guest came to the auction house and took out 2 specially made pills for auction. Ningmai pill, the 2nd grade pill, and it is the top grade among the 2nd grade pill. Someone actually put it out for auction. Ningmai pill is a pill for tempering the meridians and helping the martial artist to step into the 7th layer. It is impossible to find it. Yes, that fool is willing to put it up for auction. Hearing the 3 words Ningmai Dan, the whole auction room boiled instantly. Everyone be quiet. The host again said, these 2 medicaments are refined by special methods, but Master Miaoqing can't judge how effective the medicine is, so I don't know who is willing to try one. Naturally, if it has a peculiar effect, you may be able to step from the 6th to the 7th. My Holy Pill Pavilion will never ask for a spirit stone, but if the drug is useless, it may even cause harm to myself. My Holy Pill Pavilion, never take responsibility. As soon as the host said this, the whole auction room boiled again. What? I'll just say, how could someone bring the Ningmai pill for auction? It turned out to be something you don't know whether it's true or false. That's right, I won't take this kind of risk. That is, in case it is fake, if you don't increase your cultivation base, you will lose your life, then it's not a good deal. Gambling. This pill, even Master Miaoqing couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. It was a gamble. The bet is right, it may be 6-fold over 7-fold, and the status skyrocketed. Wrong gambling may have no effect, or it may cause damage to the meridians. You should know that the status of the 6-fold condensed veins realm and the 7-fold condensed elementary realms are vastly different. 7 layers, condensing true essence, can truly step into martial arts, be respected by others, and be called a master. However, Just as the crowd was boiling, a figure suddenly stepped onto the auction stage. It's Chi. This guy, he was in the 6th realm 5 years ago, and he hasn't made a breakthrough in 5 years. He is also a guy who is not afraid of death. Chi has a burly stature and thick beard, and roared, I have been in the coagulation state for 5 years and have not been able to break through. There may be no hope in this life. I will try this pill, and it will become the 7th layer. Master, failed, I will admit it if I die. The journey of warrior is gambling. Okay, the host praised and handed one of the gray pills to Chi. Chi was not embarrassed, so he swallowed the pill into his abdomen and sat down cross-legged. Everyone is holding their breath, and they dare not breathe. Whether the pill is effective or not depends on this one action. Half a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. Half an hour passed. Chi sat on the ground, motionless, without a trace of change. Cut. This pill, is it fake? Let me just say, if it really works, who would be willing to verify whether the pill is effective like this? That is, this Chi does not seem to be injured, which is a blessing. Host, hurry up and start the auction of the next auction item. After waiting for half an hour, Chi was silent, and the crowd could no longer sit still. Seeing that Chi didn't move, Xiaoyu sneered. Hee, Instructor Mu, it seems that the pulse-condensing pill you refined has no effect at all. It's just a waste pill. Huh. However, Xiaoyu hadn't finished saying a word, and suddenly there was a cry of exclamation among the crowd. I saw Chi, who had been sitting still on the ground without moving, suddenly trembled. And on the surface of his body, a trace of true essence, at a speed visible to the naked eye, continues to condense and rush into his body constantly. True essence enters the body, condenses the true essence, condenses the original state. It's done. Chi unexpectedly stepped into the 7th stage condensation element realm, and after 5 years of the 6th stage condensation stage, he had no hope of entering the 7th stage, and he took the Ningmai pill, and it was done. Chapter 41 Auction. How can that be? Yes. Although the Ningmai pill can improve the absorption of the martial artist's meridians, how can it make the martial artist enter the 7th layer so easily? Where is the pill of condensation pulse? It is much more powerful than the pill of Ju Yuan. Fuck, I would have gone up to test the pill if I knew it. For a moment, seeing Chi stepping into the 7th condensed origin realm and standing up, the entire auction room was a complete sensation. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu looked dull and unbelievable. Ningyuan realm. I really stepped into Ningyuan realm. Huh. Chi stood on the auction stage, crying with joy. He originally thought that it would be impossible for him to enter the 7th stage condensation realm in his life. He did not expect that this time he won the gambling, and he actually stepped into the 7th stage condensation realm. Don't worry, everyone. At this moment, the host walked onto the auction stage again at the right time, waved his hand, and signaled everyone to quiet down. Chi has tried this special method for the Ningmai pill. It is obviously a peculiar medicine, which is beyond expectation. The host methodically said, Now, there must be no one who doubts the efficacy of the medicinal vessel pill. Then, there is still a medicinal vessel pill here, and it will be auctioned now. After the words fell, there was already a maid who took another pill of condensation in the brocade box. Seeing that pulse-condensing pill, the entire auction room was already completely boiling. They didn't get the last free pulse coagulation pill, and they had to get this one, no matter how big the price is. The auction begins now, the host said with a high voice. The starting price, 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. I want 1,001. Slot. I want to buy a low-grade spirit stone for only $1,100. I'll bid 1,002. 1,005. 2,000. 3,000. Seeing that the price of the medicine was rising, Xiaoyu couldn't wait to rush up and kill the warriors who had increased the price one by one. Not long after, this second-grade pill was already increased to the price of 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones are enough for a physical 6-layer warrior to run around for a year. It's just that, if a year of rushing is an opportunity to be promoted to the 7th realm, it will be worth it. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a low-pitched voice sounded, and the entire auction house went through a brief silence. Directly increased the price of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is no longer what ordinary warriors can do. There, it's the VIP seat of the Mu family. Unexpectedly, the Mu family can't help but make a move. At this moment, when the crowd heard the price increase in the VIP seats, they were also quiet. Even if a single warrior has more storage, it is difficult to compete with a family. At the moment, inside the VIP room, Elder, this pill is bought for the child of Mu Lang. In the VIP table, the second elder Mu Fengqing smiled slightly. Yes. The great elder laughed and said, Mu Lang, that child, can step into the 7th layer with only one step, and he will definitely be able to step into the 7th layer with this condensed pulse pill. Then I congratulate the elder first. Don't worry, this time there are people from the Jiao family, Wang family and Qin family. I am afraid there will be a lot of people vying for it. The elder said modestly. The second elder smiled. Snatch? The big elder should have a lot of savings in the family business these years. These are nothing to the big elder. The great elder was very happy in his heart. However, Mu Lang and Mu Qing, the two children, went to the Baiyun mountain range to do that thing. It has been more than 3 days. They haven't come back. Nothing will happen, right? How can it be? The second elder replied. This time there will be not only Lu Shan for evil, but also Jin Dong and Dong Fanjiu. Mu Yun will undoubtedly die. I guess it is a few of their brothers who have experienced in the mountains, maybe today, came back. 20,000. Just as the first elder and the second elder were discussing, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Another VIP room in the auction hall increased the price again. It's the Wang family. 25,000. The exclamation has not yet fallen, and the voice rang in another VIP room. It's the Jiao family. Jiao Yadong, the talented mentor of the Jiao family, is already in the 8th reunion pill realm of the physical body, so it's useless to have this coagulation pill. How did you know that Jiao Yiyun, a new genius from the Jiao family, is 16 years old and is already in the 5-fold condensed state? It is estimated that the Jiao family bought it for that genius. It makes sense. Humph. In the VIP room, the elder snorted coldly, his expression ugly. The Jiao family and the Wang family want to come in and disrupt the situation, so I will let them see what it means to be rich. 30,000. Mu Fengyuan shouted loudly, categorically cutting the railway. No matter what, he is bound to win this pulse-condensing pill. 35,000. 40,000. 45,000. 50,000. Oh my God, a second-grade pill, 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Where's the pill to buy medicinal pill? It's really trying to fight for the family's wealth. The family is still rich, alas, it seems we are hopeless. Unexpectedly, the Ningmai pill could actually sell for the sky-high price of 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and the entire auction hall instantly boiled to the extreme. The Grand Elder's face was cold, with 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Buying this pulse-condensing pill is expensive, but it's worth it. However, on the other side, Xiao Yu's face was as ugly as pig liver. 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 3 equal amounts were paid to Mu Yun, that is 150,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Even if he is the top 10 in the outer door of the Holy Pill sect, how can he get so many spirit stones to pay Mu Yun? Damn it! At this moment, Xiao Yu wanted to kill the auction house, tearing up those disruptors. 50,000. Miao Xinyu covered her mouth with her hands and was already shocked and speechless. This is really a sky-high price. The great genius of Xiao Yu, 150,000 lower-grade spirit stones. I am waiting. Mu Yun patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, I believe that as a genius of the Holy Pill sect, this 150,000 lower-grade genius Lingshi is nothing to Xiao Yu, is it? Xiao Yu's intestines are regretful at this moment. Take it. With a cold face, Xiao Yu took off a ring from his finger and threw it to Mu Yun, saying, This is a space ring of the best mortal artifact. It has 10 cubic meters of space and 150,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Far more. This space ring was obtained by him at the top 10 of the outer door of the Holy Pill sect. When the sect gave the assessment, he took a big risk to get it. The space ring, which can store dead objects, is much more expensive than the general best-of-breed artifacts. He was very painful when he took out the space ring. However, if he didn't admit it, he was still in front of his fellow disciples, and he couldn't afford to lose this person. Okay, very good. Brother Xiao deserves to be the outer disciple of the Holy Pill sect. Words must be spoken, actions must be resolute. Admire and admire. After taking the space ring, on the other side, there was already a maid who had already delivered more than 40,000 spiritual stones after the deduction procedures to Mu Yun's hands. Mu Yun didn't know the point and put it directly into the space ring. Well, there is a space ring. It is really much easier to use. It is really convenient. The big sect is different. Mu Yun kept boasting, took out a pulse-condensing pill and handed it to Miao Xinyu, saying, Master Miao, use the precious treasure to refine the pill. This pill is a gift to Xinyu. The 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones were just given away. He only needs to leave one of the 4 pills of pulse condensation. It's okay to be a good friend in this way. Seeing that Ningmai Dan, Xiao Yusin was bleeding. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, bought 3, and returned to the sect. It was enough for him to regain people's hearts. Hateful. Seeing Mu Yun's back, Xiao Yu couldn't wait to rush to kill him immediately. Humph, the space ring. Just put it in your place first, and I will get it back soon and let you return it to me on your knees. Coldly in his heart, Xiao Yu's eyes were full of murderous intent. Leaving the auction room, came to the first-floor lobby, and in a blink of an eye, happened to meet a few acquaintances. Mu Yun, you are still alive. Seeing Mu Yun, the elder Mu Fengyuan and the second elder Mu Fengqing were silly on the spot. According to what they thought, Mu Yun at this moment should have died in the Baiyun mountain range, and had long since become the dung of the monster beast. What does it mean to be alive? Mu Yun exclaimed. Big elder, second elder, I have been in North Cloud City these days. What can happen? You? The great elder naturally knew that Mu Yun was not always in North Cloud City, but seeing Mu Yun here at the moment, he really couldn't understand. Great elder. At this moment, a Mu family steward rushed in from outside the hall, and saw Mu Fengyuan, his face pale. The big thing is not good, Grand Elder. The steward hurriedly said, Master Mu Lang and Master Mu Qing are back. I'm back? What's so bad about being back? An unknown premonition passed across the elder's heart. It's just that the 2 young masters have lost their meridians, and now they are completely useless. The steward said tremblingly. Snapped. The elder was angry and slapped the steward away. Can you say that again? Suddenly, thinking that Mu Yun was still standing here, and thinking that Jin Dong and Dong Fanjiu had never returned in the past few days, the elder felt cold. Mu Yun, it's you. It's a good thing you did. Huh? Great elder, where is this? Mu Yun said in surprise. I have been staying in Baiyun City these past few days and have never gone out. You? The great elder couldn't wait to slap Mu Yun to death. It's just that because of the dispute between the 2 people in the hall at this moment, there is already a circle of people in the hall. The elder's face is blue, and his fingers click. Go. The Mai Ning pill was still in his hand at the moment, but when he saw the Mai Ning pill, the great elder only felt pain all over his body. Instructor Mu, you are really bad enough. Looking at the back of the great elder and the others, Miao Xinyu said with a sly smile, Mu Lang and Mu Qing were abolished by you. Isn't the Mai Ning pill that the great elder buys now invalid? The money for the Mai Ning pill, it's in your pocket. Amount. Mu Yun was taken aback for a moment, and after a careful thought, it was really the case. If the great elder knew about this, I'm afraid he would vomit blood for 3 liters. Chapter 42 Assessment. After leaving Xingdan Pavilion, Mu Yun did not return home. At this moment, he can think of the whole Mu Jia family. I'm afraid it's a turmoil. Mu Fengyuan's old thing spent 50,000 spirit stones to buy Mu Lang pill of condensation, but now it is useless. If the old thing knew that this pulse-condensing pill came from his own hands, he might want to jump off the building. I haven't been to the academy for 3 days. Let's go to the academy first. Mu Yun muttered to himself, rushing towards Baiyun Academy. Xiaoyu, talk to Grandpa. What has happened these days? Seeing Mu Yun leaving, Miao Qing couldn't wait to pull up Miao Xinyu and walked towards the third floor of the St. Pill Pavilion. Are you saying that Dongfang Jade was killed by him? Mu Lang and Mu Qing were also destroyed by him. On the third floor of Shangdan Pavilion, after listening to Miao Xinyu's narration, Miao Qing's palm kept rubbing, which seemed a bit unbelievable. Grandpa, I have said it several times. Miao Xinyu was very helpless. This Muyun is not simple. Let me just say, as the son of the dignified family chief, how could it be so unbearable? Grandpa, have you ever said this? And, the father of the shepherd teacher, I feel, not a good father. What do you know? Miao Qing said with a smile. Mu Yun's father was in the entire Nanyan Empire, but he was a famous genius, and the Mu family was in his hands, and he became the powerful existence of the empire's several big families. Just what? Little kid, if you are concerned about what these do, you should think about it. The beauty of those alchemy methods that Mu Yun just let you understand. Miao Qing reprimanded slightly. As long as it is an alchemist, whether it is an alchemy recipe or an alchemy method, it is extremely confidential to outsiders. If not, my Holy Pill Pavilion will not give each alchemist a special configuration. It's a secret room. Mu Yun can let you know about the refining process and the pill recipe of the pulse condensing pill, which is enough to show that he trusts you. If not, it is. What is it? It's just that he doesn't care if you learn it. As soon as Miaoqing said this, she felt a little horrible. How confident he is in his alchemy. Even a person who doesn't care about the elixir of the second-grade pill. This Muyun is definitely not simple. Xinyu, you should learn more from your pastoral tutor in the future. If he needs help, please let me know. Grandfather. Miao Xinyu was extremely surprised. Firstly, her grandfather was also a big figure with high authority in North Cloud City. Even in the Holy Pill sect, her status was not low. She didn't expect her grandfather to like Mu Yun so much because of what happened today. Secondly, it is Mu Yun. In the previous class, Mu Yun asked the noble master Mo to be willing to call him a brother. And now, Grandpa is even more admired. Teacher Mu really changed. The 5th class of Beiyun College is a famous waste class, and it has a bad reputation in the entire Beiyun College. The students in this class were tested for their aptitudes at the time of the entrance examination, and of course there are also special ones. Some poor children are unable to pay for the college fees, and some are helplessly assigned to this class. Over time, the reputation of elementary class 5 was spread: waste class, waste instructor, and waste student. This is also the reason why Mu Yun will serve as the instructor of junior class 5. It seems that among these students, apart from Miao Xinyu, there are really few good seedlings. Mu Yun was also a little surprised. At the moment, he is not in a good situation, so he needs some team and cultivate some of his own forces, and these students are undoubtedly the best choice. Qi Ming, stand for me. Don't think that your trash mentor is favored by Master Mo. Your status is different. Just as Mu Yun was walking on the road, a harsh sound rang out in front of him. Qi Ming? A familiar name? It's him again? Hearing this name, Mu Yun was taken aback again. This guy, how unlucky, seems to be bullied every time in the academy. Gu Qing, don't go too far. Instructor Shepherd is now different from the past, but I'm not good at it, and I have nothing to do with him. Yo, what kind of benefit did that big trash animal husbandry give you? He just got a good name. You can't wait to kneel and lick it? Qi Ming, you are really shameless. Gu Qing jokingly said, I tell you, don't think I am the trash Diao Yun. His tutor is Jin Dong, and my tutor is Diao Yadong. Tutor Diao is a senior tutor in our college, and Mu Yun is a fart in front of him. What a fart. My fart will kill you today. However, Gu Qing's words just fell, there was a bang, and a fist crashed down, directly hitting Gu Qing's head. For a time, Gu Qing only felt dizzy. Instructor Pastor. Qi Ming, right? Anyway, you are my student. Why every time I meet you, you are always bullied? Stop talking for now. Mu Yun stopped Qi Ming and turned to look at Gu Qing, who had a big bag bulging on his head, and sneered. When Jiao Yun beat Qi Ming, this instructor said, my student, only I can beat. No one can do it. I thought this information has been communicated, but it seems that it hasn't. What do you want to do? Seeing the playful expression on Mu Yun's face, Gu Qing kept backing away. Mu Yun used to be a trash without the power to bind chickens, but now he is in the fourfold strong breath realm of his physical body, and he is not an opponent. It's just that where he could tell, Mu Yun had already reached the sixth layer vein condensing realm of his physical body. Why? The mistake Jiao Yun made last time. You made it again. This time, it seems that you have to use some ruthless means. Mu Yun fisted, as if he was about to take Gu Qing's knife. Instructor Mu, is it a bit too much to intimidate students? At this moment, behind a few people, a smile sounded. The man was dressed in a light blue martial arts uniform and was about 1.8 meters tall. The handsome figure and the elegant lines on his face gave people a very comfortable feeling. Jiao Yadong, one of the three beautiful male tutors of Beiyun College, and also a senior tutor of the college. Together with Dongfang Yu and Wang Qingfeng, they are also known as the three talents of the academy, and they are famous. Excessive? When your students humiliated me and my students, why didn't you overstate them? Mu Yun hummed. Teacher Jiao, take care of your students, right? My Mu Yun students, only I can manage. Furthermore, elementary class 5 is the bottom of all elementary classes. If someone else takes care of it, it is already in honor of your elementary class 5. Grass. Hearing this, Mu Yun's heart burst into anger. Furthermore, if the college has a tutor like you, how can you lead good students? You. What are you doing? When Mu Yun was about to make a move, a shout suddenly sounded. Dean Lu, Dean Lu. Lu Xiaodian came with the money. Looking at Mu Yun and Jiao Yadong, his brows frowned slightly. What's the matter? When Dean Lu saw Mu Yun, his head suddenly grew big. This guy has been silent for several years. How long has it been before that many things happened one after another, all related to him? The key is that for Mu Yun, he can't beat or scold him, for fear of offending Master Mo. Dean Lu, you are here just right. I have one thing I want to discuss with you. Seeing Lu Xiaotian, Jiao Yadong took the lead and said, I remember that according to the regulations of the academy, as long as anyone serving as a mentor is still a low-level mentor for 3 consecutive years, he should be disqualified as a mentor. This year, it seems that the pastoral mentor has been 3 consecutive years. Ahem. Dean. Before Lu Xiaotian could speak, Jiao Yadong spoke again. The empire opened up academies so that every talented warrior could receive guidance. If I invite Weiss to be a mentor from Beiyun Academy, it would be this. Lu Xiaotian also had a headache. The tutors of Beiyun College are junior tutors, intermediate tutors, and senior tutors according to their qualifications. It is indeed stipulated that if they fail to pass the intermediate tutors for 3 consecutive years, they will be disqualified. It's just that there are 3 levels to pass from the primary tutor to the intermediate tutor. Now Mu Yun, if he fails to pass and is expelled from the academy, that will definitely arouse Master Mo's dissatisfaction. Junior tutor is promoted to intermediate tutor. That's okay. However, just as Lu Xiaotian was thinking about it, Mu Yun suddenly spoke and agreed. Teacher Mu, the assessment is very strict. Seeing that Mu Yun seemed not worried, Lu Xiaotian reminded. The assessment requires 3 passes. The first pass of the 3 passes is the realm. Realm, Lu Xiaotian said. Only then did he have time to observe Mu Yun carefully. The whole body is surrounded by vigor, and between the breath is deep and steady. This is the sign of the 6-fold condensing state. Mu Yun has already stepped into the 6th realm. Thank you, Dean Lu, for your kindness. Mu Yun arched his hand and said, It's just that the rules of the academy cannot be broken. I am willing to accept the assessment, and I can also make some people close their beaks. Humph. Hearing Mu Yun's innuendo words, Jiao Yadong sneered repeatedly in his heart. Can do it. Anyone knows. Mu Yun, I'll wait to see you make a fool of yourself. Almost half a day, in the entire college, Mu Yun was going to participate in the assessment, has spread. Beiyun College training room. The sparse training room was already full of figures at this. Everyone wants to see how the once famous pastoral tutor, Big Waist, is making a joke today. It's just that among the crowd, some people don't tea. Miao Xinyu and Qin Mingyao are 2 of this very small part. After seeing Mu Yun's methods, Qin Mingyao was not worried at all that Mu Yun would fail the assessment. From the junior tutor to the intermediate tutor, if it was Mu Yun who was 1 month ago, that was indeed a big joke, but now, it was easy. Miao Xinyu is even more full of thoughts in her heart. She wanted to know that when everyone discovered that Mu Yun, who they thought was a waste, suddenly showed his genius, how these guys shut their mouths. Chapter 43, The Third Assessment. Unexpectedly, this wooden lump, after being mixed in our college for a few years, now it actually came out like this. Hey, I think so. He is probably being scolded a lot, but his conscience finds it out and he can't stand it anymore. That is, if it is me, I can't go on saying that it is a junior instructor. How qualified is he? It is a misunderstanding. Among the crowd, one after another talk came and went. Muyun has indeed performed somewhat recently. It's just that his performance is only above the class, and few people know about the killing of Dongfang Yu and others. Therefore, for his evaluation, everyone is still called rubbish. Among the audience, Qi Ming frowned, and a bitter melon face almost squeezed out of the skin. It was the second time that he had caused Mu Yun trouble. Although Mu Yun had always been a bullied tutor in class before, but he did his best to the students, and Qi Ming still felt sorry for him in his heart. But for the first time, Jiao Yun embarrassed him and Mu Yun stood up, so he had an argument with Mentor Jin Dong. And this time, there was a conflict with Jiao Yadong. Jiao Yadong, a young talent from the Jiao family in North Cloud City, had just stepped into the eightfold pill-gathering realm of the physical body a month ago. True Yuan becomes a pill, gathers Dantian. Eightfold gathering in Danjing, senior instructor, Jiao Yadong's identity in the college is enough to get rid of the 10 streets of Jindong. Moreover, he was also a genius of the Jiao family in North Cloud City, backed by family power. Not an illegitimate child like Mu Yun was sent. Mu Yun, are you really determined to be assessed? Yes. Mu Yun nodded. Is there still room to retreat now? That's right. There is already a sea of people around at this moment, and it is impossible to retreat. Okay, today, Mentor Mu Yun, a junior instructor of Beiyin College, applied for the assessment to become an intermediate instructor of the college, and now it's the first item, strength. There are a total of 3 assessments from the junior tutor to the intermediate tutor. The first item is originally the realm, but what can directly reflect the realm is power. According to the regulations of the academy, the junior instructor's realm is from the 3rd level of the physical body to the 5th level of the physical body, while the intermediate instructor is at least the 6th level of the physical body. As for the senior tutor, he is the master of the eightfold pill-gathering realm. In the entire Beiyin College, the number of senior tutors is also the best. The academy stipulates that the intermediate instructor has a strength of at least 50 oxen, which is 50,000 caddies of huge force. Mu Yun, come up and test. We have our own assessment instructor to arrange Mu Yun's test. At this moment, in the center of the training room, a huge stone mill was standing. In the center of the stone mill, a pillar made of glass is 10 meters high, and at each meter position, a corresponding strength label is depicted. The 1 meter position is 10,000 caddies, the 2 meter position is 20,000 caddies, and so on. Seeing Mu Yun walking straight to the stone mill, everyone around couldn't help taking a deep breath. I bet this guy is definitely not more than 3 meters, and his power of 30,000 caddies is his limit. That's not necessarily. I heard that this waste has suddenly reached the realm of strong breath. Maybe it can hit a force of 40,000 caddies. Don't talk about it. The academy stipulates that 50,000 caddies of tremendous power is stronger than the average 6-fold condensed veins realm martial artist. Can Mu Yun reach it? What a joke. There was a lot of discussion, and Mu Yun didn't care. The reason why he screamed for assessment is to make some people shut up. Moreover, he now needs some attention to ensure his safety. Begin. Following an order from the assessment instructor, Mu Yun stepped forward. 5,000 caddies? With a slight breath, Mu Yun made a straight punch and crashed down. Ding, 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 ding. A crisp jingle sounded. Looking at the glass bead in the center of the stone mill, the red liquid went straight to a position of 7 meters, and the whole training room was silent. 7 meters. 70,000 caddies. Mu Yun's punch exploded 70,000 caddies. In the audience, many people rubbed their eyes and slowly closed their mouths when they saw that the accurate liquid was still suspended at 7 meters. It's only 70,000 caddies. Seeing Mu Yun's test results, Jiao Yadong's mouth raised slightly. Judging from the qualifications of the intermediate instructor alone, Mu Yun was indeed qualified with a punch of 70,000 Jing. Compared with his senior mentor, it is too far behind. Now, with his physical body in the eightfold pill-gathering realm, he exploded with true essence, and the force of a punch was at least 90,000 Jing. Next, the second assessment is the control of martial skills. The assessment instructor's voice fell, and the ground rumbling in the center of the training room, the ground sank, and everyone around kept retreating. Roar! Suddenly, the earth split, and an underground square appeared. In the center of the square, a figure more than 3 meters high, with a pair of forelimbs constantly tapping his chest, and a deafening roar from his mouth. This is Earth Split Bear. The Tier 6 Demon Beast, Earthbreaker Bear, has the top defensive attack power among Tier 6 monster beasts. Unexpectedly, the instructor actually tested the Earthbreaker Bear as the opponent. That's interesting, Mu Yun. The strength is okay, but I don't know how the martial arts are used. This Earth-cracking bear has a punch of 8 to 90,000 Jing. After seeing the monster beast that the instructor needed to defeat in the assessment, there was a clamor in the crowd. The Earth-splitting bear itself is the overlord among Tier 6 monsters, and the monsters themselves are more powerful than human warriors of the same class. Such an assessment is indeed not simple. However, it can also be seen from this that the strength of the instructor of Beiyun College. Mu Yun, you can only enter the third assessment by defeating this earth-splitting bear. I know. Looking at the earth-cracking bear, Mu Yun nodded. To be honest, such a monster can't get into his eyes, but he is also very uncomfortable being held on to his junior tutor at the moment. Boom. Jumping to reach the underground square, Mu Yun stretched out his fingers and pointed straight at the earth-cracking bear. Roar. As if his dignity was being provoked, the earth-split bear slapped his hands on the granite floor with the shadow of the sword. His bones crackled and crackled. Come. With a finger hook, the earth-split bear was completely in anger, and the rumbling voice rushed all the way towards Mu Yun. The huge palm slapped it suddenly, trying to slap Mu Yun to pieces. Broken Jade Fist. Seeing the earth-cracking bear rushing, Mu Yun didn't avoid it, but directly greeted him with a punch. Breaking Jade Fist was originally a low-level martial skill of the Huang tier, and it was also the first martial skill to come into contact with in the hands of Mu Yun. Although the earth-splitting bear is very powerful, it is only explosive. After all, it is a monster with limited wisdom. Seeing that Mu Yun actually wanted to fight it hard, Earth split bear's fur all over his body, especially the hair on the back of the neck. The roots were as rigid as spikes. This guy is crazy. He even deliberately annoys the earth-splitting bear. Some students with deep knowledge have already seen that the hair on the back of the ground cleft bear's neck is suddenly irritated. Boom. Just the next moment, a bang sounded, and suddenly, a large amount of smoke exploded in the underground square where one person and one bear collided. The ground cracked every inch and spread to 10 meters away. Everyone did not expect that Mu Yun would choose a head-to-head approach with Earth-breaking bear, and what they did not expect was that the explosive power of one person and one bear would actually cause such a powerful explosion. Gradually, the dust settled. In the field, Mu Yun stood on the spot, and the ground under his feet was broken into powder particles. On the other side, the earth-split bear cautiously retreated 10 meters away, with a pair of bear eyes, staring at Mu Yun closely. Come. Seeing the earth-split bear standing still on the spot, Mu Yun stretched out his finger again. If you don't come, I can go. While speaking, Mu Yun stepped out step by step. Roar. With a roar again, the earth-split bear's hind limbs erupted, and the body jumped up, and the palms of the forelegs slapped Mu Yun fiercely. Good job. With a low drink, Mu Yun gave a palm, and slapped it without hesitation. With this palm, Mu Yun didn't use the true essence power in his body. It was just a complete burst of Qi Jin power. Boom. There was a burst of noise again, but this time, the earth-ripping bear was originally bullied down, but at the moment it came down, it was lifted off by Mu Yun's palm. Take off with a palm. Come. Taking a step forward again, Mu Yun raised his fingertips and looked at the earth-split bear with a joking expression on his face. Roar. Boom. Roar. Boom. I don't know how many times one person and one bear collided, but in the end, everyone was completely speechless. The key to head-to-head with the Earth-cracking bear is that Mu Yun actually stabilized the Earth-cracking bear. This is just a fourfold strong breath realm? How can it be? Come. Holding out his finger again, Mu Yun still had a faint smile on his face this time. Ooh. However, this time, the Earth-split bear had a pair of claws hanging on his side weakly. Looking at Mu Yun and making a sob, he turned his head and ran towards the corner of the underground square. Ran? The overlord among the sixth-order monsters was actually rushed away by Mu Yun alive. Instructor Mu Yun passed the second assessment. Now proceed to the third. As the assessment instructor's voice fell, the scene became a little unusual. This is definitely not what the four realms can do. It's a six-fold condensed vein realm. Suddenly, among the crowd, a tutor suddenly spoke. Sixfold. Less than a month ago, Mu Yun was still a trash that didn't count as a heavy body, a nerd. Now he has reached the sixth level. How could it be possible? Gradually, the contemptuous voices in the crowd became less and less, and instead, most of the students looked at Mu Yun with suspicion. The famous trash mentor seems to have changed and become a genius. The third assessment is to assess the coaching ability of the instructor. Today, Mu Yun has already shown us his strength, and the last one is the assessment of the students. The assessment instructor suddenly said, first, the pastoral instructor needs to select 3 students. Then the pastoral instructor selects other elementary classes, and then the class instructor selects 3 outstanding students to compete in force, alchemy, and refining. If the tutor student wins, the shepherd tutor can be promoted to the college intermediate tutor. As soon as these words came out, the training room became a sensation. Everyone was curious as to which class Mu Yun would choose as his opponent. Chapter 44 Invite. As we all know, the elementary class 5 taught by Mu Yun is a famous waste class in the school. The class is either the children of some vendors or comes from a poor family. She is the only one of Tianzong talents like Miao Xinyu in the entire 5th class of elementary school. The mentor assessment, the first and the second, is the calibration of the strength of the mentor. And the third item is the coaching ability. Even if you are very strong, if you can't teach good students, you don't deserve to be a good tutor. At the moment, everyone is very curious which elementary class Mu Yun will choose as the opponent's class to complete his last assessment. But now it seems that no matter which class Mu Yun chooses, the result seems to be a loss. Realm, alchemy, and refining competitions, even in the poorest class, with 3 people, it is better than the elementary class 5 taught by Mu Yun. Mu Yun stood in the middle of the training room, looking around. At this moment, not only students gathered in the training room, but also many mentors. Mu Yun looked around, and finally, his eyes fell on where Jiao Yadong was. Teacher Jiao, since you proposed that I am not worthy to be an academy instructor for those 3 battles, let my class challenge your class. Mu Yun pointed his finger at Jiao Yadong and said slowly, What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the chins of the student tutors in the entire training room were almost shocked. Elementary Class 5, to challenge the senior elite class led by Jiao Yadong. Mu Yun is sure that he is not looking for death? Interesting. Seeing Mu Yun pointing directly at him, Jiao Yadong gradually showed a smile on his face. It's just that the smile is gradually cold, containing killing intent. No matter what, Mu Yun dared to challenge his class is to provoke his majesty. This move was enough for Mu Yun to die hundreds of times. Teacher Jiao, after 1 month, Mu Yun led 3 students from junior class 5 to fight with your senior elite class in 3 games. After winning me, Mu Yun was promoted to a middle-level tutor. You should have no objection. Natural. Jiao Yadong smiled slightly, suppressing the killing intent in his heart, and said with a smile, Instructor Shepard has changed his mind and made people sigh. So let's go. As long as Instructor Shepard can win me 1 game. Jiao Yadong is willing to return to intermediate instructor, and Instructor Shepard will automatically become intermediate instructor. How is it? As soon as this word came out, the entire training room burst into praise. Mu Yun simply doesn't know the heights of the sky, and he is competing with Mentor Jiao. Let's find death. I think he did this because he knew that he couldn't win against any class. Yes, obviously I want to find myself a step down, and Mentor Jiao doesn't care about him at all, and has made concessions. This guy seems to think that he will be lawless after passing 2 tests. How can this work? As soon as Jiao Yadong's words fell, Mu Yun spoke again. The college rules are the college rules. This sentence is what Mentor Jiao said, and you have also said that I am not qualified enough. Are the college rules in the eyes of Mentor Jiao now? Yet. He clenched his hands and made a loud bang, and Jiao Yadong's face was still full of smiles. Instructor Mu is right. After that 1 month, we will see the difference. Jiao Yadong turned and left, but the crowd completely exploded. Mu Yun openly challenged Jiao Yadong for 3 games. Who will Mu Yun let him play? Elementary Class 5? How can it be? Even if Qin Mingyao, an extremely talented genius, joins the 5th class of the elementary school, it is absolutely impossible to improve the strength of the 5th class of elementary school in 1 month and compete with the advanced class led by Jiao Yadong. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and Mu Yun returned to the classroom. At this moment, there was also an uproar in the classroom. Miao Xinyu sat on the seat and looked at Mu Yun's expression, not at all teasing like the first time, but full of worship. On the other side, Qi Ming was sitting on a needle blanket, uncomfortable. The first time the trouble caused Mu Yun was just a fight between teacher Mu and Jin Dong. But this second time, it was against Jiao Yadong, a genius instructor, and even more so in front of the entire college students. Qi Ming's head is big. Teacher Mu, you are really brave. 3 appointments. Which one is not good for you to choose? But choose the class of Jiao tutor. You are really confident. In the audience, a strange sound of yin and yang sounded. Mo Yang. This kid has been taught several times by Mu Yun, but he is still rebellious. This time, it's not only about my Mu Yun's personal reputation, but also about the reputation of your junior class 5 and your tutor Qin. Yup. More than 30 students present suddenly reacted. Nowadays, Qin Mingyao Qin has become a tutor in their class. If they lose all 3 games, Mu Yun will lose face and tutor Qin will be affected. That's a big deal. In the 3 games, the first one is in the realm of strength. Jiao's class is instructor. Not to mention that Jiao Yiyun, a genius from the Jiao family, played. Even if Mo High of their class played, no one in our class would be an opponent. The second game is alchemy. Our class has Mayak Xianyu, but they have Wang Yunxi in their class. Wang Yunxi is a genius from the Wang family, a first-class alchemist, not inferior to Mayak Xianyu. Furthermore, in the 3rd round of refining, Qi Yun is a recognized genius master of the academy, capable of refining middle-grade ordinary artifacts, our class. Also, Qi Ming's family is forging iron. There is no comparison at all. Mo Yang curled his lips and said helplessly. Although he saw Mu Yun not pleasing to his eyes, but Qin Mingyao was here, he also wanted to behave well. To make the impossible possible, this is the value of my existence. Mu Yun suddenly spoke, with a solemn expression. A warrior will seize heaven and earth, fortune, life and death. If you don't even have the courage to seize, what else are you practicing? It is rumored that Tianzuan of Suffering Sea, whose meridians were all abolished, was deemed unable to practice, but with strong perseverance, he climbed the 9 heavens god Thunder Mountain alone, led thunder into his body, and used thunder and lightning to shape his meridians. He eventually became a generation of Tianzuan, 3,000 children. All of you are sound people. Is there any reason not to work hard? As soon as Mu Yun said this, the whole class fell silent. Yes, they are also admitted to Beiyun Academy by their strength, so why are they called waste classes by others? And why are they called waste classes? Teacher Mu, where is the 9 heavens god Thunder Mountain? Suddenly, a very untimely voice sounded, and all the students in the class looked at Mu Yun suspiciously. Isn't Kuhai Tianzuan a legendary person? Does it really exist? Mo Yang. Looking at Mo Yang, Mu Yun suddenly shouted, whether Jiao Yadong's class is on Jiao Yiyun or Mahai. You, Mo Yang. The first game is you. I seem to remember that Mo Hai and you are both children of the Mo family firm, right? What? Hearing this, Mo Yang's face was as ugly as he had eaten shit. The second scene, from Miao Xinyu. Miao Xinyu, are you confident? As long as Teacher Shepherd has confidence, Xinyu will have confidence. She must teach me carefully. Miao Xinyu stood up from his seat, bent over and bowed, with a clear view of his chest. After experiencing an eye addiction, Mu Yun slowly said, Ahem, don't worry, There is Instructor Mu. No problem. The third game. Mo Yang. Just now you said that Qi Ming's family worked for iron? Then let's go together. Huh. Qi Ming stood up from his seat with a bang and said hesitatingly, Instructor Mu, I have only used iron and have not practiced equipment, and Qi Yun is a Qi family refiner genius. What are you? Mu Yun stopped and said, You caused this matter. You are the only one. 1 month is enough. Mu Yun made the 3 men domineeringly, and then turned and left the class, leaving behind the students in an uproar. Unexpectedly, the once stupid shepherd instructor today is unexpectedly insightful, and the selection of people is very accurate. As soon as she walked out of the classroom, Qin Mingyao followed her in a light blue short skirt. These 3 guys are just taking them out and fooling around. What kind of insight is like a torch? I don't think so, Qin Mingyao said cleverly. Although Mo Yang looks at the dude on the surface, his cultivation talent is still a little bit, and Qi Ming is a member of the Qi family and is not to be seen. So he has always been a contender, but as far as I know, he loves refining tools very much, but he never had the opportunity. Those refining masters in the academy have no time to take care of students in the junior class like him. And Miao Xinyu itself is called North Cloud City together with Wang Yunqi. The 2 great alchemy geniuses, the 2 of them are between the first ones. The seemingly random arrangement. It seems that the shepherd tutor is still working hard. Qin Mingyao smiled slightly. There are these? Mu Yun scratched his head. To be honest, he arranged in this way, just arbitrarily assigning it. Mu Yun still has confidence in teaching these Mao children. Miss Qin should be approaching the 9-layer psychic realm of the physical body now, right? Well, I should be able to break through these few days. Sure enough, I have to say, in Baiyun City, no one can compare to you in terms of genius. Mu Yun's words are true. The Ice Phoenix spirit, such a powerful spirit, the future Qin Mingyao, the cultivation base will definitely soar into the sky. Don't even think about turning off the topic. I've been dormant for 9 years, and the genius has risen in a flash. Teacher Mu, I have to say that the word patience and humiliation can't describe you anymore. Miss Qin, let me ask you a question. What? If this is really arranged by my heart, then who will hand in Qiming refining device? Who will teach Xianyu to refining alchemy? What? Hearing this, Qin Mingyao was stunned. Yes, although Mu Yun's strength has improved rapidly, he seems to be completely ignorant of refining tools, and he is only very strong in theory for alchemy. Instructor Mu is not completely ignorant of alchemy. Just as Qin Mingyao was startled, a silver bell sounded. Miao Xinyu walked over and looked at the back of Mu Yun's departure and said, Teacher Mu is omnipotent, not only for the theory of pill medicine, but also for alchemy. Seeing Qin Mingyao's beautiful face, Miao Xinyu suddenly said, Teacher Qin, I heard that you have a marriage contract with Teacher Mu? Chapter 45 7 Layers of Condensed Elementary Realm. Qin Mingyao was caught off guard by Miao Xinyu's question, but subconsciously nodded in response. Hey, I know that the marriage contract between you 2 is fake. For a man like the shepherd teacher, you don't want it. I want it. Miao Xinyu left these words and trot all the way to catch up with Mu Yun in front. What the is this? Qin Mingyao blushed, looking at the direction the 2 were leaving. When did this guy become so attractive? The storm ended briefly, but Mu Yun knew that everything had just begun. Now that Master Mo left North Cloud City and returned to Nanyuan City, the capital of the Southern Cloud Empire, it was impossible for Lu Xiaodian to protect him all the time. Moreover, among the Mu's family, the first elder and the second elder were abolished because of Mu Lang and Mu. They would never give up. At this time, in Baiyun City, the 4 major families of Mu, Qin, Wang, and Jiao were at odds. If the first elder and the second elder did something extraordinary under the extreme, the foster father, as the head of the Mu family, would face internal and external troubles. I am afraid it is difficult to deal with. Moreover, in the academy, because of its own rise, I am afraid that there will be a lot of people making trouble. The previous Oriental Jade was just the beginning. It seems that right now, we still need to improve our strength. Rubbing the space ring on his finger, Mu Yun made up his mind and walked into the practice room of the academy. Right now, he was just a sixth-layer condensed pulse realm in his physical body, and although it contained true essence, it was not his own. Only when you truly step into the seventh condensation element realm, with true essence in your body, and temper your meridians with true essence, can you fully enter the martial artist. At that time, there are many martial arts. He can really display it. When he came to the practice room and chose a practice room, Mu Yun plunged in. The meridian pill is to condense one's own meridians to prepare the true essence to enter the body completely, and use the meridians to absorb the true essence. If the strength of the meridians is not enough, the warriors will lose their meridians if they are light, and their lives will be lost if they are heavy. And now, Mu Yun is ready to take the final step completely, ready to enter the Ning Yuan realm. With my current aptitude and physique, it is not a problem to refine the meridians and condense the true essence, but how much true essence absorbs is related to the improvement of the realm in the future, and we still need to be very careful. Mu Yun dropped his mind, took out the pill condensation, swallowed it without hesitation. The Ning Yuan realm is when the martial artist's Qi Jin thoroughly condenses the meridians. He uses himself as a container to introduce the heaven and earth essence into the body. Come to temper your body with true essence. The 10 levels of the physical body, the initial realm, used brute force to temper the body so that the physical strength can be doubled. But later, it was the martial artist who produced Qi Jin in his body and tempered his body with Qi Jin. When Qi Jin polishes the body to perfection, it uses the body as a channel to attract the true essence of heaven and earth and step into the Ning Yuan realm. The sevenfold condensed elementary realm of the physical body is the real martial artist's entrance into the room. The Ningmai pill was swallowed into his abdomen, and Mu Yun's body, a scent of heat, slowly gathered. That is the medicinal effect of Ningmai pill, Mu Yun deeply understands. The medicinal effect of the Mai Ning pill gradually spread in every meridian in Mu Yun's body, and the scorching breath was like fire pulp flowing in Mu Yun's body. This kind of flow is to kick out the impurities in Mu Yun's body meridians, and on the other hand, it tempers the meridian toughness in Mu Yun's body. This kind of pain, Mu Yun in the previous life did not know how many times he had experienced it. But now it's all over again. The feeling of being clear-headed and being able to clearly feel the deepening of every pain in the body still makes Mu Yun feel anxious. Although he had experienced this feeling in his previous life, the most fundamental foundation of Mu Yun now is not as good as in his previous life. Moreover, Mu Yun felt the greatest pressure, not from the pain he suffered, but from the drowsy heaviness in his mind. At this moment, Zhu Xintu was like a mountain of great juncture pressing on Mu Yun's head, as if at this moment, it was not Mu Yun who was promoted, but Zhu Xintu. This feeling is very peculiar, but Mu Yun has to bear it. Gradually, Mu Yun's whole body was condensed with true essence. It's just that those true essences didn't flow into Mu Yun's body in an instant, but instead concentrated in Mu Yun's body. Obviously, he could feel the existence of those true essences personally, but Mu Yun was unable to absorb those true essences into the meridians in his body. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Ding! At this moment, a jingle sounded, almost subconsciously, in Mu Yun's mind. Zhu Tiantu opened again. Only this time, Zhutian map was not just a corner, but a page. On that page, in the Zhutian map, a figure shuttled back and forth, constantly practicing a martial skill. On that page, in the Zhutian map, a figure was manipulating various medicinal materials and poured into the pill furnace to refine the magical pill. On that page, in the Zhutian map, a figure, manipulating various metals, was casting a magic weapon. It's just all this, but Mu Yun couldn't realize and feel it. He could only carefully observe the real essence around him, carefully watching those real essences, lest the real essence burst out suddenly and enter his body. This time, it lasted for a long time, and those true essences were still suspended around Mu Yun's body. Gradually, Mu Yun let go of his vigilance and began to look at the picture of Zhu Tiantu opening a page. Mending Sky Sword Dao. Building Spirit Pills. High-grade, ordinary artifact Qingqua Sword. 1 martial skill, 1 spirit pill, 1 magic weapon. In a daze, the martial arts cultivation method, the elixir refining method, and the casting formula of the mortal weapon suddenly flooded into Mu Yun's mind. Even though he was the immortal king of thousands of big worlds in his previous life, Mu Yun had never comprehended such magical martial arts, medicines, and common weapons. Zhu Xinda seemed to open a more mysterious door for him. Whem! At this moment, a buzzing sound rang, and the Zhun Yuan surrounding Mu Yun's body surface crashed into Mu Yun's body. At the same time, the open page of Zhu Xintu slammed shut. An overbearing to the extreme true essence spouted out from the Zhu Xintu that was about to close. In contrast, the true essence surrounded by Mu Yun's body at the beginning is really very small. What the hell? This is the rhythm to kill me. Unable to curse in a low voice, Mu Yun still insincerely accepted the true essence that escaped from Zhu Xintu. And at this moment, including Mu Yun's own true qi motivating the whole body, plus the true essence contained in his body, plus the true essence that Zhu Xintu escaped inexplicably. 3 strands of true essence stirred and rolled in his body. These 3 true essences almost caused Mu Yun to fall into madness in an instant. But at the same time, it also caused the true essence in Mu Yun's body to reach a terrifying situation. There are also differences in the 7-fold condensed elemental realm of the flesh. Within the 7th layer, the real element content is different, and the strength of the warrior itself is also very different. This is also why the 7-fold condensation elementary realm is so powerful. Damn it! 3 strands of true essence stirred in the body, vowing to completely condense the true essence of the body into a rope. But it was this momentum that made Mu Yun mad with pain. Whether it's stimulating the true essence of heaven and earth, the true essence inherent in the meridians, or the true essence escaping from the Zhu Xintu, the 3 are not the same. Time disappeared bit by bit, and gradually, within Mu Yun's body, the 3 strands of true essence were gradually moving towards unity. Cull. After a full hour passed, Mu Yun just let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the true essence in his body was completely unified, and his back shirt was also glued to his body at this moment, and the sweat had completely wetted his back. 3 yuan into 1, condensing the yuan realm. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that he had never been so powerful. The true essence, in every meridian in the body, almost overflows. Even if he waved his hands casually, he could feel that his power was completely full of power. The 7-fold condensing of the physical body is the first step for the real martial artist to enter the hall. Even in the previous life, I have never felt this kind of power. Zhu Xintu, you have given me a big surprise. Replenishing the sky, building the spirit pill, and the Qingke sword. Martial arts, alchemy, refining tools, and Zhu Xintu are truly mysterious to the point of indescribable. Jiao Yadong, since you are willing to be the stone at the foot of my Mu Yun's fame, how can I refuse? After 1 month, I will let you understand what is waste. After stepping into the Ning Yuan realm, Mu Yun even felt that the true qi in his body was stronger than the martial artist in the 8-fold pill-gathering realm. Mo Yang, Qi Ming, Miao Xinyu. It seems that this month is going to give some special training to the 3. Breaking through to the 7th condensed origin realm, Mu Yun was once more confident again, left the practice room, and started his plan. And on this day, a message was spreading everywhere in Beiyin College. A month later, Mu Yun will lead his 5th elementary class to fight Jiao Yadong's advanced elite class in a battle of force, alchemy, and equipment. However, when the vast majority of people heard the news, they were all full of ridiculous expressions. What kind of class is elementary class 5? The most class in the school. Jiao Yadong's class is the top 3 elite class in the entire college. The 2 classes are not comparable at all. At this moment, Jiao Yadong is in the class. More than 30 colleges gathered together. Teacher Jiao, Mu Yun's trash wants to step on our class to be promoted to intermediate instructor. It's a dream. Yes, using us as opponents really doesn't put you in the eyes. Teacher Jiao, as long as you speak, we will immediately make that Mu Yun kneel to beg for mercy. It's just a 6-fold condensed vein state. Jiao Yeyun in our class can't recognize him. In this matter, a group of students in the senior elite class taught by Jiao Yadong were filled with anger one by one. Being challenged by a trash mentor in a trash class is a great shame for them. Don't be impatient. Jiao Yadong stood in front of the podium, looked at more than 30 students, and said, Mu Yun dared to challenge our class this time. It is not an insult to me, Jiao Yadong, but an insult to our senior class 3. So this time, we must let Mu Yun and the college understand that our senior 3rd class is inviolable. Chapter 46, Qi Ming and his son. After the words fell, there was a burst of enthusiasm in the entire classroom. Jiao Yadong sneered in his heart as he watched the passionate students under the podium. Mu Yun, what are you fighting with me? Do you take your trash scum? This time, I'll let everyone know that Advanced Class 3 is the class I brought out by Jiao Yadong, and it is my honor for Jiao Yadong. With a sneer in his heart, Jiao Yadong didn't change his face and said, I have already thought about this battle. The first game, the ratio of force, the Manhwa field, the second game, the ratio of alchemy, Wang Yunqi played, and the third game, the ratio of weapons, Qi Yin played. As soon as Jiao Yadong said this, the whole class was in an uproar. Mo Hai, a genius second only to Jiao Yeyun in strength in the senior 3rd class, at the age of 17, he has reached the 5-fold condensed energy realm of his physical body. Qi Yun, a child of the Qi family. Although the Qi family is only a second-rate family in Baiyun City, Qi Yun's reputation has been spread in Baiyun City for a long time. At only 17 years old, he is a genuine mortal tool master, and he successfully refined a middle-grade mortal tool a month ago. Wang Yunqi, Miss Wang's family, 16 years old, and Miao Xinyu are known as the 2 great alchemy geniuses in North Cloud City. These 3 can be said to represent the strongest combat effectiveness of the entire Junior 3 squad. Teacher Jiao, I don't agree. At this moment, a rebuttal voice sounded in the class. A student stood up and said, Instructor Jiao, I only deal with a junior class 5, and it is the lowest class in the academy. Our senior class 3 used the strongest combat power. It is simply overkill. Others will say that we bullying the weak. Correct. Yes. The animal husbandry class. How can we use the strongest combat power of our senior 3rd class? I really look at them too much. The whole class was enthusiastic for a while, and several students took the initiative to ask for it. Be quiet. A shout suddenly sounded, and Jiao Yadong's face was calm, looking at all the students in the class quietly. The first battle after January, no matter who the opponent is, it is an opportunity for our senior 3rd class to perform. Jiao Yadong shouted. If the opponent is strong or weak, our senior 3rd class will kill with one blow the whole college. Who will pay? Can you compete with us? Since the opponent is weak, then we have to end with one blow. Let them see. The 3rd class is unparalleledly strong. Senior class 3 will win. Senior class 3 will win. In an instant, there was a burst of cheering and joy in the entire school hall. Jiao Yadong was very satisfied with the academy full of cheers and high fighting spirit. Mu Yun, Wang Qingfeng, you will all be the stepping stones for my Jiao Yadong's rise. Baiyun College is my world for Jiao Yadong. In the future, I will inevitably go to Nanyun City, the capital of the Nanyun Empire, so that my reputation for Jiao Yadong will spread throughout the south, the Cloud Empire, even the Heavenly Luck continent. With both hands clenched, Jiao Yadong's belief in his heart became firmer and firmer. Baiyun City has a population of millions of people. It's just that most of these markets are controlled by the 4 big families of Qin, Mu, Wang, and Jiao. To the west of Baiyun City, there are dozens of square cities, most of which belong to the Qin family. At this moment, Mu Yun was in Shifang City, wearing an ink-colored gown, with his hands behind him, wandering aimlessly. Qi Ming, a child of the Qi family, working part-time in an iron shop to which the Qi family belongs, and supporting his father Qi Yufeng with broken legs. Qi Yufeng was a genius from the Qi family 20 years ago. Although he came from the son of a domestic servant, he emerged from the Qi family by virtue of his talent for crafting tools. Only 5 years later, he married Miss Qi family, and then his legs were disabled overnight. I have been in a wheelchair for 15 years. Mu Yun muttered to himself, constantly thinking about something. Interesting, as a domestic servant, to become the son-in-law of the Qi family, his legs were inexplicably scrapped, and he was expelled from the Qi family. He can only live by iron strikes in the town where the Qin family belongs. Mu Yun smiled. It seems that Qi Ming is not that simple. Make up his mind. Mu Yun speeds up. In Qin's dozens of workshops, one of them is full of voices, row upon row of cloth vendors, wine shops, and tea stalls. At the corner of Fengshe, in a 10-meter square iron shop, a young man waved an iron hammer in his hand, hitting the iron drill that had just gone out in front of him with one hammer. The iron rod that originally looked weird in his hands gradually became sharp and angular, with strands of iron filings falling. Ironing is about the unity of mind and strength. The strength is not the higher the better, and the speed is not as fast as possible. Fast when it should be fast, and slow when it should be slow. Behind the young man, a middle-aged man sitting in a wheelchair with a husky beard said with a hoarse voice, "The most important thing is the mind. The mind is united, and the iron rod in your hand is regarded as a living thing. Be what you want to be." "Understood, father." Hearing the middle-aged man behind him speaking, the speed of the young man swinging the hammer slowed down instead. In fact, iron making and refining are in the same line. For ordinary people, it is iron making, and for warriors, it is a refining weapon. The reason why the ordinary weapon carries a common character is because the ordinary weapon is based on the real essence of the warrior. Veins are condensed into deeds and poured into the weapon to increase the power of the weapon and make it stronger than ordinary weapons. But it is ultimately a common weapon. And the profound weapon can only be refined by the 10th level of the spirit orifice, because the profound weapon already possesses all kinds of profound abilities. Only the spirit orifice realm possesses powerful true essence in the body, which gives the profound weapon even more. Only the advanced Qiyuan can let it exert its powerful power. Bang! The middle-aged man's words fell, and there was a popping sound. I saw a young man in an ink-colored gown standing at the door, leaning against the iron shop door, constantly clapping his hands. Well said, very good. In the final analysis, ordinary tools are nothing more than ordinary weapons, and they are nothing but profound weapons. The man smiled slightly and added, "Moreover, there is something wrong with what the seniors said. Profound tools are not only the spirit aperture level martial artist who can refine it, but the flesh-body martial artist can also refine it." Instructor Pastor. Seeing the young man, the naked young man was taken aback for a moment and seemed a little hasty. "Haha. Qiming, I didn't expect you to have an iron shop in your house. It seems that I made a wise decision for you to compete with Qi Yun." Mu Yun laughed, walked into the iron shop, came to Qi Ming, and took the hammer. Any metal, a weapon made of refining, can be transformed into a variety of appearances. Mu Yun said, holding the hammer tightly in his palm, tapping the hammer unhurriedly. This iron drill can be turned into a long spear or a long sword. The heart rests with the forger. As Mu Yun's words fell, the iron drill in his hand was constantly changing. For a while, it looked like a long spear, and for a while, it changed in the direction of a long sword. Wonderful. Seeing this scene, Qi Ming was secretly surprised. He has been fighting for his father since he was a child, and he has been fighting for a full 10 years. In the past 10 years, he has been familiar with these iron bars. Once the iron block is shaped, it is difficult to change its appearance again. It requires a lot of strength, and even too much rigidity will damage the essence of the iron. But the teacher pastor did not seem to use too much force at all. In the end, Mu Yun held a model that looked like a big sword in his hand, scratching his head, and said, "Excuse me, Qi Ming, are you going to build an iron drill, right?" "What?" Qi Ming was stunned to the side. Only then did he react. "Minger, this is your mentor, right? Please do it." Qi Yifengduan sat in a wheelchair with an old bill on his lap and said apologetically, "I have been disabled for more than 10 years and can't get up to welcome guests. Don't be surprised by the tutor." Well, of course not. Facing a profound tool master, Mu Yun should treat each other with courtesy since then. Fan Shisher. Qi Yufeng laughed at himself. "That's just once." "Who said it was once?" Mu Yun said in surprise. "What appeared in front of me was just an instrument refiner sitting in a wheelchair decadent because of the consumption of his will. What kind of disability is there?" As soon as Mu Yun said this, Qi Ming's eyes lit up. "Instructor Mu, Do you have a way to heal my father's legs? Qi Ming's eyes are full of hope. About Qin Mingyao, he heard some rumors in the city. No one in the entire North Cloud City can cure the strange disease, not even Master Mo, a powerful 6th-rank alchemist. But it was cured by Mu Yun. Compared with Qin Mingyao's cold ice, father's leg disease is really nothing to mention. Your father had his legs disabled overnight. He should have taken 2 pills by Ling Dan and by Guidan. Bai Ling Dan is a good pill for clearing the mind and clearing the heart and lungs, while Bai Guidan is right. The 2nd-grade pill, which is of great benefit to the martial artist, can clean up the stains in the meridians of the martial artist. Both pill are Qi pill. Then why does my father have legs? 2 kinds of Qi Dan, eat separately, 180 pills a day is no problem, but once they are taken at the same time, even if the interval is less than half an hour, then it is a terrible poison pill. In Mu Yun's tone, there was gradually a hint of coldness. On the other side, Qi Yufeng's face gradually dimmed. How could this be? Qi Ming didn't know why. After all, when his father's legs were disabled, he was still ignorant of his ignorant age. Is this difficult to understand? Mu Yun said again. Your father's talent for refining is unparalleled, or it may attract people's envy or hatred, and finally get this black hand. Father, Senior Qi, I am here today, not to ask about the past, but to discuss something with you. Mu Yun changed the topic and said, because I want to be promoted to a middle-level instructor, I need to conduct an assessment. Qi Ming is my student. I want to use him for a month to give him a special training and give me a try. Of course, I didn't participate in vain. If he helps me win the game, I can refine a pill for you to stand up again. Okay. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qi Yufeng, Qi Ming and his son raised their heads almost at the same time and stared at Mu Yun closely. Chapter 47 Animal Husbandry Waste. Can he be cured? Impossible. Almost for an instant, such an idea came to the minds of the father and son. Qi Ming didn't believe it, because he had been with his father every moment for more than 10 years. He deeply knew how severe the atrophy of his father's legs was. Qi Yufeng didn't believe it because he understood the trauma in his body better than his son. Back then, he was able to reduce the damage of the 2 pills to below the leg, which was exhausting all the energy in the body. 10 years. Only 10 years. He will completely die? At this moment, Mu Yun, the well-known trash mentor of the Mu family, who suddenly jumped out, said he had a way. However, if Mu Yun was talking nonsense, how could he see his illness at a glance? Bai Ling pill and Bai Ling pill were 2 kinds of medicine, but only he knew the cause of the matter, and even his son Qi Ming had never mentioned it, but Mu Yun could see through it at a glance. Don't believe me? Mu Yun was stunned, quite speechless. Who made him before? He is so famous, the famous first waste in North Cloud City. Old Cheeto, this month's expenses, it's time to pay. Just when Mu Yun felt unable to explain, outside the shop, 2 or 3 figures suddenly gathered at the door, making the originally dim shop more crowded and dull. Qin Mingyu, you are here again. We obviously just paid the protection fee 7 days ago. The cost, you are here again. What do you mean? Huh? Just handed it in 7 days ago? That's for this month. Next month, you can also hand it in. Leading a teenager who was about 16 years old, he curled his lips and said casually, Qin Mingyu? Such a familiar name. Don't go too far. For a long time, Qi Ming just suffocated these words. Excessive? Qi Ming, you don't know. Back then, when your father was in despair, he almost died. It was my Qin family who accepted him that made him stay in the West Market. Not to mention the cost of this month, next month. I will collect all the protection fees for next month. Qin Mingyu was dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with a thin body and handsome appearance. But at this moment, he looked like a prodigal, making his handsome face look a little wretched. Qin Mingyu, you are too much. Oh, Qi Ming, today you are not as conscientious as your pastoral waste. How can you drop it? I don't want to pay it anymore. If you don't want to pay it, get out. Qin Mingyu said triumphantly. Bye. Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but cursed again in his heart. The last time Qi Ming was scolded, even with him Mu Yun, this time, it was like this again. Qin Mingyu, Qin Mingyao. Isn't this guy Qin Mingyao's younger brother? My brother-in-law. If your sister knows that you're doing things outside, will you take a layer of skin when you go home? Just as Qin Mingyu was about to give Qi Ming a severe lesson, a strange voice of yin and yang sounded from behind. Little brother-in-law? When my brother-in-law called out, Qin Mingyu stood there, turned around, and looked at Mu Yun. It's okay to be long, not as handsome as the young master, and Xiao Balian, just like you. Still dreaming of marrying my sister? Are you looking for death? Call him brother-in-law Qin Mingyu. Isn't that just a man who wants to be his sister? A joke. In the entire North Cloud City, I don't know how many people coveted his sister Qin Mingyao, especially after his sister Qin Mingyao's eyes disappeared. The people who proposed marriage every day broke through the door of Qin's family. Little white face? Mu Yun felt more and more that this Qin Mingyu was really cute. Master, let me tell you, my elder sister, that is the #1 beauty in North Cloud City, and her cold poison has been resolved now, and she has now stepped into the 9-layered spiritual realm. Qin Mingyu said proudly. Do you know what the psychic state means? True essence is changeable, ever-changing psychic. Take another step. My sister is in the aperture gathering state. Physical power, vitality power, and true essence power are combined into one, the top 10 of your physical body. Don't even think about it in your life. Seeing Qin Mingyu's triumphant look, Qi Ming on the side was embarrassed. If Qin Mingyu knew that it was Mu Yun who stood in front of him, the waste he was talking about, and it was Mu Yun who cured Qin Mingyao's cold toxin, I don't know how this guy would feel. Then why is your sister so good? Because, anyway, no matter what it is, it has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Qin Mingyu was a little impatient and said, Qi Yufeng. Qi Ming, I'm a little tight lately, so I'll pay the protection fee for next month. Otherwise, I know the methods of those in the Qi family. Master Qin. Just when Qi Ming couldn't help being angry, Qi Yufeng spoke. Master Qin, can you wait a few more days? After all, this month's fee has just been paid, and our iron shop is only helping farmers from the countryside to make iron, and we can't make a lot of money. Fuck off, Qin Mingyu said impatiently. Qi Yufeng, you are just looking for a fight. I will take Qi Ming out for a fight. I think you will hand it over. With that, Qin Mingyu motioned to the two behind him to do something. Who dares? At this moment, Mu Yun let out a cold drink and stood in front of Qi Yufeng and Qi Ming. Qi Ming is my student. Dare you to move him? I will keep you out of bed for a month. Oh, bastard, you're still stubborn. You too. Give me this eye-opening thing first. Throw it aside. And return his student can't move. Qin Mingyu gave an order, and the two brawny men who were about 30 years old behind him had already stepped out. Little feather. However, at this moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded at the door of the iron shop. Ruined. Qin Mingyu's entire leg softened when he heard that sweet drink. When it comes to the sound, he is so familiar and so familiar. Sister, why are you here? Turning around, Qin Mingyu looked at Qin Mingyao flatly. Today's Qin Mingyao wears a pink short skirt, her long hair in a bun, tied behind her head, and a strand of black hair that hangs down to her waist, playful, but with a hint of temptation. If I'm not here, this Ximenfang city will really become your small site for Qin Mingyu. How dare I, sister, Qin Mingyu, you are so courageous. In Ximenfang city of our Qin family, you dare to use yourself as a profit channel and accept the fees from the vendors. I see this matter, and I have to discuss it with my grandfather. As soon as Qin Mingyao said this, Qin Mingyu's face instantly looked as ugly as a bitter gourd. Sister, don't. I'm just having fun with Qi Ming. Haven't you become a tutor in the animal husbandry class now? I'm just getting closer to Qi Ming. Animal husbandry big waist? Hearing Qin Mingyu's name, Mu Yun once again showed a black line on his face. On the other side, Qin Mingyao smiled like 100 flowers BL. Good scolding. Qin Mingyao patted Qin Mingyu's shoulder and smiled. The 5th grade of elementary school was abandoned in the hands of Mu Dajuan. Your sister, I am going to save those students. At this time, Qin Mingyu couldn't figure it out. However, seeing Qin Mingyao's face changed, he couldn't manage this. Yes, right, the Mu's waste is a shameless scum. What use is it, if it's not for the Mu's family? Boom. Only in the next moment, Qin Mingyu hadn't finished saying a word. A bang sounded. Qin Mingyu's face was as ugly as pig liver, and he bent down. Seeing the fair-faced youth in front of him hit his abdomen with a punch, Qin Mingyu wanted to shout. but when his eyes rolled, he passed out in pain and couldn't say a word. Is it cool to scold me for a long time? After closing his fists and looking at Qin Mingyu, who fell to the ground and fainted, Mu Yun breathed out. Instructor Mu, why bother with such a big anger? Giggle. Seeing Mu Yun's ugly face, Qin Mingyao trembled with laughter and couldn't help but straighten her waist. Too lazy to talk with you. Seeing that Qin Mingyao seemed to intentionally make him embarrassed, Mu Yun didn't care. Turned around, looked at Qi Ming and said, "You fellow, starting today, Lazarus will eat and drink in the academy. Come with me refining. When you win Qi Yun, I promise to cure your father." At this moment, Qi Ming still wanted to refuse, but Qi Yufeng nodded and agreed. 15 years ago, as a well-known craftsman in North Cloud City, Qi Yufeng was not stupid. What Mu Yun's punch just now showed was the true essence, the true essence. 7th Fleshning Yuan Realm. These days, he kept hearing his son talk about the change of his mentor, and he didn't believe it at first. But let me ask, which waste can be raised from a weak cultivation base, not even a single-level waste, to a 7-level condensed elementary level in less than a month? Moreover, the relationship between Qin Mingyao and Mu Yun is not as rumored in Beiyun City, but only a marriage between the Qin family and the Mu family in name. Coupled with Mu Yun's previous analysis of his illness, as well as the analysis of a few simple hammers and a few words on the refining device, Qi Yufeng looked at Mu Yun with a stunned look. Although his legs are disabled, he is not heart disabled. Father, Ming'er, this month, I will study hard with your pastoral tutor. You can put the voice of the iron shop temporarily. Qi Yufeng couldn't refute. Daddy is willing to trust your pastoral tutor, don't let him down. Yes. Seeing his father's decadent expression for more than 10 years, he suddenly glowed with fighting spirit at this moment, and hope was ignited in Qi Ming's heart. It's not the time of mother-in-law, and I can't win Qi Yun. I want you to treat your father. It's horrible and hopeless, Mu Yun said, and walked away. Uncle Qi Ming, Mu Yun is just stiff-mouthed. Don't worry. Even if you can't win, he will definitely treat your father. Seeing Mu Yun's back, Qin Mingyao smiled slightly, with a sly look on her face. North Cloud City, family together. The Qi family in North Cloud City can only be regarded as a second-rate family, but its status is only second to the 4 major families. Moreover, the Qi family grew out of iron paving 100 years ago and gradually became a big family in North Cloud City. At this moment, a figure sits proudly cross-legged in the Qi family's refining room. And in front of that figure, a furnace exuded a hot breath, and there was a gurgling sound. Master Yun, come in. A figure walked out from the door, bowed his head, and said, Then Mu Yun really went to Shifang City to find Qi Ming and Qi Yufeng father and son. It seems that he really intends to let Qi Ming fight against you and make a refinement comparison. The words fell, and the figure in front of the furnace trembled slightly. Chapter 48 Undercurrent. Interesting. After a moment of silence, the young man smiled and bowed his head and said, This Mu Yun, who hasn't been silent for 9 years, made Master Mo bow his head, and Dean Lu's favoritism has cured Miss Qin's cold poison. Now, I want to challenge Teacher Jiao. It's really interesting. I think this Mu Yun is a lunatic. In the entire North Cloud City, who doesn't know that you can already refine a middle-grade ordinary artifact? Just cheeming that fellow. How can you compare to you? The person behind smiled contemptuously and said with contempt, do you think it's just that? Qi Yun stood up with an intriguing smile on his face. No matter what Qi Yufeng said, he was also a refining genius 20 years ago. Qi Ming has been with him all these years for ironing. If Qi Yufeng did not teach him refining, I would not believe it. This Mu Yun seems to behave in a nonsense. He doesn't play cards according to the routine, but every move has a lot of meaning. Qi Yun said profoundly. It happened that in his class, Master Mo appeared, and it happened that the Qin family was about to marry the Mu family. He boldly opposed it. Once again, it happened that Qin Mingyao's cold toxin was cured by him, and now more coincidentally, he competes with Teacher Jiao. This series of coincidences is no longer a coincidence. The man behind was silent. If all of this is a coincidence, it can only be said that Mu Yun's luck is really great. If all of this was arranged by Mu Yun's dormancy for 9 years, It can only show that this Mu Yun is really terrible. Master, in that case, don't worry. In the game after January, Qi Ming will face me, only to lose. I want to see what tricks Mu Yun can play. North Cloud City, Mo family. The Mo family is well known in Baiyun City. If it is said that the 4 large areas of North Cloud City are all occupied by the 4 big families, then the Mo family is almost the largest merchant besides these 4 big families. The Mo family's economic strength in North Cloud City is no less than that of the Qi family. At this moment, in the large garden of the Mo family mine, a figure bent over, muttering something dripping in his mouth. What's wrong? He's really unlucky. I have lost dozens of pieces in a row. I've spent all my money this month. Mo Yang kept his hands behind his back, spitting out, poo-poo. Call out. Suddenly, in a corner of the garden, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. A thumb-sized stone went straight to Mo Yang's cheek and hit his left eye. Boom. At the critical moment, Mo Yang turned his face, but the stone, even though it went around his left eye, still hit his cheek. A hot breath spread across his cheeks, and Mo Yang cursed. Who is he? It's me. A figure walked out from a corner of the garden. This person is wearing a blue martial arts uniform with a belt around his waist. He has a long body and a look of gaze on his face, looking at Mo Yang. Mo? Hi. Seeing the person coming, Mo Yang stammered, showing a little lack of confidence. Mo Yang, the physical body's triple tendinese state, and he didn't even step into the strong breath state. I'm really curious, your shepherd teacher, what courage do you have to let you play? Looking at Mo Hai, Mo Yang smiled. Brother Hai, Mu Yun's trash is just messing around. Don't worry. If you fight Jiao Yeyun, I will give up immediately. You can let Jiao Yeyun start lightly. Jiao Yeyun. Hearing Mo Yang's words, Mo Hai laughed, patted Mo Yang's cheek, and said with a smile, Mo Yang, you are really an idiot. Jiao Yeyun is now in the 6th stage condensation stage, a genius outstanding. He is fighting against you? You? Dreaming. To tell you the truth, Teacher Jiao has decided to let me fight you. Although my brother is not talented, he is still in the 5-fold condensing state. When that time comes, he will definitely lose you decently. Huh. Mahai you. Me, what's wrong with me? Don't go too far. Mo Hai smiled even more exaggeratedly and said, just like you, Miyun, you are still trying to challenge our senior class 3, Mo Hai. It's not that I underestimate you. Just like you, our senior class 3, any one of us can let you fart peeing. You, just get ready. Let me kneel on the ground when I compete again, and let everyone in the family see, Mo family firm, who should be the president. Mahai laughed loudly and turned to leave. Hateful. Seeing Mo Hai's arrogant appearance, Mo Yang's heart burned with anger. Both Mo Hai and him were direct disciples of the firm. Only his father is the president of the firm, and Mo Hai's father is his second uncle. But even though Mo Yang was dull, he knew that second uncle and Mo Hai had already coveted the position of the president of the firm. And his father's current body is not as good as before. If one day his father fails, then the Mo family firm will belong to their father and son. No, this kind of thing must never happen. Mo Yang began to think about it. Looking for Muyun? His trash can only bluff people. He has no real ability, no way. But Mu Yun was able to fool Teacher Qin over, so he was capable. Tutor Qin. Suddenly, the haze on Mo Yang's face was swept away. Yes, Tutor Qin is a genius from the Qin family, and now he has joined our class as a tutor. I can find her, Mo Yang said excitedly. First, I can ask. Second, come, Mo Yang made up his mind, couldn't stop immediately, and rushed to Baiyun College. North Cloud City, Shengdan Pavilion. Grandpa, in this competition, what do you think the shepherd instructor is going to make? Then Mo Yang is a dude disciple, and he doesn't learn to make progress at all. If you use him to fight Mo Hai, you will definitely lose. Furthermore, Qi Ming's father was indeed a rare genius in the past, but now there is a useless person, whereas Qi Ming's refining tool. On the 3rd floor of the St. Pill Pavilion, Miao Xinyu pouted his mouth, looking bored. Oh, why don't you talk about you? Miao Qing smiled when she heard the words of her granddaughter. Huh, then Wang Yunqi is not my opponent at all. We are both first-rank alchemists. I will be afraid of her. Miao Xinyu squeezed a tender fist and hummed. Oh, his grandfather Wang Dongyun is one of the 3 third-rank alchemists in North Cloud City, and I heard that a few days ago, Wang Dongyun's old thing, but he collected beast fire for Wang Yunqi and implanted it in his body. Beast fire. Miao Xinyu certainly understands what beast fire is. For the alchemist and the refiner, fire is the most attractive thing. Ordinary alchemists and refiners rely on the flames provided by the pill furnace when refining pills and weapons. The truly advanced masters rely on their own flames. Beast fire can only be obtained from spirit beasts. Even the lowest level spirit beast, if there is beast fire in the body, the warrior will subdue it. And when refining alchemy or refining, the beast fire is introduced, which will get twice the result with half the effort. As for the sky fire, it only exists in the legend. Beast fire, this little fairy. It is shameful that this little fairy dared to blend into the beast fire to compete with me to refine the pill. This matter, I need to find the shepherd instructor to count the total. Miao Xinyu said, jogging all the way out. You? Seeing Miaoqing's anxious look, Miaoqing's face alternated with blue and white. This little girl, let me, the third-rank alchemy master, do not ask for advice, and ran to ask Mu Yun. My grandfather is in her heart. Isn't it better than Mu Yun? Miaoqing muttered to herself, looking at the direction where Miao Xinyu left, but she smiled. My Ning pill can have secondary effects. This Mu Yun is indeed extraordinary. So to speak, he is a true second-rank alchemist. The 19-year-old second-tier alchemist, Miaoqing thought for a while, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, in the 5th class of Junior Cloud College, the classroom was empty, with only 2 figures. It was Mu Yun and Qi Ming. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing on the podium, with chalk in his hand, constantly painting on the blackboard. Qi Ming sat down, looking at Mu Yun. His face was full of crazy worship. Refining tools, as your father said, refining tools, but weapons are alive. As a refining master, all you have to do is to blend with your refining tools. First, the most important thing is to cast the body, and secondly, to condense the true essence into Qi and pour it into the body. Mu Yun earnestly said, the text of the contract has different attributes, which can make the weapon have different functions. The text of the ice contract makes the weapon have the attribute of ice. When attacking, it can be used with the martial arts of the warrior to burst out more powerful. The effect, the fire contract, the killing contract, the flexibility contract, everything is true. In the big world, there are thousands of Kaiwans. Every day, perhaps there is a refiner who develops a new type of Qi. As a powerful refiner, learning the Qi of others is not a skill, and you can create a new one. One is the most powerful. Seeing Mu Yun on the podium pointing the country, looking at the aura of the world, Qi Ming only felt that a door in front of him slowly opened. The gate of the refiner. Although he had heard his father explain a lot of knowledge about refining tools before, compared with what Mu Yun said at this moment, it seemed really unbearable. As soon as this thought came out, Qi Ming was shocked. He knew that his father 15 years ago was already a profound tool master. The profound tool master is unique in the entire North Cloud City. And now, the pastoral tutor's explanation is actually better than that of his father. Regardless, Qi Ming knew that the pastoral instructor had changed and became different. Suddenly, Qi Ming burned with fighting spirit. He used to be timid, but why is he not like that? Facing Qi Yun, his first reaction was to be inferior to Qi Yun. Where is it? Until this moment, Qi Ming asked himself. Listen well. With a bang, a piece of chalk hit Qi Ming's face. Mu Yun crossed his chest with his hands on his chest and said with a straight face, You know, I will explain a lesson to you. The entire Nanyun Empire is enough for those masters of refiners to hear it. Yes. For some reason, Qi Ming felt that Mu Yun at this moment was not boasting about himself. He was really amazing, which made people look up to. This guy. At the same time, at the door of the classroom, Qin Mingyao stood there pretty in a pink skirt. This guy usually looks a little arrogant, but after the lecture, he is very handsome. Chapter 49 Special Training. The reason why Qin Mingyao came to Junior Class 5 was to know whether Mu Yun's reputation for being wasteful in the past 9 years is true. Facts have proved that at this moment, If anyone says that Mu Yun is trash, it is simply a joke. In January, he was promoted to the Ning Yuan realm, and he was able to refine his alchemy and tools. Mu Yun, it really changed. Tutor Qin. Just as Qin Mingyao was appreciating the exchange between Mu Yun and Qi Ming, a shout of surprise sounded out of time. Mo Yang. Teacher Qin, I have decided to compete with Mo Hai. I am now in the triple E gene realm, but after 1 month, I am confident that I will become the 5 condensed Qi realm and defeat Mo Hai. Please teach me, Master Qin. After speaking, Mo Yang bowed deeply. He just bowed, but stared at Qin Mingyao's straight legs with dishonest eyes. Boom. Suddenly, there was another bang. Mu Yun's cold voice spread. Look again, I dug your eyes. Hiss. Taking a breath, Mo Yang hurriedly stood up, staring at the surroundings with a nonchalant expression. She pursed her mouth and looked at the unkind expression on Mu Yun's face. Qin Mingyao said with a smile, No problem. Tutor Mu has been teaching Qi Ming during this period. I don't have time to talk to you. I will teach you, but you have to be prepared. Okay, no problem, no problem. Unexpectedly, the instructor who had always been called the Bingshan Beauty by the academy would actually agree to his request, and Mo Yang was suddenly excited and incoherent. Ahem. Mu Yun coughed and said, Teacher Qin, I want to win the game. You can't act favorably. You don't need to worry about it. Teacher Shepherd, teach Qi Ming well. Qin Mingyao smiled again and turned to leave. Instructor Mu, what are you doing next? Qi Ming's trembling voice sounded behind him. What are you doing? Refining. Mu Yun said, throwing away his legs, and walked straight to the practice room of Beiyun College. Shook his head and looked at Mu Yun's extremely unbalanced appearance. Qi Ming had to follow. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. In these 10 days, Mu Yun was in the academy for food and drink. Personally instructing Qi Ming every day, Miao Xinyu is like a little sparrow asking questions all day long. Mu Yun is already dizzy. And he also had to take time to get familiar with the refining methods of the common artifacts and some explorations of the medicine. The most important thing is the 3 methods that escape from the Zhuxian 2, the heaven-mending sword, the spirit-building pill, and the Qingke sword. Sky-repairing swordsmanship is not only as powerful as Huangjia's martial arts. Although the sky-repairing swordsmanship is only divided into 4 moves, these 4 moves contain almost all the doorways of swordsmanship, and the Lingzhu pill was considered the top of the second-grade pill. However, its refining techniques have caused Mu Yun, the former fairy king, to feel quite a headache. As for the Qingke sword, although it is only a top-grade ordinary artifact, it contains 3 deeds, and the condensing of each deed is something that Mu Yun has never seen before. Magical. Zhu Xin seems to have opened up another world for Mu Yun, a more unpredictable and magical world. Teacher Shepherd. Help, Teacher Shepherd. On this day, Mu Yun had just walked out of the dance room. Mo Yang had a blue nose and a swollen face, crying and hugging Mu Yun's thigh, looking like he would not let go. What happened? Teacher Pastor, I was wrong. I am sorry for you. Starting from today, I want to learn from you. Please help Tutor Pastor. At this moment, Mo Yang looked almost thinner than 10 days ago, and even darker. The whole person looked as embarrassed as a beggar. Mo Yang, you are being lazy again. Don't forget how you told me 10 days ago. At this moment, Qin Mingyao floated over with a sweet voice. I don't want to practice, okay? Try my ice hockey. As Qin Mingyao spoke, a cold air swirled in the center of his palm. The cold air carries the fluctuations of the true essence, but it is very different from the true essence. Mu Yun naturally knew what it was. The ice phoenix spirit possesses the power of ice attributes, which is the force of nature, which is different from the true essence, but is more powerful than the true essence. Qin Mingyao awakened the ice phoenix spirit, and the power of the spirit had already begun to show gradually. Mu Yun understood that even if Qin Mingyao sleeps in bed every day and does not practice, her strength will skyrocket. Okay, you can practice with me, but if you have to survive for 20 days, you may bear it? Can surely. Mo Yang couldn't help nodding immediately. In the past 10 days, following Qin Mingyao's practice was like purgatory. Every day when I open my eyes, I practice. If I don't meet the standard, I will wait for the ice hockey. What is even more terrifying is that no one can bear that cultivation task. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Yang nodded immediately without hesitation, but he did not notice the sinister smile deep in the corner of Mu Yun's eyes. The next day, Mu Yun called Mo Yang to the practice room. Jump in and soak for 3 hours. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. I will always control the fire temperature to make you feel the most comfortable. Mu Yun pointed to a large tank of wooden barrels filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs and smiled at Mo Yang. Seeing the smile on Mu Yun's face, Mo Yang only felt a tremor in his heart. Will there be any conspiracy? Because of the majesty of the tutor, Mo Yang still jumped into the bucket honestly. Okay, how's the temperature? It's a bit cold, just warm it up. No problem. So comfortable. Lying in the wooden barrel, Mo Yang felt as comfortable as he had gone to heaven. Instructor Mu, it's better to practice with you. Don't you know? I seem to be dead these few days. Mo Yang said. His eyes slowly closed, and he fell asleep comfortably. Mu Yun, you are like this, how can he improve? Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Mingyao wondered, is it possible that everyday bubble medicine can improve? Even if he improves, he lacks actual combat experience. He is still not Mo Hai's opponent. So, how could this be? A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth and said, this is just the beginning, the real training. In the back, let this guy feel comfortable for a few days. As Mu Yun said, he walked into the training room and began to practice. Regarding the cultivation of Qi Ming and Miao Xinyu, he has already arranged it, and guidance is needed, but more, they need their own experience. This is something Mu Yun cannot replace. Fortunately, Qi Ming's father was, after all, a profound tool master back then. Qi Ming's ears were fascinated by his eyes. For refining tools, his proficiency beyond Mu Yun's expectations was almost at a point. And Miao Xinyu is a good seedling. After all, Miao Xianyu was cultivated by Master Miaoqing. But Mu Yun faintly felt that Master Miaoqing was not as simple as a third-rank alchemist, perhaps even more powerful than Master Mo. It's just why he stayed in Beiyin City, but Mu Yun was still puzzled. Entering the practice room, Mu Yun took out an ordinary long sword. Sky patching sword art, there are 4 types. The first style, the sword of supplementary shadow. The second style, the sword of replenishing the wind. The third type, the sword of replenishing the clouds. Fourth style, the sword of patching the sky. The shadow moves with the wind rises with the cloud is in the sky, the sword of patching the sky, the sword kills people. Ding! A clink sounded, and Mu Yun raised his sword in his hand. Sword of shadow filling. With a low drink, the long sword in his hand flipped, and the true essence flowed in Mu Yun's body. Ding! The light sound of the sword sounded, the sword was out, but the shadow of the sword was still in place. Wrong! With the sword retracted, Mu Yun felt a trace of loss in his heart. It was a loss full of flaws in the use of sword moves. Once again, Mu Yun raised his hand and the sword came out, but it was still wrong. This made Mu Yun very distressed. You must know that he retains the memory of his previous life. Even if he is learning martial arts, the unsuitable place is his physical coordination, which is not as good as the previous life. But at this moment, when the sword of supplementary shadow was displayed, Mu Yun could clearly feel that his discomfort did not come from his body, but he did not understand the root of this formula at all. Sky-mending sword art, Zhu Xiantu, is really an amazing swordsmanship. With a wry smile, Mu Yun once again displayed the sword of supplementary shadow. In the previous life, he was able to dominate the situation. How could this style block his will because of a martial skill? Not once, 100 times, 1,000 times. This kind of thing is not the first time to do it. As time passed bit by bit, for a full 7 days, Mo Yang had been lying comfortably in the medicine barrel, sleeping until he woke up naturally, and he did not worry about the temperature drop in the medicine barrel at all. Mu Yun has been guarding by the side, and if the temperature is slightly lower, Mu Yun will increase the fire, which is really cool. On this day, Mo Yang came to the practice room as usual. Only today, Mu Yun was holding a long sword, and there was no medicine barrel in the practice room. Instructor Mu, don't you take a bath today? Mo Yang smiled when he saw Mu Yun standing alone in the exercise room. In the past few days, he really discovered that the shepherd teacher is becoming more and more lovely, which is really respectable. Medicated bath? You kid. After taking a medicated bath for 7 days, it is estimated that you will be able to withstand the next 2 weeks of training. Starting today, follow me to the Baiyun Mountains. Baiyun Mountain Range? Good, good. Mo Yang's eyes beamed. Is it going to have a grand monster barbecue feast? Would you like to call Qi Ming and Miao Xinyu? I think they are both pretty good. It's hard work. Of course, it's better to call Shang Qin tutor. Call you a big-headed ghost. Mu Yun said, kicking Mo Yang out of the practice room, and together they headed to the Baiyun Mountains. Outside the Baiyun Mountains, in a dense forest, on top of a towering ancient tree, 2 figures hibernated quietly. Have you seen? Mu Yun pointed under the giant tree and said, there are 15 porcupines here, all tier 4 monsters. I tell you, the porcupine is full of spikes all over the body, but the weak point is below the neck. But the fat underneath its neck is layered layer by layer, which is difficult to pierce. Instructor Mu, why are you telling me this? Aren't we here to eat barbecue? Of course it is. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, before eating barbecue, you have to kill monsters to have meat. Mu Yun said, pushing his palm, and a scream sounded. Unsuspectingly, Mo Yang went from above the giant tree 100 meters high, through the layers of branches, thumped, and fell to the ground. Chapter 50 Have meat tonight. What? In the forest, Mo Yang's screams of killing a pig echoed, and the remaining sound curled. Instructor Mu, what are you doing? Lifting his head, looking at Mu Yun above 100 meters, Mo Yang roared. These 15 tier 4 monsters are equivalent to 15 tier 4 strong breath realm martial artists. Oh, no, they are much better than the 15 strong breath realm strong men. Kill them, there will be meat tonight. You can't kill them, they will also have meat tonight. What? Hearing this, Mo Yang's face instantly turned pale, and his body couldn't help shaking. Give you a sword. With weapons, it should be easier. Mu Yun threw down the ordinary long sword for training and smiled slightly. I will sleep first. Oh yes, since you dared to peek at Teacher Qin before, I won't help you. If you die, I will leave. If you are still alive, I will take you away. After speaking, Mu Yun's figure disappeared. I still have something to do, so please do it first. No. Looking at the top of the empty giant tree, Mo Yang felt like the end of the world. This time, the shepherd teacher is not playing, it's real. With a grunt, he swallowed, looking at the porcupines around him with round eyes. Mo Yang gradually touched the long sword beside him. Brothers, pass by, pass by. Holding the sword, Mo Yang stepped back. Only 15 porcupines surrounded him in the center, where he was shrinking. Hum hum. A dozen porcupines hummed and hummed. Looking at Mo Yang, the 2 long teeth on both sides of his mouth glowed with white light. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen porcupines stood upside down with their spikes, making a rustling sound. Looking at the spikes like thin arrows, Mo Yang's entire body leaned forward slightly. This was the method Qin Ming Yao taught him before. When facing the besieging enemy, he leaned forward slightly and looked at all the weaknesses in his body. In this way, we can react and respond in the fastest time. Humph! Suddenly a porcupine made a thick nasal sound, and his fat body, like a cannonball, headed straight towards Mo Yang's back. Go away. After all, Mo Yang is a 3-tier muscle-easy warrior with a physical body. At a critical moment, he turned around and stabled out, forcing the porcupine that rushed up. Puff, puff, puff. However, after all, the porcupine is a tier 4 monster with infinite strength, and there are naturally dense spikes growing all over his body. Under this thorn, instead of touching the porcupine body, Mo Yang is full of scars. Mo Yang couldn't help but smashed his mouth, but he cursed Mu Yun all the time. No wonder Mu Yun was so kind before, letting him soak in the medicinal bath for 10 days. It turned out to be premeditated. What? However, just when Mo Yang felt that he was about to die here at his age, the dense wounds on the surface of his body were actually healed bit by bit. Medicated bath. At this moment, Mo Yang could clearly feel that in every corner of his body, there seemed to be a steady stream of soft power mobilizing and running. Those powers are like tiny worms that wriggle repairing the wounds on the body surface bit by bit. What the hell, fight it! Feeling the recovery of his body's strength, Mo Yang felt encouraged. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't know where he went, so he could only rely on himself. Either life or death. If he died here, then the Mo family firm would really belong to the Mo High father and son. Kill. With a low drink, Mo Yang's long sword in his hand, the sword flower flew. Is this really okay? Qin Mingyao frowned with worry on a towering tree 100 meters away. What's wrong? Taking a bite of the wild fruit, Mu Yun said nonchalantly. Your teachings gave him some pointers, but the real challenge is not what can be trained by training. I still feel that such training will not be too light. Too light? Qin Mingyao was speechless for a while. Mo Yang was originally an idle child, and he was only in the 3-tier muscle-easy state. Faced with more than a dozen porcupines that were stronger than the 4-tier strong breath state warrior, where was he his opponent? Not to mention a group, just one, it is enough to kill him. Don't worry, isn't you still here? Mu Yun waved his hand indifferently and said, I have something to do. Let's go first. You are here to look at him. You? As a tutor, you put the students in danger, but you ran to the side to watch the excitement, you. Please, Miss Qin. Mu Yun cried and said with a sad face, This week, do you know how many spirit stones this kid spent in the medicinal bath from morning to night? 49,500 yuan. That is all my savings. I'm still here watching the excitement. This kid is hanging up tonight. Mu Yun said, but ignored Qin Mingyao. His figure flashed, fell from the tree, and walked toward the depths of the Baiyun mountain range. This guy. Looking at the direction where Mu Yun was leaving, Qin Mingyao curled her lips and said, He is very caring, but he doesn't care about the same. As night fell, Mo Yang knelt on his knees. His body was wet with blood and sweat, and his eyes could not see where his pupils were. No way. Are you going to die here? Muttering in his mouth, looking at the 7 or 8 porcupines in front of him staring at him, an unwilling mood rose in Mo Yang's heart, and finally, with a puff, he smashed into the ground. Humph! The 7 or 8 saw the human beings in front of them completely ruined, groaning between their breaths, cautiously approaching them step by step. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the 7 or 8 porcupines approached Mo Yang and were about to completely kill the human in front of them, ice cones suddenly swept through the air, killing the 7 or 8 porcupines one by one. 15 porcupines. This guy flees all the way, fights all the way, and actually killed 7. That is equivalent to 7 strong breath realm warriors. Looking at Mo Yang who fell to the ground, Qin Mingyao opened her mouth slightly. Okay. Walking to Mo Yang, bending down, Qin Mingyao was surprised to find that Mo Yang's scarred blood was actually healed bit by bit. Medicated bath. Qin Mingyao suddenly thought. At the end of the day, Mo Yang fell into a coma. In a daze, he felt that someone was pulling his leg, dragging all the way. The next day, early in the morning, Mo Yang slowly opened his eyes. The place where you can see is in the training room of the academy, and there is a warm atmosphere around him, and he is in the medicine barrel at this moment. Woke up. Mu Yun, you. Oh, you bastard. Almost killed me. Almost killed me. Seeing Mu Yun, Mo Yang couldn't help jumping up immediately, yelling. Boom. Mu Yun's fist was light, and Mo Hai's head was swollen with a lump, and then he calmed down. Almost killed you. Are you dead now? No. But what are you doing without you? Mu Yun frowned. Soaking in the medicinal bath for a night, you should quickly feel the breath in your body and accumulate the battle yesterday. Correct. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Yang reacted. The breath converged. Mo Yang sat in the medicine barrel, breathing gradually. Under this induction, Mo Yang almost collapsed. The physical body has the power of 5 oxen in the triple musculo-easy state. Although he originally stepped into the triple level, he was barely considered as the power of 5 oxen. And now, he can clearly feel that every part of his body is full of explosive power. The power of 6 cows. A battle of life and death gave him the power of 6 oxen. If this continues, within a few days, he will be able to enter the strong breath realm, and he will have the power of 9 cows and 2 tigers in his body. Cut, look at your excited look. Just as Mo Yang was secretly delighted, Mu Yun suddenly said, "In a day's time, add a cow of strength. You are also embarrassed. Don't forget, Minter, I have entered the 7th stage of the condensed primordial realm from the 1st level in 1 month. Wait for some day. You can be happier than me." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Mingyao on the other side spoke slightly. "Instructor Mu, if otherwise, we will compare first to see who can step into the 10th level of the spirit orifice first." "Compared with you? It's just looking for death. The warrior with the ice phoenix spirit in his body is simply a natural darling." Mu Yun could feel that in a few days, Qin Mingyao would be able to step into the 10th reunion aperture realm of the physical body. It is not unreasonable to say that people are better than people and mad at people. For 10 days in a row, Mu Yun ran 3 heads. Every day, Qi Ming explained the refining knowledge, conducted exercises, answered the doubts of Miao Xinyu, and took Mo Yang to the Baiyun Mountains, and always beware of this guy not accidentally hanging up. Haha. The physical body has 4 levels of strong breath realm, the power of 9 nips and 2 tigers. I now feel that I have a lot of power in my body. Huh. In the Baiyun Mountains, Mo Yang danced with excitement. The quadruple strength breath realm, originally based on his own talent, probably took a year to enter, but in less than half a month, under Mu Yun's devilish training, he did it. It's amazing. But Mo Yang knew that the reason he got here was because of Mu Yun. Especially when he learned that Mu Yun would not hesitate to spend tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones to buy elixir for him, and even configure medicated baths for him every day, every night. Moreover, in the past 10 days, Mu Yun would venture to the depths of the Baiyun mountain range to find a better elixir and configure medicated baths for him every time he trained. Mo Hai, there are less than 10 days left. You wait for me. I am Mo Yang. With a low drink, Mo Yang rushed into the mountains again, looking for prey. These days, it was not Mu Yun arranging tasks for him, but he took the initiative to look for prey and use life and death as a bet to improve his strength. In Baiyun College, in a tutor's office, Jiao Yadong was sitting on the chair, listening to the report of a person in front of him. In the past half a month, Mu Yun took Mo Yang into the Baiyun mountain range for training every day, and Mo Yang entered the quadruple breath realm today. Moreover, under the guidance of Mu Yun, Qi Ming has never left the refining room, so I don't know what he is doing. Miao Xinyu only stays at 2 o'clock and 1 line in the Holy Pill Pavilion and the Academy's alchemy room every day. What he is doing is unknown. Listening to the reports from the people under his hands, Jiao Yadong's brows gradually frowned, but after a short while, they slowly eased. Chapter 51 Genius? Interesting. Jiao Yadong slowly said, "How are Mo Hai, Wang Yunqi, and Qi Yun recently?" Mo Hai has already aspired to the pinnacle of the 5-fold condensing state, and it is only 1 step away to be able to step into the 6th fold. Wang Yunqi successfully refined the Huihuan pill the day before yesterday. It is estimated that she will be able to step into the ranks of the 2nd-rank alchemist, and Qi Yun is trying to refine the high-rank ordinary artifacts. Mo Hai, don't worry. Even if Mo Yang steps into the 4th layer, he is far from his opponent. Jiao Yadong analyzed. As for Wang Yunqi, she has been integrated into the beast fire, and the alchemy talent is not much different from Miao Xinyu, so don't worry. Qi Yun himself is a genius for refining. Compared with Qi Ming, it is really true. It's a far cry. What teacher Jiao said is that Mu Yun's 3 battles with you are just looking for death. Well, you can step back and urge the 3 of you not to be careless. This battle is a performance moment for our senior class 3 to show off our strength. It must be perfect. Understand. On this day, Mo Yang ended his training and returned to the academy, but was called into the practice room by Mu Yun. For the last 10 days, don't go out, just fight with me in the training room. Looking at Mo Yang, Mu Yun said directly, "This yellow-level intermediate martial art Qing Yun sword technique, you can practice it within 10 days. Refining, you should be able to compete with Mo Hai." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Yang felt excited. Qing Yun swordsmanship, practiced in 10 days, can compete with Ma Hai. His hands trembled slightly. Mo Yang took the sword book in Mu Yun's hand. However, when he opened his martial arts with both hands, Mo Yang raised his eyebrows and almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. Instructor Mu, are you sure you are kidding me? What's happening? What is the Qin Yun sword technique? The graphic tricks on the sword sheet are twisted, and the font is even more unsightly, and the ink hasn't dried yet. Boom. Before Mo Yang's words were finished, he was beaten again by Mu Yun. Let you see it. You can see where there is so much nonsense. Mu Yun hummed. If you don't practice well in 10 days, I will let you become a person on the sword. Huh? But this word. Ahem. The time is rushed. The teacher did not draw very well. I will have the opportunity to write carefully for you in the future. Old Mu Yun blushed and turned to leave. It's not that Mu Yun doesn't want to paint well, but general martial arts and swordsmanship. If he wants to paint, he must have strong spiritual support. This Qin Yun sword technique was a rather advanced martial skill that Mu Yun had contacted when he stepped into the martial arts in the previous life. With his current strength, it is already rare to be able to paint. Beautiful, but impossible. On the other side, Qin Mingyao took the sword book and saw the picture above and immediately laughed. Only half a moment later, the smile on Qin Mingyao's face gradually dissipated. Qin Yun's sword technique is divided into 3 styles. Among the 3 styles, there are 3 small styles. The first style, Qin Yun straight up, the second style, Qin Yun Tianwai, and the third style, Qin Yun sunset. Looking at the sword spectrum, Qin Mingyao gradually showed a dignified look on her face. Teacher Qin, is there any problem? Seeing the change of expression on Qin Mingyao's face, Mo Yang also felt something wrong. No problem. Putting down the sword book, Qin Mingyao looked at Mo Yang and said seriously, Mo Yang, this sword book, the instructor just wants to tell you that if it is auctioned at the Shangdan Pavilion auction site, it will be at least 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Mo Yang was dumbfounded, looking at Qin Mingyao in disbelief. It is rare for a general yellow-level intermediate martial skill to be worth 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Can this crooked-looking Qin Yun sword technique be worth so much money? Don't underestimate it. 3 ways of learning, Tutor Qin guarantees that you can win. Abandoning these words, Qin Mingyao walked away. She still couldn't calm down for a long time at this moment. Qin Yun swordsmanship. Today, her ability to develop the Ice Phoenix spirit is very different from the past, and her understanding of some things is also different. This Qin Yun sword technique, although it is a yellow-level intermediate martial skill, but its power is far more than that. As a tutor of Beiyin College, Qin Mingyao has extensive experience. She knows that in Beiyin City, there is no such martial skill as Qin Yun swordsmanship. There has never been a Qin Yun sword technique in the Mu family. After all, it was only an intermediate martial skill of the Huang tier, and the Qin family would not be able to cover it up so powerfully. But Mu Yun suddenly took it out today, and he obviously portrayed it himself. How did he acquire this martial skill? Is it his own martial arts? Thinking carefully, Qin Mingyao only felt incredible. If Mu Yun really created a yellow-level intermediate martial skill, then his horror would be incredible. Qin Mingyao even suspected that there was still something that Mu Yun could not do when he made alchemy, refining tools, and created his own martial skills. Entering the practice room, Mu Yun once again performed the first form of the sky-filling sword, the Sword of Shadow Filling. He has practiced this style no less than 10,000 times, but it is still to no avail. This is the first time in many years that I have faced this kind of problem. Just because of Mu Yun's character, it was obviously impossible for him to give up. The Sword of Shadow Supplement, the Art of Shadow. A sword pierced out, the sword came out, the shadow was in place. Everything seemed to have not changed. It wasn't until late at night that Mu Yun slowly stopped practicing and walked into the mixing chamber. At this moment, in the refining chamber, on the wooden frame, there are various pieces of metal. Those metals are either silver, white, or gray. In the refining room, Qi Ming bent over and stood in front of the pill furnace, holding a few pieces of metal in his hands, staring at the furnace, and watching the changes in the pill furnace from time to time. The hot flames burned Qi Ming's face red, dripping sweat constantly, pattering, mingling his eyes, still staring at the stove. The furnace required for refining is very different from the furnace used for alchemy in many places. For refining, It is necessary to refining the model in the furnace first, and then through the forging of the refining master and the integration of Qiyuan, in order to exert its power. At this moment, Qi Ming was refining the equipment. Seeing Qi Ming's serious look, Mu Yun nodded slightly and left the mixing room. These days of teaching, Mu Yun discovered that Qi Ming had a unique insight into refining tools. It's just that Qi Ming lacks experience in refining Qiyuan. For the refiner, the learning of Qiyuan cannot be completed overnight. However, in the face of this method, Mu Yun also thought of a way. The next day, early in the morning, Mu Yun pulled Qi Ming up and came to the refining room. Qi Ming, these days, I think you have also understood that with your Qiyuan cultivation method, it is difficult to beat Qi Yun. Mu Yun said earnestly. Not to mention that Qi Ming is now capable of refining middle-grade ordinary artifacts. His comprehension and attainments of Qiyuan are far higher than you. So the instructor thought of a way for you. Mu Yun said, picking up 4 spirit boards. The so-called spirit board is carved with spirit stone as the material. The spirit board is an indispensable thing for the refiner. For refining weapons, a refiner needs to condense the condensed text, but in ordinary times, the refiner needs to learn the condensing of the condensed text, which is precisely the spiritual board. Condensing the true essence into the deed, forming a small formation method, embedded in the spirit board, preserving the activity of the deed. When the equipment is out of the condensed shape, the deed can be embedded in the weapon to activate the deed and make the weapon has undergone a real transformation. Weapons without Qiyuan are just a piece of iron. Only the weapon of Qiyuan can be called a weapon of magic weapon. Look up. Mu Yun spoke again. One point at your fingertips, the true essence condenses. The sound of scoffing Lala sounded, and Mu Yun said, the world Qiyuan, mixed and prosperous, there are countless, but there are 2 Qiyuan, but they are unique. Enhanced deeds and auxiliary deeds. Enhanced deeds can once again increase the strength of the original deeds, and the weapon itself on the basis of the original deeds in the weapon, and the auxiliary deeds can complement the perfect fusion of the deeds and the weapon. Let's put it this way, Mu Yun said while carving something on the spirit board. If you refine a fire sword, you need the fire spirit contract. When you combine the fire spirit contract with the long sword, after that, Jianxing has completed your refining weapon. But at this moment, if you incorporate the enhanced deed into the sword, it will increase the sword's attributes and power to a certain extent, by at least 30%. If you incorporate the auxiliary deed into it, it will increase the sword itself and the fire spirit deed. The fusion of texts once again increase the power of the sword. Enhanced deeds and auxiliary deeds are deeds that enhance the power of the deeds, understand? When the words fell, Mu Yun stopped. On the spiritual boards in front of the 2 of them, there are densely engraved piles of deeds on the 2 spiritual boards at this moment. Looking at it, those deeds are extremely complicated, but they seem simple. Looking at Qi Ming, Mu Yun said patiently, these 2 deeds, even if you are in the entire Tianyan continent, will not be able to find them, because they are my own creation, but the effect is enough to make you defeat Qi Yun. However, it is extremely difficult to practice. In the past few days, how much can you refer to? Instructor Pastor. Okay. Is that so? Just as Mu Yun was talking to himself, a voice rang from behind. Turning around, looking at the 3rd spiritual board in front of him, Mu Yun was instantly sluggish. The martial artist under the condensed element realm does not contain true essence in his body. This is the function of the spirit board to store the true essence for the martial artist under the 7th layer to condense the contract. You drew this? Looking at the Qiyuan on the spiritual board, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. Yes, isn't it wrong? Seeing Mu Yun lose his temper, Qi Ming lowered his head in ashamed. What the hell, genius? Mu Yun couldn't help but explode, saying, Qi Ming, are you a genius? Once again, Mu Yun was surprised to find that Qi Ming actually portrayed him in Qiyuan again. This is simply a genius. What? Feeling confused by Mu Yun's reaction, Qi Ming was stupid in place for a while. Genius. But he clearly remembered that half a month ago, Mu Yun knocked on his head, calling him rubbish. Chapter 52, Refining Device. Half a month ago, he had just come into contact with the condensed contract. and Mu Yun gave him several common contract condensing methods. In the end, he would have to go through a long period of study and refinement. It's just that I don't know why today, seeing the two deeds carved by Mu Yun, he immediately felt familiar and couldn't help but drew them. Tell me, what do you think? Mu Yun couldn't help but excitedly said, why don't you learn the Qigwen that I taught you before? You can draw it this time. This? Qi Ming hesitated and said, I don't know. I find it difficult to describe the previous Qigwen, but this time, I feel that it is very simple. Simple? Nima. Mu Yun almost couldn't help but want to scold his mother. These were the two deeds that he had spent thousands of years comprehending when he was the supreme immortal king of thousands of great worlds. Seemingly simple, it condensed his thousands of years of hard work. And by virtue of these two deeds, his refining artifacts in the great thousand world are higher than all refiners. But the first time it was portrayed today, Qi Ming actually remembered it at a glance. After thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun once again portrayed a Qigwen. Phoenix, Frost Contract. This deed is also the cold attribute magic weapon that Mu Yun once created and refined, and it is extremely powerful. You try. Without saying anything, he pulled Qi Ming, and Mu Yun said with expectation, okay. As he said, Qi Ming frowned, looked at the Lingban, and began to carve. Not long after, the exact same Qigwen appeared again. Several times in a row, Mu Yun condensed his self-made Qigwen so that Qi Ming could imprint it, and he could imitate it almost instantly. Genius. Wrong. Mu Yun suddenly understood. Qi Ming's genius is that he can perfectly portray the Qigwen he refined, but he can't quickly accept the Qigwen for the street goods. Wizards. I have to say that Qi Ming is a wizard. Mu Yun deeply understands that the Qigwen he created, both in terms of ability and depiction, are better than those on the heavenly fate continent. But Qi Ming was able to accept his Qigwen and quickly learned it, but he couldn't learn the Qigwen on the heavenly luck continent. Mu Yun suddenly felt that he had found a piece of uncut jade. Qi Ming now is a piece of uncut jade. He can perfectly accept more advanced Qigwen, and in time, he must be a super crafting master who has shocked the world. Qi Ming, would you like to be my Mu Yun's apprentice, the apprentice of the refining device? What? Qi Ming was stunned when he heard Mu Yun's words. I don't want to. I don't want to forget it. I don't like to force others. I do. Before Mu Yun finished speaking, Qi Ming couldn't wait to say immediately, Master is here. Please be respected by the disciple. With a puff, Qi Ming knelt on the ground, his body trembling. He couldn't help being excited. In the iron shop that day, after Mu Yun left, his father Qi Yufeng kept sighing about Mu Yun's unpredictability. And these days Mu Yun taught him the Qigwen. He also took it to ask his father, but there are some Qigwen that his father can't understand and can only sigh. Coupled with these 10 days, Mu Yun's teaching, Qi Ming only felt that in the entire North Cloud City, I am afraid that there would be no second refiner who could match Mu Yun. Needless to say, he understands the gap between apprentice and student. Very well, starting from today, you don't want to learn the Qigwen on the Nanyan Empire. The master handed it to you, enough to make you a top crafting master in the heavenly luck continent. Mu Yun laughed and said, Today, I am here to refine a high-grade mortal artifact. You will help me by the side and watch it carefully by the way, understand? Yes, master. Qi Ming was very excited when he heard that Mu Yun was about to use the hand mixer himself. He has been listening to Mu Yun's teaching these days, and he is also looking forward to how superb Mu Yun's refining skills are. The Qingke sword, sapphire, iron sand, and alumite jade. These 3 jade stones are the main materials. This is the first time for me to refine this top-grade ordinary artifact, but the possibility of success is very small, so you have to be careful. Look, very unlikely to succeed. Qi Ming immediately judged that the Qingke sword that Mu Yun had refined was not so easy. Open the oven. Mu Yun gave an order. Qi Ming did not dare to delay, immediately ignited the fire. The fire was blazing, and the sound of crackling was endless. Sapphire, iron sand, aluminium. Mu Yun kept talking, and Qi Ming, who stood by, was busy working around, watching the fire and watching Mu Yun's every move, secretly remembering in his heart. The refining is divided into 3 steps. First, the equipment is released. the second is the integration of the Qiyuan, and the third is the introduction of the Qiyuan. 3 steps, each of which is extremely important. As Muyin said, he added jade. When the appliance is released, it requires the control of the fire to be handy, and for the addition of various metal materials, it must be at the right time. These all depend on the accumulation of experience. A powerful crafting master does not use the furnace fire craftsman, but directly uses great supernatural powers to mix the metals together into the shape of a tool, and then inject the text to directly activate the spirituality of the weapon. Mix metals directly with supernatural powers? Hearing this, Qi Ming was shocked. He always thought that the refiner must use the furnace to melt the metal and make the metal merge with each other. Just these? How did Master know? These things are impossible to know just by relying on books. Carry on. In the huge mixing chamber, the temperature gradually increased, and the 2 figures intertwined. At the same time, at the door of the refining room, a beautiful figure stood quietly, watching everything carefully. Taiwan, create your own Qiyuan. While muttering silently, Qin Mingyao looked at Mu Yun's beautiful eyes, which became brighter and brighter. This guy, it's quite deep hidden. Before, she had always thought that Mu Yun was just talking about not practicing the fake style, but now it seems that it's not like that at all. I want to see what magic weapon you can refine. After the words fell, Qin Mingyao stared at the refining room, motionless. Warm up. Cool down. At this moment, the refining of the equipment has come to an end. However, Mu Yun was not sure whether Qinkei's sword could be trained. The 3 kinds of jade, sapphire, iron sand, and vanilla jade, are the main materials for the Qinkei sword. However, the 3 kinds of jade are too flexible, and the refined Qinkei sword may not be hard enough. But Mu Yun wanted to see what's so great about this mortal artifact handed down in Zhu Xiantu. He has already seen the magic of sky-patching sword art. Now, he just wanted to verify the power of Qinkei's sword, and to verify whether Zhu Xiantu was magical or not. Open the oven. With an order, the fire gradually extinguished, and an appliance was slowly taken out of the pill furnace. Scorching flames rushed toward his face, grilling the cheeks of Mu Yun and Mu Yun. But at this moment, the 2 guys who are extremely fond of refining tools are completely ignored, just looking at the appearance of the utensils in the furnace. Success or failure? At this moment, the flame in the furnace gradually extinguished, and a model of a long sword slowly appeared. The refining device is not like ironing. What you need for ironing is to melt the iron and mold it again. The refining is completed in the furnace, and the appearance of the weapon is completely controlled by the refining master. After all, the most important thing for the weapon of God is the integration of Qiyuan. It's done. Suddenly, with an exclamation, Mu Yun was almost scared to death. Qi Ming couldn't help but jump up, laughing at Mu Yun. Look at how bad you are. Mu Yun cursed and said, it's just that the equipment has just been made, and the Qiyuan must be incorporated into it. What are you doing so happy? Yes. Nodding tremblingly, Qi Ming stopped speaking. In the end, the temperature in the furnace dropped, and the master and apprentice took out the model of the Qinkei sword. Without portraying the Qiyuan, blending into the Qiyuan, this Qinkei sword is just a piece of iron. I am now beginning to integrate into Qiyuan. This step is very important, so I don't need to say more. Okay. Qi Ming stepped back slightly, not daring to interrupt. The Qinkei sword, using the method revealed in the Zhu Xiantu, should be to inject the wind and the contract of strength, while increasing the speed of the Qinkei sword, while increasing the rigidity of the Qinkei sword. 2 spiritual boards appeared in front of Mu Yun. With all his heart, Mu Yun suddenly raised his hand slowly. Whem! There was a slight buzzing sound, and Mu Yun actually opened his hands at the same time, and on the 2 spiritual boards, some complicated lines began to wander. Engrave the deed with both hands. Seeing this scene, Qi Ming was immediately silly on the spot. Engraving with both hands is far more than one-hearted and two-use. He has heard his father say that now, in the entire Nanyan Empire, there is no one who can engrave with both hands. Even the most recent one is Feng Yazi, the artifact saint thousands of years ago. Mu Yun was actually able to engrave with both hands. Outside, Qin Mingyao almost exclaimed. She had never heard of such a method inscribed on both hands. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't have a trace of worry. To him, portraying Qiyuan is as simple as eating and drinking. What he was worried about was whether the refining method in Zhu Xiantu was correct. If it was wrong, he would be greatly embarrassed the first time he refines, and he was in front of the apprentice he had just received. Cull. After a while, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. All right, all right, all right. Qi Ming, who had just gasped, was shocked again. Is it all right so soon? He vaguely remembered that when he was a child, it was common to see his father portray Qiyuan, saying at least 1 day for less, and for more than 10 days and a half months. It's just Mu Yun, he was portrayed so quickly. The most important thing in portraying Qiyuan is to use your heart, 2 purposes with 1 mind, and 1 mind with 1,000 uses. You will naturally do this in the future, so don't be too surprised. Listening to Mu Yun's teaching, Qi Ming nodded. But having said that, Qi Ming's heart beats faster and faster. If you said that you respected Mu Yun before, then now, it is truly shocking. The one peeking outside the door, come in and see. It's dark outside. Be careful of catching the cold. Just as Qi Ming was shocked, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Chapter 53 Qin Kei's Sword, Success. The one outside? Qi Ming was stunned and looked at the door. Teacher Qin, it turns out that you are peeking. Looking at Qin Ming Yao, Qi Ming blurted out. Hey, I just happened to pass by. Mu Yun, you continue. Qin Ming Yao stepped into the mixing room, smiled, her pretty face flushed. Although he said so, but from the bottom of my heart, he scolded Qi Ming again. This guy really can't speak. What is peeking? If you want to see it, I'm not afraid that you will learn it. Anyway, you can't learn it. Mu Yun waved his hand carelessly, picked up 2 spiritual boards, and walked to Witch Tool. Qin Mingyao puffed up her small mouth angrily when she heard Mu Yun's words, but did not speak. In fact, Mu Yun knew that the ice phoenix is a divine beast, but all divine beasts are born with some special abilities. As for the ice phoenix family, the ice-cold integration between nature and the heavens and the earth, refining the divine artifact of ice attributes, is easy for them. Even some powerful ice phoenixes, where they have lived for thousands of years, and the surrounding mountains and flowers, can become a peerless magic weapon. And Qin Mingyao's awakening of the ice phoenix spirit must be able to continuously awaken various peculiar means and memories in the future. Refining tools and alchemy will sooner or later become an extremely simple matter to her. Watch carefully. The Qiyuan is integrated into the weapon. If you are a little careless, it will be a failure. Mu Yun said. The palm of his hand was already moving. The deed of a spiritual board was drawn from the spiritual board and slowly poured into the Qin Kei sword mold. Ding! A ding sound suddenly sounded, and within the spirit board, the Qiyuan let out, turned into a flow of air, and entered the Qin Kei sword. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to refining a mortal weapon for the first time. Looking at the Qin Kei sword, he dared not move. This is one of his verifications. If the Qin Kei sword refining method shown on the page of Zhu Xiantu is correct, then it can be seen that Zhu Xiantu is a peerless treasure. Mu Yun couldn't imagine how many magical pills, artifacts, and magical martial arts were hidden in that Zhu Xiantu. The refining of those divine pills and divine tools will inevitably be his infatuated existence in the future. Ding! The 2 deeds were all merged into the Qin Kei sword mold. This time, Mu Yun did not dare to add the enhanced deeds and auxiliary deeds to it. He was not sure whether the integration of the 2 Qiyuan would cause problems with Qin Kei's sword. Kaka. However, when the 2 Qiyuans were integrated into the Qin Kei sword mold, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the mold. Failed. Looking at the cracks on the surface of the mold, a trace of loss appeared on Mu Yun's face. In this failure, all his refining methods were not wrong. That can only show that it was the Qin Kei sword's refining method, which was not right. Is Zhu Xiantu just a lie? Wrong. Suddenly, Mu Yun was startled by an exclamation. Qi Ming stared closely at the surface of the mold and said, Master, there is no failure. Look at it. At this time, Mu Yun's gaze fell on the surface of the Qin Kei sword again, and he was adaze. At this moment, after the Qin Kei sword merged into the 2 deeds, it did not pass through Mu Yun to attract the spirit, and the surface of the Chinkei's sword broke open one after another. Layers of debris fell, and gradually, the appearance of the long sword began to change. The long sword that was originally straight, after a layer of scraps fell off, finally turned into a long sword. The long sword is 3 feet long, and the sword is straight, but the sword is clinging like a serpentine snake. The sharp sword energy spread from the sword body. Chinkei sword, success. Base. He picked up the long sword, a creak sounded, and the sword body of the Chinkei sword seemed to be bursting with a fighting intent, a powerful fighting intent. Qi Ming, go get the inspection stone. The instrument stone is specially used to verify the sharpness level and various attributes of the spirit weapon. Mu Yun now wants to determine whether this ordinary artifact is a top-grade ordinary artifact. Not long after, Qi Ming brought a stone the size of a table and chair. Without further ado, Mu Yun raised a sword, and with a clang, it slashed on the artifact stone. Kung. There was a clanging sound, and Mu Yun only felt his arm numb from the shock. And on the artifact stone, a sword mark as deep as 3 inches suddenly appeared. Oh my God! Before Mu Yun could speak, Qin Mingyao on the side suddenly exclaimed and couldn't help but grow up. Generally speaking, low-grade ordinary artifacts can leave a shallow mark on the inspection stone. The middle-grade ordinary artifacts can leave a deep impression on the thumb. The top-grade ordinary artifacts can leave an inch-deep impression. Only the highest quality artifacts can leave a 5-inch mark on the artifact stone. But this Chinkei sword left 3 inches behind. It is more powerful than the top-grade ordinary artifact, and only 2 inches away from the top-grade ordinary artifact. High-grade mortal weapon Qingqua sword. Mu Yun raised the snake-like Chinkei sword in his hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Call that Moyang to me." Yes. Qi Ming made orders and ran out all the way. At this moment, in the practice room, Mo Yang was practicing one by one according to the Qing Yun swordsmanship drawn by Mu Yun. Although at first he laughed at the ugly sword technique created by Mu Yun, gradually, with practice after practice, Mo Yang felt the power and strength of this Qing Yun sword technique. Reminiscing about what Qin Mingyao said, Mo Yang couldn't calm down for a long time. Mu Yun handed over the swordsmanship of 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones to him like this. This is not only teaching, but also a kind of trust. Mo Yang, go, go. At this moment, Qi Ming ran all the way, panting and saying, "Master is calling you." Master? Qi Ming, your kid doesn't say anything all day, and he actually tacitly defaults to a master. Seeing Qi Ming, Mo Yang jokingly said, "I don't dare to go, otherwise the tutor will have to strip me of my skin." The teacher pastor is calling you. The teacher pastor is willing to recognize me as an apprentice. Let's go. What? Mu Yun accepted you as a disciple. Correct. Qi Ming said anxiously. Let's go? Master has refined a high-grade mortal weapon Chinkei sword. Go and have a look. What? Mo Yang was shocked when he heard Qi Ming's words. Refining a top-grade ordinary artifact? Isn't Mu Yun a genuine high-grade mortal craftsman? Qi Ming, do you feel that Instructor Mu is getting more and more different? Mo Yang couldn't help but said as he walked on the road. Yes, Master is getting more and more mysterious and stronger. No, I know all of these. Although it is only a yellow-level intermediate martial skill, I can say that even the advanced martial skills are not as powerful as the Qing Yun swordsmanship, including the Qing Yun sword technique he gave me today. Mo Yang said seriously. Furthermore, the pastoral tutor is planning 3 battles. Let us challenge the advanced 3rd class. It seems to be for him to enter the middle-level tutor, but he can choose the 6th and 9th elementary classes, but he chooses senior class 3. What do you mean? I mean, the pastoral tutor deliberately. He wants us to win, but if we win a class like junior 6th class, it won't do any good for us at all. But it's not the same if you win the 3rd class. Mo Yang seriously said, after winning the top 3 classes in the college, our 5th class is no longer a waste class, but a powerful class that has defeated the genius class. Moreover, whether it is the shepherd instructor who teaches me to learn martial arts, teach you how to refining weapons, or teach you how to refining alchemy, he has always been paying, but I know that he promised to give your father alchemy and let your father stand up again. After Mo Yang said this, Qi Ming suddenly froze in place. That's right. What benefit will Mu Yun do for him? Mo Yang said again. Anyway, I have made up my mind to follow our pastoral tutor to become stronger, walk out of Beiyun College, enter Nanyang College, and continue to study. It is good, Qi Ming encouraged. As long as I win the game this time, my father is healed, and I will be with you. If Mu Yun were here, he would definitely be dumbfounded when he heard the comments of the two. Mo Yang and Qi Ming's evaluation of him is simply, think of him as a peerless person. However, his original intention was just a subsidy for the owner of this body. After all, taking over that Mu Yun's body, there is always something to do for him. First of all, I helped the former Mu Yun to get rid of the reputation O. Secondly, it was the wish of the predecessor to make the 5th elementary class stronger, and he and Mu Yun became one person, so naturally he wanted to accomplish all of this. Coming. Seeing Mo Yang, Mu Yun said, "Hun boy, come here and try this sword." Yes. Mo Yang didn't talk nonsense, picked up the Qingke sword, and began to dance. One move, one static, and one move. After rehearsing a set of swordsmanship, Mo Yang was shocked. How is it? Qi Ming said with expectation. It is as light as the wind, as hard as steel, and a good sword. It is said to be a top-grade ordinary artifact, but I feel that it is more than 10 times better than a normal top-grade ordinary artifact. Smelly boy, flattering is a good shot. Mu Yun laughed and said, Here you are, bring the Qingke sword to fight against Mo Hai. If you lose, take this sword and attack yourself. What? Hearing Mu Yun handing the Qinggang sword to himself, Mo Hai was shocked. This green steel sword was put up for auction. It would be impossible without 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. But Mu Yun actually gave it to himself for no reason. Puff. Suddenly, Mo Yang bent his knees, knelt on the ground, and said, Teacher Mu, Mo Yang has always been arrogant and cynical. This time, I will definitely win pizza. Please, Mr. Mu, accept me as an apprentice. Accept you as a disciple? Seeing Mo Yang's pious look, Mu Yun shook his head and said, No way, no way, your talent is too bad. It's too shameful to be my apprentice. Huh. Mo Yang's face dimmed after hearing this. But, if you win Mo Hai, I can accept you as my apprentice. If you want to be my apprentice, it's up to you. No problem. Mo Yang stood up, rubbing the Qingke sword in his hand, and jumped for joy. Bring the sword. Mu Yun spoke slightly and looked at Mo Yang. The instructor has recently understood a type of swordsmanship, but it is not yet complete. I hope you can see that it will be able to comprehend it, and it will also be convenient for you to learn Qingyun swordsmanship. As Mu Yun said, he picked up the Qingke sword, stood in place, and took a deep breath. Chapter 54 Confide. Ding. A reminder sounded, and Mu Yun carefully recalled the shadow-filling sword that he had comprehended these days. He was thinking about how to display that style perfectly. Mu Yun could feel that in this sword, the essence is to make up, but how to make up is the crux of what he has never been able to achieve. My sword is called the Sword of Shadow Patching. The sword comes out, and the shadow patches are made. The Qingke sword in Mu Yun's hand trembled slightly, and he said, Fix shadows, not patching, but killing, killing. Mo Yang nodded without understanding. Mu Yun's body was straight, full of heart. Although he didn't control the shadow sword style, he was sure that this style would definitely make Mo Yang comprehend it. As for how much to comprehend, you can only look at Mo Yang's ability. Sword of Shadow Filling. With a low drink, Mu Yun's palm straightened, and a buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Kung. The sound of the Zhongjing iron sword pierced. This time, unexpectedly, Mu Yun actually felt that there was no violation. This sword pierced so smoothly. The shadow sword, it's done. Ding ding ding. Yijian ended successfully, and hundreds of sword marks appeared in the refining room, a dozen meters away from the wall. Every sword mark is interlaced and organized to form a figure. The figure is incomparably wonderful, convex upwards and downwards, lifelike, almost exactly the same as Qin Mingyao standing in the same place. This is the figure of Qin Mingyao. Mu Yun. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun actually imagined himself as the target of the Shadow Repair sword's attack. Qin Mingyao's silver teeth gritted loudly. At this moment, The shadow made up of the strong sword marks looks like she is undressed, and there are even some messy weeds underneath. Ahem, Mo Yang, with this sword, understand well that the instructor has something to do. Let's go now. After the words fell, Mu Yun turned around and ran away from the refiner with a scream. Huh. Seeing Qin Ming Yao chasing Mu Yun away, Qi Ming smiled bitterly. Mo Yang, do you feel that Tutor Qin and Tutor Mu look very good now? And Tutor Qin seems to like Tutor Mu. Don't you know? She was peeking just now. Mo Yang, Mo Yang. Talking with self-confidence, Qi Ming found that Mo Yang was standing there, motionless like a fool. This guy. Seeing Mo Yang staying in place, Qi Ming ignored it, sat down straight, and began to comprehend the few deeds that Mu Yun had just left behind. Now that you have become Mu Yun's apprentice, you must not be ashamed of Master during the competition. Mu Yun, you silly, stop for me. Outside of Beiyun Academy, Qin Mingyao was wearing a light shirt. He kept throwing various hockey pucks and cones in his hands, and he did not hesitate to hit Mu Yun's body in front of him. Isn't it just taking you as the target as for? You are so embarrassed to say. Stop it for me. Thinking of the figure formed by the sword marks, Qin Mingyao's pretty face flushed, and he chased after him again. At night, the bright moon hangs high, and the cool breeze is blowing. On the roof of Beiyun College, two figures sit quietly. Mu Yun, I am still very curious to this day. Why did you come to North Cloud City for 10 years and be bullied for 10 years, and have been reluctant to bear it, but now you choose to show your talent? Sweat. After finally getting Qin Mingyao to turn off the flame, now he asked this question again. Let's put it this way. After thinking for a while, Mu Yun replied, what I am facing is not the geniuses of Beiyun City, but the Nanyun Empire. I know that many people in Nanyun City and Mu's family want me to die. Then can you face those people now? Qin Mingyao turned her face, her jade hand dragged her cheek, and said carefully, with a wry smile, and shook his head. Mu Yun really didn't know how to answer. Up to now, he still doesn't understand the imperial capital Mujia at all. The memory in Mu Yun's body before was only 9 years old. However, there were a few figures that were deeply imprinted in Mu Yun's heart. Even in the past 10 years, the previous Mu Yun has never forgotten. Don't worry, those people, one day, I will help you clean up. Mu Yun sighed in relief. Mu Yun, don't worry, if you can't face it, I will face it with you, walk with you to the end, and do what you want to do. Suddenly, Qin Mingyao, who was silent for a moment, spoke with a firm tone. Okay. Hearing Qin Mingyao's words, Mu Yun's heart trembled, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Back then, this sentence, that shadow, also said to myself, it's sigh that things are wrong, everything is gone. Hey. Mu Yun turned his face and smiled. Are you really willing to help me? Do what I want to do. Well, you saved my life. I will help you naturally. Ahem. Then I can touch you. Mu Yun said, but his eyes stared provocatively on Qin Mingyao's chest. Roll. A hockey puck appeared, and Mu Yun's palm was instantly covered by the hockey puck. His two hands were connected together, and he could not move. Now see what you can do. Glancing at Mu Yun triumphantly, Qin Mingyao's face showed a triumphant gesture like a little woman. At the age of 19, she was in the beginning of her love. She originally thought she could only live to be 20 years old. She had an indifferent attitude towards everything. Even Mu Yun, who was once engaged to the famous waste in North Cloud City, did not resist. But everything has changed. Since Mu Yun appeared, everything has changed. The cold toxin on her body was resolved, and the ice phoenix spirit was awakened, and her strength improved greatly. She found that Mu Yun was not like what the crowd said. She was gradually attracted. Qin Mingyao even felt very strange. If Mu Yun is still a trash, and she is still the daughter of Tianjiao, who cannot live to be 20 years old, nothing will happen. Mu Yun, I like you. I will be your woman. Suddenly, Qin Mingyao looked directly at Mu Yun's eyes and said in a daze, What? I was thinking how to get rid of Qin Mingyao's comfortable Mu Yun, and when he heard these words, he was stunned. In the next moment, Qin Mingyao bent down, her jade lips pressed against Mu Yun's mouth without any refusal. A piece of softness entered Mu Yun's mouth. For a moment, Mu Yun's head went blank. He had never thought about a woman in a renewed life. But Qin Mingyao's actions tonight shocked him. I have to say that Qin Mingyao is a peerless beauty, and after awakening the Ice Phoenix spirit, Qin Mingyao's own temperament is even more cold and noble. Such a woman wants to conquer if she is a man. Mu Yun's heart trembled. Isn't the current self worthy of her? How can it be? In the previous life, the immortal king. In this life, Mu Yun was destined to step into the great world again. In that case, what else is unacceptable? Click. Suddenly, a shattered voice sounded, and Mu Yun's hands were freed. Pulled Qin Mingyao away. What's wrong? Don't you like me? I don't like it. How is it possible? Mu Yun smiled. It's just this kind of thing. How can you let the girls come first? When the words fell, Mu Yun didn't say a word, and the domineering Qin Mingyao's mouth was covered. A piece of softness made Mu Yun almost plunged into a fairyland. Gradually, Mu Yun's hands began to become dishonest, sneaking into Qin Mingyao's clothes and climbing towards the two peaks. On the roof, in case someone passes by. Qin Mingyao struggled, her face flushed. Who dares to see? I dug his eyes. Pulling Qin Mingyao over, the two rolled around and landed in a groove in the middle of the roof. In this way, no one can see it. With his hands up and down, Mu Yun was almost overwhelmed for a while. Yiyue gradually slanted, and the temperature dropped a few minutes again. Two figures sat up from the groove. Qin Mingyao kept tidying up her clothes. Her flushed cheeks were like peaches, beautiful and delicious. Clouds and rain fell for a while, but Qin Mingyao did not let Mu Yun really do it. So Mu Yun could only taste some sweetness with his hands and mouth. Just know that you are a big horny. Seeing that Mu Yun was not honest yet, Qin Mingyao glared. That's no way. When a man sees you, who doesn't want to own it? I'm pretty good, Mu Yun said bitterly. Also, let Ms. Bingshan confess to me. It's strange if I'm not excited. You? Okay, I'm a big color embryo. Mu Yun smiled, but he grabbed Qin Mingyao into his arms and looked at the bright moon in the western sky. Mu Yun felt something in his heart. In the previous life, he only pursued the ultimate in martial arts, but he forgot many people and many things around him. Since you have to live your life again, you must be truly happy in enmity, what you want to do, how to do it, and it won't be wasted to live your life again. Yaoer, the Ice Phoenix spirit in your body, is the supreme beast physique in the thousands of big worlds. Once you awaken, you in the future will definitely be a superpower who stepped into the thousands of big worlds. Thousands of worlds? What is that place? Qin Mingyao raised her head and said ignorantly, Recently, I feel that I have awakened a lot of memories that are not lost in my body. It seems that there are some gods and boundless worlds, which are things that I don't understand. Spirit world? Mu Yun in the boundless realm had heard of it, but it was the first time that Mu Yun had heard of it in the realm. North Cloud City is just a city in the Southern Cloud Empire, and the Southern Cloud Empire is just an empire on the Heavenly Fate continent, and the Heavenly Fate continent is a continent in one of these 3,000 small worlds. The world is much bigger than you know. You will understand later. Well, I don't care how big the world is, as long as you are by my side. Where is my world? Qin Mingyao buried her head in Mu Yun's chest and said shyly. For one night, the two enjoyed the quiet time, the last layer of window paper pierced, and the two became intimate in an instant. And the next day, when the two walked in Baiyun Academy holding hands, the entire Baiyun Academy was completely exploded. Chapter 55, He Let It Fight. Mu Yun, the famous waist tutor of Baiyun College, actually came together with the first beauty tutor of Baiyun College. This scene stunned almost everyone in Baiyun College. Boom. In an office of the college, a wooden chair burst into pieces. Jiao Yadong's face was pale. Standing at the table, his body couldn't help shaking. It's no wonder Qin Mingyao will teach in the trash class of the 5th grade of elementary school. That's how it is. Mu Yun, what is the trash? What attracts her? Teacher Jiao, don't get angry. It must be Mu Yun. That trash thing threatens tutor Qin by some means. Otherwise, where is Dongfang Jade? If he sees this scene, I am afraid he will jump out and kill Mu Yun immediately. Jiao Yadong said furiously. Dongfang Jade went to the Baiyun Mountains that day, and there has been no news. As you know, it is normal for you to go and not return to places like the Baiyun Mountains. Waste. Slapped the wooden table to pieces with a slap. Jiao Yadong trembling fingers, and roared. Tell me Qi Yun, Mo Hai, and Wang Yunqi that the game must be won. If anyone loses, I Jiao Yadong will expel from the senior class 3. Yes. Seeing Jiao Yadong's furious appearance, the person in front of him didn't dare to speak anymore. He responded and carefully exited the office. Mu Yun, hello? You are fine. I Jiao Yadong want to see who can have the last laugh. The icy words fell. Jiao Yadong clenched his fists and rang loudly. Damn! When Mu Yun and Qin Mingyao appeared in front of Mo Yang and Qi Ming hand in hand, Qi Ming, who had always been reticent, couldn't help but explode. Instructor Mu, you are simply my idol. Master, please be worshipped by the disciple. The two spoke almost at the same time, looking at Mu Yun with envy. Qin Mingyao can be said to be the #1 beauty recognized by the entire North Cloud City. Before her, everyone sighed. The flower that was destined to not survive 20 years old was about to wither, which inevitably made people sigh. But now, Qin Mingyao's Korean poison has been solved, his talent has been demonstrated, and his strength has risen like a fly. And now that Mu Yun actually captured Qin Mingyao's heart, it was simply explosive news. For a while, this news spread quickly in Beiyun College and in Beiyun City like a news wind. What do you look at? Don't look at it. Hurry up to practice for me. Lose the game. I will make you two can't eat and walk around. Mu Yun couldn't help but shout. Being stared at by two people like this, he really couldn't bear it. Yes, master. I will leave first. Tutor Mu, Tutor Qin, goodbye. Being teased by the two, Qin Mingyao flushed, but Yusho still held Mu Yun's palm tightly. The dignified animal husbandry waste can actually pursue Qin Mingyao, our #1 beauty in North Cloud City. It's a miracle that he has eaten swan meat by clams. However, just as Qi Ming and Mo Yang were about to leave, a joke of laughter suddenly sounded. Turning around, several figures appeared in front of several people. The head of the man, dressed in a black gown, had a grim face. There was a young man beside him, who was slightly fat and looked a little swollen. It was him who spoke. Mahai, what are you doing here? Seeing the person coming, Mo Yang's face sank, and he couldn't help humming. Let's take a look at how the dignified animal husbandry waste got the heart of beauty. Mo Hai stepped forward, looked at Mo Yang jokingly, and said with a sneer, Mo Yang, you wouldn't think that you have entered the 4-layered physical body. You can compete with me, right? Waste is waste, stop thinking about it. Humph, the time has not come, Mo Hai. I will naturally let you see how good I am. Okay, then I'll wait. Mo Hai chuckled and said, I really don't understand, Teacher Qin. Why would you like Mu Yun this trash? Mo Hai, don't go too far. Qi Ming couldn't help but shout at this moment. What can you do if I'm too much? Come hit me. Crap. Boom. However, Mo Hai hadn't finished saying a word, and a bang suddenly sounded. I saw a figure suddenly rushed out, and with an unceremonious punch, it fell directly on Mo Hai's cheek, and the blood flowed down Mo Hai's nostrils. After living for so long, I haven't seen such a good request. Everyone has seen it. This guy asked us to fight. Even if he is looking for the dean, I can't blame us. Mu Yun waved his sleeves and said calmly, It's just that the people around are instantly stunned. Mu Yun, a dignified instructor from Beiyun College, in the 7-fold condensed Yuan realm, actually said that he did it. It's really shameless. Puff. Qin Mingyao, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly discovered that Mu Yun still has such a lovely side. Mu Yun, don't go too far. At this moment, the young man who was standing in front of him had not spoken, suddenly said, I am Jiao Yiyun. I will personally play this game and tell you that waste is waste. Advanced Class 3 is the best class in the academy. There is no one. Can provoke. Yes, is rubbish. One and another all day long. Believe it or not, I can beat you all over the floor. Seeing Jiao Yiyun's self-confidence, Mu Yun bends his hands and jokingly said, It is not difficult to see that Jiao Yiyun is a 6-layer condensed aura. Among the students, it is indeed strong, but in the eyes of Mu Yun, it is not worth mentioning. You. Seeing that Mu Yun had just shamelessly attacked Mo Hai, Jiao Yiyun was really afraid that Mu Yun would suddenly attack him. We will see the difference in 7 days. Abandoning these words, Jiao Yayun took a few people and turned and left. Instructor Mu, don't worry. Even if Jiao Yayun is a genius in the condensing state, I will still beat him. Seeing the arrogant departure of a few people, Mo Yang couldn't help clenching his fists. Before, although he was a disciple, he also had self-esteem. Being bullied and scolded as rubbish, he didn't want to resist, but couldn't resist. But now, with Mu Yun, he saw hope. Even if it was only a little hope, he was not willing to give up. Don't say it's like going to the battlefield. Just do your best. Pat Mo Yang on the shoulder, Mu Yun asked, "Where is Xiaoyu, that girl? Why didn't I see her today?" This. Mo Yang and Qi Ming's expressions were strange when they heard Mu Yun mentioning the wonderful fairy language. Instructor Mu, Miao Xinyu's mood is not right. You have to be steady. Mo Yang whispered. She is in the alchemy room now. I know. After all, Mu Yun walked straight towards the alchemy room. Within 1 month, he was not worried about Qi Ming and Mo Yang. He had already tried his best to teach them. The only thing left was to look at them. As for Miao Xinyu, she was on the same level as Wang Yunqi. But now after Wang Yunqi merged into the beast fire, the alchemy method, logically speaking, was even higher than the Miao Xinyu. Xiaoyu, how are your preparations? Entering the alchemy room and seeing Miao Xinyu sitting there, Mu Yun said with a smile. Humph. Just seeing Mu Yun enter the alchemy room, Miao Xinyu snorted coldly, not even looking at Mu Yun. Who made you unhappy? Was it your confused grandfather? I will ask him to settle the account now. Mu Yun said with a righteous indignation. No, it's you. Miao Xinyu suddenly burst into tears and said, When did you stay with Qin Mingyao? It should be me and you. How can I compare? Fuck her, Miao Xinyu said, deliberately straightened his chest schwangfing, and looked at Mu Yun provocatively. Ahem. Unexpectedly, the little girl was worried about this. Mu Yun coughed awkwardly and said, Xiaoyu, you are still young. Instructor Mu is 19 years old, and you are only 16. You will be in the future, but the alchemist who wants to impress the entire Nanyun Empire is even more powerful than Master Mo. Then why do you look down on me? The tutor doesn't look down on you. It's just that you are too young. Okay, in that case, when I am 19 years old, I will be the woman of the shepherd teacher again. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately stayed in place. Miao Xinyu trot all the way, leaving excitedly. Hey, where are you going? Don't you practice anymore? Hey, don't practice anymore. Don't worry, Teacher Mu. Even if Wang Yunqi is fused with beast fire, she definitely won't be my opponent. In this game, I'm sure to win. This girl. Seeing Miao Xinyu leaving, and thinking of the mystery of her grandfather Miao Qing, Mu Yun also shook his head. Miao Qing had always felt mysterious to Mu Yun, and the true strength of this old thing might be even more powerful than Master Mo. With such a mysterious grandfather, Miao Xinyu does not need to worry about him. Now, I should still consider myself. Qin Mingyao supervised the cultivation of Qi Ming and Mo Yang, while Mu Yun was alone and found a training room. At this moment, wherever he went, he would be pointed out by everyone in the academy, and Mu Yun didn't care. When he walked into the practice room and took out an ordinary long sword, Mu Yun began to practice. The 8 desolation seal of life and death that he got from Dongfang Jade at the beginning, at this moment, he has already cultivated so well. The most troublesome thing for him now is the 4 styles of sky-patching swordsmanship. Yesterday, I was lucky enough to successfully cast the first shadow-filling sword, but it took Mu Yun a full month to practice this sword, which was the first time in the world. You must know that in the previous life, any martial arts in his hands, no more than a month at most, can be cultivated. But this time, in the sky-repairing swordsmanship, it took him 1 month for the first style alone. What's wrong? With 1 sword and 1 sword swung, Mu Yun began to comprehend the second form of the sky-filling sword, the sword of filling the wind, but he was always incomprehensible. Time passed bit by bit, and on this day, Mu Yun and Zhao Yadong agreed on the 3 games day, finally arrived. And almost everyone in the entire Beiyun Academy was dispatched. This was originally a contest between the countdown class and the top 3 positive classes in the whole college, and it was already very attractive. And now, coupled with the fact that Mu Yun and Qin Mingyao have confirmed the sensational news of the relationship between men and women, This competition is full of people. Chapter 56, Start of the Match. On the Bayan College Square, there was a huge crowd at this moment. Thousands of college tutors and students surrounded the entire college square. On the square, it has already been divided. One arena, 2 alchemy furnaces, and 2 refining furnaces. The 3 games, after all, were Mu Yun's promotion to the intermediate instructors competition. It was related to Mu Yun's promotion, and the college had already arranged it. It was just a junior instructor who was promoted to a mid-level instructor, and it was unexpectedly that such a strong personnel watch broke out, which the academy did not expect. It's just that the crowds came, and a large part of the reason was to want to see what the so-called Mu Yun, who dared to challenge the pastoral instructor of senior class 3, had 3 heads and 6 arms. Xinyu, I have been investigating your pastoral instructor these days, but I can't figure out why that waist is so powerful. Among the crowd, Miao Xinyu stood there pretty in a purple skirt. Beside him, a teenager kept talking. The senior class 3 led by Jiao Yadong seems to be in the entire college. Only the class next to Wang Qingfeng from the Wang family. Mu Yun doing this is an idiot. Xiaoyu, can you close your mouth? Hearing the endless chatter of the young man beside him, Miao Xinyu couldn't help but said, Instructor Mu is my instructor. Please speak politely. Xiaoyu is the 10 in front of the outer door of the Holy Pill sect, and he has 7 levels of condensed Yuan realm. And he was only 16 years old, and he didn't know how much better than that Mu Yun, but he didn't expect that Miao Xinyu would actually confront him in public. Hey, I know Xinyu. You will definitely be able to win that Wang Yunqi. But the other 2 guys, I heard that one is a dude, the other is a poor child. How could you be the opponent of your North Cloud City genius? Xiaoyu jokingly said, although those 2 geniuses are just in my eyes. Hearing Xiaoyu talking loudly, Miao Xinyu couldn't help frowning. Instructor Pastor. Among the crowd, seeing Mu Yun, Qin Mingyao and others, Miao Xinyu trot over all the way, leaving Xiaoyu alone talking to himself. Seeing Miao Xinyu's enthusiasm for Mu Yun, Xiaoyu's teeth itch. The waste thing, the fairy language is mine. If you dare to get involved, I will kill you. Xiaoyu sighed, adjusted his face, and followed. The reason why he came here this time was to take a good look at how tragically Mu Yun, the famous guy in North Cloud City, would lose. At this moment, there was a large open space in the center of the huge square. Behind Mu Yun, the 3 of Miao Xinyu, Qi Ming, and Mo Yang followed closely. On the other side, behind Diao Yadong, Diao Yeyun, Wang Yunqi, and Qi Yun stood in a row. Seeing Mu Yun, Diao Yadong laughed and said, It's no wonder that Instructor Mu is so sure. It turns out that Instructor Mu is relying on Instructor Qin and eats soft food. Instructor Mu is playing very well. Haha, except. Mu Yun laughed and said indifferently, Eating soft rice is also a skill. I am afraid Teacher Jiao wants to eat it, but I don't have the skill to eat it. With that, Mu Yun glanced back at Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao smiled slightly. All over the country, and all the people at the scene immediately looked at him. I have seen shameless people. I have never seen such shameless people. Yes, I think he is trash. It is better to say that he is the most shameless person in the world. If he loses, he didn't even see Mo high and didn't play. So he just let Diao Yeyun play? Diao Yeyun is the top 3 genius among our students. Mo Yang's trash. Going up is dead. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. The game has not yet started, and there is already a tumult in the entire square. But more people are waiting to see Mu Yun's jokes. Originally, he could choose an ordinary class and promote himself to the intermediate tutor, but now he has to choose the advanced 3rd class.